Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Iwagakure. Ōtsutsuki Inoki was reading the scroll that Mabui had sent to him using the heavenly sending technique. When he learned that Deidara had actually been resurrected, Ōtsutsuki sighed. Ōtsutsuki saw Inoki sighing and came over and said, "Old man, what's wrong with you? What's written on it? You suddenly look so sad." Inoki handed it to Ōtsutsuki and said, "See for yourself." Ōtsutsuki took the scroll handed over by Inoki, and then said in surprise, "Akatsuki actually attacked Kumogakure village, and even offered raikage conditions for cooperation. What, my brother is actually resurrected? How is this possible?" Akato was surprised. "Deidara is resurrected?" Ōtsutsuki nodded and said, "Yes, and my brother also blew up Yunin village." Inoki floated up, put his hands behind his back, and sighed. Deidara must have been resurrected by a forbidden technique. According to the information from Yunin village, the only person who can be resurrected after being blown up again is that forbidden technique. Ōtsutsuki said in surprise, "Old man, do you know what kind of forbidden technique it is?" Inoki's brows furrowed slightly as memories flooded his mind, remembering the man in Konoha. Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. That guy invented this ninjutsu just to use it with the detonating talisman to kill the enemy together. I used to be tricked by this technique many times on the battlefield. It should be filth reincarnation. The inventor was Konoha's second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Later, it was banned by first Hokage Senju Hashirama because it was too inhumane. Inoki said, showing a hint of admiration. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was a very powerful man with pacifist ideals. When Inoki was young, he admired some of Senju Hashirama's political remarks. It's a pity that he died in the battle with Uchiha Madara. Looking back now, first Hokage's approach was not incorrect. Look at this Madara, she has been resurrected and declared war on the entire ninja world, forcing the entire world to sleep. Nothing has changed from back then. Madara was the same back then. There was no peace to discuss at all. His purpose was to make the entire ninja world obedient and obey Konoha's arrangements. Akatsuki stepped forward and asked, "Then, Master Ōtsutsuki, what should we do now?" Inoki gritted his teeth and said, "Since Akatsuki attacked Yunin village, this means that Akatsuki must have been afraid of the composition of our coalition, so he interfered with it and wanted to continue to take advantage of the suspicion between the 5 major countries. He has always benefited. Humph. I am not the same person I used to be. That boy from San Shinobi asked me when I gave up on myself. Then I will prove it to the children of the new era, what is the consciousness of the rock." Ōtsutsuki cheered happily. "Wow, old man, I didn't expect that I can still say such passionate words at such an old age." Inoki snorted coldly and said, "That kid Raikage is so tough. If I were to give up, I would still beat Ōtsutsuki." After saying that, Inoki looked at Akato and said, "Akato, the daimyo's document has been agreed. Let's quickly organize the troops and then set off to assemble." Akatsuki nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Ōtsutsuki." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion sound outside. Inoki looked outside in surprise and said, "What's going on?" "The enemy is attacking." Ōtsutsuki looked up at the sky and said in surprise, "That big white bird. Is it my brother? Chidu, this guy actually came to attack my village." Above the sky, Deidara was weeping as he dropped bombs into his village, sighing, "Oh, these are the fireworks from my hometown. I never thought that after death, I would have the opportunity to go back to the village to set off fireworks. Everyone, witness my art." While he was intoxicated, a pair of white legs appeared in front of him. "UB***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Deidara quickly stopped the clay he was holding, raised his hand to hold it, and blocked it. "Hey, I saw my brother just kick me over without even saying hello. Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi said fiercely, are you crazy? You want to put a bomb in your own village? There are all villagers down here. Deidara shrugged his shoulders and said, I was already dead anyway, and now that I'm resurrected, it wouldn't be a pity if I didn't finish what I wanted to do before. It's so rustic, she knows. When her brother was a child, he threatened to blow up the village when he was just playing with clay explosions. She thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect that this guy actually meant it. A vortex of time and space emerged, and Obito came out. Kuratsuchi spit out a lot of stones from his mouth, formed a giant, jumped up, held Kuratsuchi in his arms, and landed on the ground. With that said, the kunai was ready to fall. Kuratsuchi turned around again and kicked him. Itachi nodded and rushed over. Dust style, the art of peeling off the original world. Kuratsuchi snorted coldly, you should still care about yourself. When Inoki heard this title, he frowned and gritted his teeth and said, Madara. Seeing Obito's silence, Inoki continued to ask, the famous Uchiha Madara is friends with Kakashi, isn't it realistic? Hey, stop clamping me. If you clamp me further, my head will explode. Speaking of this, Inoki narrowed his eyes slightly and said, according to Konoha's information, it seems that your eyes were obtained from White Fang's son, Kakashi. Inoki floated up and down in mid-air and snorted coldly, it's not like you to be so polite. By the way, when did you get 2 eyes? In the distance, Obito frowned and said, Deidara seems to be in some trouble, Itachi, go and help. A ray of white light shot straight up from the ground. When Itachi saw this, he had to immediately change his attack and dodge. However, he was still hit and one of his arms was cut off in an instant. Obito smiled slightly and said, people always change, and you have changed so much too. Kuratsuchi snorted coldly, you can't die now anyway, so what are you afraid of? Itachi dodged onto the big bird, Deidara smashed the volcanic rock with his fist, broke free, and then flew to Obito with Itachi. Deidara seemed to have sensed something and said sternly, hey, I have a companion here. Let me go quickly, or you will suffer a lot. Hurry up. Deidara exclaimed, Itachi, don't hurt my junior sister. Obito sneered, put on a mask, and continued to pretend to be Madara. He looked at Inoki and said, sorry, I originally wanted to have peaceful talks, but Deidara seemed to have other ideas, so I'm sorry, I'm offended. Itachi said expressionlessly, sorry. Inoki looked at Obito, as if he wanted to see through the person in front of him, and he said, ever since you promoted it to our 5 major countries, the 5 major countries have always shared your information. Long time no see, boy from Tianjinping. You be asterisk 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 D. Itachi took out his kunai and prepared to attack. Deidara prepared to stop him, but Obito's consciousness suddenly appeared. His body was out of control and he continued to make explosive clay. Oops. As he spoke, he formed the seal, lava style, the art of gray stone sealing. Deidara's fighting skills were not as good as Kuratsuchi's, so Kuratsuchi clamped his head between his legs and all the clay in his hands fell. Deidara sighed when he saw this. Inoki floated up and looked not far away. All around, the ninjas of Iwagakure were surrounding him. Kuratsuchi was hit by Itachi's genjutsu without even reacting. Oops, this body is out of control. Kuratsuchi spit out fire rocks from his mouth and imprisoned Deidara directly. When she was about to make the next move, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of her. Seeing that his identity was exposed, Obito did not panic at all. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said helplessly, sure enough, there is no airtight wall in the world, so that's it. In this case, let's talk frankly. It's a pity that Itachi was ordered by Obito and had no sense of independent resistance at all, he only knew how to attack. Obito took off his mask directly, threw it on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. In the future, there is no need to pretend anymore. Since the intelligence of all major countries is shared, why should we pretend to be so? We should just reveal our true identity. Anoki looked at Obito, who wore a pair of scarlet sharingans and had some outlines on his face, and said with a cold eyebrow, "Who are you?" Obito said calmly, "Uchiha, Obito." Anoki snorted coldly and said, "You have been pretending to be Uchiha Madara before, what is your purpose?" Obito said calmly, "Impersonating Uchiha Madara, this is Madara's intention, not mine, because he said that his name is very intimidating, and it turns out that it is indeed the case." Anoki gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, it's just a dead person." Obito sneered a few times and said, "No, no, no, Lord Ōtsutsuki, Uchiha Madara is only temporarily dead. He asked me to pretend to be him, just to act on his behalf in this world and continue to implement his Eye of the Moon plan. In the future, he will come back to this world again." Anoki glanced at Deidara and said, "Just like him, reincarnated and resurrected through dirty soil?" Obito laughed loudly, looked at Anoki and said, "Master Ōtsutsuki, you are still too narrow-minded. Reincarnation in the dirt is just a forbidden technique to resurrect the dead. In this world, there is a ninjutsu that can rival the immortal level. Resurrect the dead completely." Anoki looked at Obito with a crazy look on his face, and suddenly his heart palpitated. What are these madmen talking about? Are they really going to resurrect that man? If Uchiha Madara is resurrected, who can stop him? It's really troublesome. Uchiha Madara has been dead for so long and still can't rest in peace. Obito looked at Anoki and continued, "Unfortunately, there are some problems with the current progress, so I came here to find some helpers. I will talk to the 5 major countries one by one. As long as there is anyone willing to help me, I agree to the Eye of the Moon project. You can let that village go and let the people of this country continue to exist in this hypocritical world. Lord Ōtsutsuki, those who understand current affairs are heroes. You who have experienced many wars should understand that the so-called alliance may play some role when facing powerful enemies. Once the foreign enemies disappear, they will immediately be on guard against each other and be suspicious of each other. Didn't you appreciate us Shao very much before?" Anoki snorted coldly and said, "I never expected that you, who had declared war on the entire ninja world so brazenly before, would now take the initiative to seek cooperation from major powers." Obito chuckled, "Humans, they always have to choose the corresponding situation according to the opportunity." Anoki sneered and said, "What if I don't cooperate? Are you going to treat me like you treat Kumogakure?" Obito said coldly, "Master Ōtsutsuki is a smart man. He should know that I cannot let you threaten me. If you cooperate, I will not do anything to you. On the contrary, I can save your village. If you don't cooperate, then I will destroy your village first so that you have no chance to cooperate with others. In Hidden Cloud Village, I didn't even take action personally because I gave Reikage a chance. Anoki, I hope you won't be as ignorant as Reikage. Remember, if you don't cooperate, other villages will definitely cooperate with me. Looking at the entire history of the development of the ninja world, how can the 5 major countries cooperate together and share the same hatred? As a war veteran, haven't you seen enough betrayal?" Anoki felt a little uncomfortable. Indeed, as an old man, he has seen too many betrayals. No matter what alliance or oath, they all chose betrayal in the face of the final interests. Shao, it was also because of the mutual suspicion and betrayal between the 5 major countries that she survived this time. But that boy from Kumogakure, his village was bombed and he didn't cooperate with Akatsuki. Is he, Anoki, really going to give up on himself again like that boy from Gara said? Absolutely not. Anoki directly made a seal, dust style, the art of stripping away the original world. With a chirp, he took action immediately. Obito cannot dodge and directly activates penetration. Scorpion and Kakuzu were directly swept through half of their bodies. Because Deidara stood on top of the big bird, the bird took the attack on his behalf. As for Itachi, his fighting skills are very high and he can jump directly into the air. The IWA Ninja Jonin took action one after another. Get out of the way. Deidara shouted hurriedly, because it would take some time for Scorpion and Kakuzu to be resurrected after being hit. As for Obito and Itachi, he was not worried at all. Deidara controlled the big bird without its lower body and flew directly towards the attacking rock ninjas, and then shouted, "Drink." There was a loud explosion, and the rock ninjas formed seals one after another and used earth flow shields to resist. Obito pulled the two Scorpio and Kakuzu, who had only their upper bodies left, to the side. "Anoki, what do you mean?" Upon seeing this, Obito quickly returned for a visit. He jumped up and picked up Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi reluctantly said, "Be careful, that person ignores the attack and can penetrate it, but when he attacks, he should be materialized. You don't know what you can do." Here, Itachi started fighting directly, using the Susanoo and facing Anoki. "You asked for this. Deidara, show me your art." "Itachi, it's time to show your name as Uchiha, let me deal with this old stubborn." "Really, don't be careless next time. Don't underestimate Iwa Nin." Deidara placed many small spider bombs around Kakuzu and Scorpion to prevent other ninjas from getting close. Akatsuki nodded. With that said, Obito flew directly towards Kuratsuchi. Seeing Obito coming unprepared, Kuratsuchi swept over with his beautiful leg. Obito disappeared directly. When the leg passed by, Kuratsuchi grabbed it with one hand. Anoki floated up and snorted coldly, "Yunin didn't compromise, and I, an old guy, can't compromise even more. I can't let young people still look down on me." Here, Anoki was fighting Itachi, and looked at Akatsuki and said, "Call the ceiling ninja over." Although the ninja reincarnated in the dirt can be immortal, as long as he is hit again and resurrected, he can be sealed immediately. At this critical moment, Kakuzu and Scorpion finally came back in pieces and were resurrected. Deidara had no choice but to directly step forward to challenge. Kuratsuchi entangled Deidara, and the seal ninja went to seal Kakuzu and Scorpion. Seeing this, Chiru said anxiously, "Junior sister." Obito attacks again. Kuratsuchi's father, Hwantu, steps forward to resist. As a result, Kuratsuchi, who had recovered, came back with the sealed ninja. "Hey, Faye." "Oh no, Obito, right? Hurry up and block me, I can't fight in close combat." Obito's plan failed again, and he was very angry, very angry. What a troublemaker. Why are these people so tough now? This group of people weren't like this before. They were all looking for their own Akatsuki one by one, and would kill the other party at every turn. Obito is completely popular. This was completely different from what he expected. He even had the idea of moving the entire Iwa ninja village to the ground today. Deidara is a long-range mage, and his greatest power is to cause destruction and create bombs. Scorpion unfolded his puppet and started killing. Obito responded with a cold eyebrow. So, when Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, one intercepted in the air and the other fired rock bombs on the ground, Deidara hit directly here in Obito. Obito snorted coldly and said, "Please, stand here and watch Kakuzu and Scorpion come back to life." Kakuzu moves his body and activates the earthly resentment. Many Iwa ninjas took action one after another, and for a while, Obito had no chance to materialize at all, because those who besieged were all elite Iwa ninjas led by Huang Tuesday. Many jonin had cooperated for many years and had a tacit understanding. A big swing made Kuratsuchi lose his center of gravity, and then he kicked Kuratsuchi into the ground with a flying kick. After Chita landed, he nodded. On the Iwa ninja side, Anoki showed his determination as always. Moreover, Anoki knew that the entire village's ninja strength could deal with Akatsuki's arrival this time, and the most critical one was Deidara, because he had the greatest bomb power. Similarly, Kuratsuchi also understood what his grandfather Anoki was thinking, so he led the ninjas to constantly put pressure on Deidara and confront him. "Call lightning-style ninja over here." Yes. The Iwa ninja is not only Deidara who is good at explosions, so as a countermeasure, the village will also specially train lightning-style ninjas to restrain the explosive ninjas. Sure enough, as soon as the lightning-style ninja came up, faced with many spider bombs, he instantly formed the seal, lightning-style, heavy rain pear blossom needle. Boo-hoo-hoo. Countless iron needles with lightning-style chakra were shot out one after another, inserted into the little spider set by Daedalabun, and then instantly misfired. Deidara screamed, giving him a headache. If you want to ask who knows him best, it is his sister. Siak controlled the puppet and shouted, I am good at comparing hidden weapons. As he spoke, the flying puppet rose into the sky and shot out countless kunai. Kakuzu smiled and started driving too. Soon, there were casualties on the IWA Ninja side. While IWA Ninja was fighting, Konoha was also working hard to help Yunin village contact. In the Hokage office, after reading the information sent by Kumogakure, Tsunade frowned and said, Kumogakure is in trouble. Jiraiya stepped forward and said, what's wrong? Tsunade handed him the letter and said, take a look. After Jiraiya read for a moment, he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that the Ōtsutsuki organization was so arrogant before, and now it wants to proactively seek cooperation with major powers, asking for the destruction of the alliance on the condition of being spared. Shizen said, when things go wrong, there must be a monster. Akatsuki was so arrogant before, but now she is trying to find a gap between the 5 major countries. The purpose is probably to create a gap between us. Tsunade nodded and said, that's right. Especially when they attacked Konoha village not long ago, the Akatsuki organization failed and returned, and then they began to bewitch the major ninja villages. Jiraiya seemed to have guessed something, and smiled slightly and said, I guess it is probably related to Naruto. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who continued, the Akatsuki organization's plan is to realize the Eye of the Moon plan, so it can be understood that the masked man, who is Obito, is actually following Uchiha Madara's death every step of the way. Later, he told him to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. So, obviously having 7-tailed beasts, such a powerful force, they don't directly overwhelm us, but now they are doing this. I guess, it is probably to control the tailed beasts, which requires the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan is now in Naruto's hands. In his hand, Obito can't grab it. Tsunade nodded and said, it makes sense. Naruto's current strength is indeed terrifying. Shizen hugged Piggy, frowned and looked at Tsunade, Mr. Hokage, when you said that Naruto defected from the village, is it true? Things have developed so far, and it seems that Naruto's nonsense before may be true. Jiraiya closed his eyes and pondered, and then said, Jiren sealed 9 tails in Naruto's body. I believe that he saw something before he made the decision to seal it even though he sacrificed himself. If Naruto loves the village so much and aims at the Hokage, and does such a thing, he must have seen something to do so without hesitation. The great Toad Sage once said that among my disciples, there will be a person who changes the structure of the ninja world. Now, I am absolutely sure that it is Naruto. Because, as of now, if Naruto had not defected, had not obtained Nagato's Rinnegan, and controlled it himself, I'm afraid Obito would have been transplanted, controlled the tailed beasts, went on a killing spree, and put the entire ninja world into sleep. Tsunade nodded and said, that's true. It seems that we have to have a good talk with Naruto. Maybe Naruto can see the future that we can't see. Then as a Hokage, I can't let that kid save the world alone. Ah. Neither can I. There was a sound, the door to Hokage's office was opened, and Kakashi walked in. Tsunade stood up and walked over, asking with concern, are you okay? Kakashi smiled and said, it's okay, Master Hokage, I have come out. Thank you for your company these days, Kai. Met Kai also walked in, showing a confident smile. After Kakashi took off his eyes and gave them back to Obito, he felt depressed. It was Kai who stayed with him and cheered him up. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya and said firmly, Naruto is also a member of my 7th class. As the instructor of my 7th class, my students are all fighting for the entire ninja world, so I can't let it go down. Uchiha Obito. I didn't rescue him before, but now, I want to bring him back with my own hands. Jiraiya and Tsunade smiled at each other. Yes, they also have a partner outside each other, a guy who is always pursuing the truth. Jiraiya untied the bandage on his arm, stretched his muscles and said, "It seems that I have to start working too." Shizune quickly came over to check and said, "Jiraiya-sama, be careful, the direct rejection of the arm has not been completely completed. It may not be good to remove the strap now." Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "There is no problem anymore. I feel like I can move freely now." Saying that, Jiraiya clenched his fist. It turned out that under the scroll of Hashirama cell improvement given by Naruto, Shizune successfully used Jiraiya-sama's cells combined with Hashirama's cells to grow a new arm and transplanted it to Jiraiya. There will be rejection in the early stage, but I have been giving Jiraiya medicine to reduce the rejection, but I didn't expect Jiraiya to recover so quickly. Jiraiya burst out laughing and said, "You have to know that I have the toad chakra from Mount Myoboku. The rebirth of a toad's broken arm is very powerful." Tsunade snorted coldly, "That's not as good as a scoundrel, right?" Seeing Tsunade teasing Orochimaru, Jiraiya laughed. Kakashi and Kai looked at each other and smiled. Konoha was really different. Now he was openly teasing Renin, just like talking about old friends. This was absolutely unimaginable before. Oh, by the way, that Konoha Dark Ninja, Danzo, has become history. There are also 2 high-level staff officers with Danzo who are no longer involved in Konoha politics. The current Konoha is Konoha under the rule of Tsunade and Jiraiya. No wonder, Kakashi felt very comfortable. After all, he is a disciple of the 4th generation, Jiraiya's disciple, and Tsunade is his aunt. Root red seedlings are growing. After laughing, Jiraiya said, "Now, contact Naruto as soon as possible." Tsunade frowned and said, "I'll arrange for the psychic beast to deliver the message to Yugikure right now." Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "No, I have a faster way." With that said, Jiraiya looked at Shizune and said, "Go and call me the 3 former Hokage's direct guards of the 4th generation." "Lord Hokage, you called us?" Shiranui Genma, Inozu Reito, and Tai Iwashi came to the Hokage office. Kakashi saw these 3 people and instantly understood what Lord Jiraiya was thinking. This is the former escort team of Teacher 4th generation, also known as Flying Thunder God Genma team. Now, he also serves as the 5th generation, Lady Tsunade's bodyguard. Tsunade nodded at the 3 people, and then said, "It's Jiraiya who is looking for you. I need your help with something." The 3 of them looked at Jiraiya, and the captain, Shiranui Genma, said, "What are your orders, Jiraiya-sama?" The 3 of them have a very fond impression of Jiraiya, because they used to be the guards of the 4th generation, and the Flying Thunder God was passed down to the 3 of them from the 4th generation, otherwise their status would not be so special. Jiraiya is the master of the 4th generation and has a close relationship with the 5th Hokage, so they must be very willing to carry out Jiraiya's orders. Jiraiya stepped forward and said, "I want you to use the Flying Thunder God to move me to the Hidden Rain village." Shiranui Genma said in surprise, "But the Amigakure village does not belong to Naruto now." Jiraiya nodded and said, "It's okay. You must have seen what Naruto did in front of the gate of Konoha. Have you changed your view of him now?" Shiranui Genma was stunned when asked. Yes, at the gate of Konoha, Naruto blocked the enemies who invaded Konoha. This is not what a defecting ninja should do. He is clearly a member of Konoha. Shiranui Genma frowned and said, "I can't understand Naruto's behavior, but I think Naruto still cares about Konoha very much." Jiraiya asked, "Then do you think Naruto is still our companion?" Shiranui Genma said without hesitation, "Of course." From the moment he stood at the gate of Konoha and saved a fellow Konoha ninja, Naruto was still the child I watched grow up. Izuka Reito and Iwashi looked at each other and smiled. They both had the same views. Kakashi and Kai are very pleased. In the village, fewer and fewer people are rejecting Naruto's behavior, especially Jonin. More and more people are facing the changes in the ninja world. Starting to understand Naruto. Many people even doubted whether Naruto's departure was part of the decision of the Hokage's senior management, in order to keep Konoha stable in this turbulent situation. But, in Yuin village, we don't have the Flying Thunder God mark. Jiraiya laughed loudly, crossed his arms and said, "Actually, the three of you can feel it carefully. There are probably a lot of Flying Thunder God's marks in the entire ninja world. If nothing else, just this village. The entire Konoha village, even the outskirts, are marked by the Flying Thunder God, and even some very far away coordinates are marked by the Flying Thunder God." As they spoke, Shiranui Xianjian and the other two activated the seal and began to sense the spatial coordinates. However, Minato also left a backup plan. According to Naruto, Minato left chakra in his body to prevent him from going berserk, to help him master the power of 9 tails, and also taught him the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya nodded and said, "Yes, that's right, Naruto also uses the Flying Thunder God of the 4th generation, the Sword of Ninja Love, and the markings are exactly the same." Shiranui Ginma was very surprised, and then suddenly thought of something, and said in surprise, "Could it be that Naruto also used? It turns out that my son is flying like lousy." Kakashi smiled slightly. Actually, he already knew it. "Master Jiraiya, put your hands up. We don't know much about the location of Yugakure." Tsunade said with some concern, "Be careful on the road, Team Xianjian, you must protect Jiraiya's safety." Jingzu Leitong said in disbelief, "How is this possible? The 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God didn't pass down the seal, but only passed it to the 3 of us, and it also requires the 3 of us to complete it at the same time. What's more, the 3 of us I haven't written down the Flying Thunder God seal either. When I think about how Naruto was treated so badly in the village when he was a child, and how the 3 of them didn't help him at all, and sometimes even hated him when they saw Naruto, if it weren't for him, the 4th generation wouldn't have died." Shiranui Ginma looked at Master Jiraiya and said, "Master Jiraiya, come on, we will take you to Amigakure. What about Rasengan and Flying Thunder God? It's reasonable for others to know it. It's my father's, so why can't his son know it? This is not surprising, it all makes sense." When they thought of this, the 3 of them had the same thought in their hearts, "I really deserve to die." No wonder Master Jiraiya, despite all the opposition, wanted to accept Naruto as his apprentice. So that's how it is. Shiranui Genjien suddenly realized that the strange feeling he had at the Konoha gate that day was finally explained. He was thinking, why is the feeling of flying yellow hair so familiar? Jiraiya continued, "Back then, the 4th Hokage saw a glimpse of the future. In order to prevent chaos in the ninja world, he sealed half of 9 Tails Yang chakra into Naruto's body. With hope for the future, he died." When Jiraiya said this, Shiranui Ginma, Izuchi Raito, and Daiwashi were already in tears. The 4th generation had treated them as their own children. Strictly speaking, the 4th generation was also their master. They not only taught them, he taught 3 people Flying Thunder God and many combat techniques. Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at each other, then looked at the 3 people and said, "There are no outsiders here. This secret was kept by the 3rd generation before, so it's okay to announce it now." Shiranui Ginma, Inazu Raito, and Iwaki were stunned for a moment. Then the 3 of them stood together in a circle and carefully responded to the spatial coordinates. As a result, all 3 of them were stunned. How is that possible? According to their relationship, Naruto has to call all 3 of them uncles. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Don't worry, we are going to Amigakure, Naruto's place, it's safe." Jiraiya looked at the 3 shocked people and said, "It's shocking." Jiraiya said, "Naruto is actually the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze." Shiranui Ginma nodded and said, "Hokage-sama, don't worry. For the safety of Konoha village, the 4th generation adults actually used their own son as a vessel." How great! Shiranui Ginma and the other 2 immediately activated their jutsu seals and left the Hokage's office with a whoosh. Shiranui Genma, Iozaki Rado, and Daiwashi were shocked. Jiraiya nodded, and then stood in the circle formed by the three people. After finding the coordinates of Yugakure, Jiraiya used chakra to indicate, this is it. But what did their three uncles do? They did nothing. Daiwashi, yeah, where did Naruto learn this from? Jiraiya nodded. He had been there before, so he put his hand on it and tried to connect it with chakra. Instantly, he saw the scene that Shiranui Genma could see. Countless spatial coordinates appeared in the induction circle. Yuin. After returning from Sand Shinobi, Naruto was studying the art of reincarnation in the Orochimaru laboratory. He had no idea that Obito went to Sand Shinobi village and then went to Kumogakure village. Because from Naruto's point of view, that Reikage guy is one of the violent ones, and Obito should know that even if he wants to cause destruction, he should find an easy village to do it in. Such as Sand Shinobi, or Mist Ninja. Let alone talk about cooperation. As for Reikage's violent temper, it was only after he was severely crushed by Madara in the Fourth Ninja War that he changed his mind, became more restrained, and began to seek cooperation with other villages. Because in the early days of the alliance, Reikage always focused on himself. Naruto-kun, according to your idea, the source of life force of the reincarnation jutsu can be replaced by white zetsu. Naruto nodded and said, well, don't worry about chakra, I can fill it in. Orochimaru frowned a little and said, but, I don't quite understand why Baiju has a soul. I can understand that it has vitality, but where does the soul come from? Because according to what is said above about the art of reincarnation, the living body must also have similar soul attributes. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, actually, White Zetsu was an ancient human being, but it was turned into White Zetsu by Ōtsutsuki Kagaya and sealed in the sacred tree. Orochimaru heard this explanation for the first time and nodded in surprise, no wonder. Naruto continued, after all, Kagaya also has to face the threat of her own race from the universe, so for ordinary people in this world, she does not have the ability to fight. Turning them into White Zetsu who can fight is the best way. Therefore, this place, also known as Kagaya's Vegetable Garden, is used to train White Zetsu soldiers. The Eye of the Moon project is to resurrect Kagaya and make all human beings become White Zetsu soldiers again. Technique. Orochimaru nodded in realization, that's it. Well, then I definitely can't agree to it. Compared to the cruelty of reality, the hypocrisy of dreams makes me hate it even more. Seeing Orochimaru say such words, Naruto smiled slightly. At this moment, the laboratory door was pushed open. Naruto. Naruto looked up and saw Nagato. Ah, senior brother, what's the matter? Nagato glanced at Naruto, then at Orochimaru, and said solemnly, someone is here, it seems, for you. Naruto frowned and said, for me. Nagato nodded, and then said, it's Mr. Jiraiya who's here. Hearing Jiraiya's arrival, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, then looked at Naruto and said, don't tell him, I'm here. Naruto smiled and said, he already knew it. With that said, Naruto walked out. Senior brother, won't you come along? Nagato shook his head and said, forget it, I'd better not see you for now, after all, I almost killed the master with my own hands. Naruto nodded, respecting Nagato's choice. Outside the village, on the water, Naruto flashed over. Pervy Sage, I heard you were looking for me. What happened? Jiraiya laughed loudly and said, I can't come to you if I have nothing to do. Naruto looked behind Jiraiya and said, are there any other ninjas in Konoha? Shiranui Genma, Inazu and Iwaki looked at Naruto with concerned eyes. They looked more and more alike. This nose, these eyes, and the yellow hair that marked them were the flesh and blood of fourth-generation Sama. Jiraiya fell silent. Shiranui Genma stepped forward and said, Naruto, I didn't know before, but now, logically speaking, you have to call me uncle. It's the beard on the cheeks. Unlike the fourth generation, it's probably caused by the manifestation of the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, contact the Kage from the 5 major countries as soon as possible and place the Flying Thunder God mark. If they attack again, I can guarantee that the villagers in the village will not be harmed as much as possible. How could this Naruto exist? Naruto chuckled, then shook his head with a helpless smile and said, a lot of people will die. Shiranui-gunma, Inazuredo, and Iwaki were very pleased that Naruto was still sunny, unlike the rumors in the village that he turned dark because of unfair treatment when he was a child. What are you going to do? Naruto. Iwaki also said, the 4th generation has always been very good to us, but we didn't take care of his only bloodline. I'm really sorry, Naruto. So, even though I felt a little wronged when I was a child, looking back now, it's not a big deal. That look, like, revealing helplessness in the dead silence, helplessness towards life. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, Pervy Sage, Obito is just a very important piece on the chessboard. Judging from the current progress, he is not the final enemy, so there is no use in moving him. He didn't ask Naruto why like before, because he understood at this moment that Naruto must have seen something they couldn't see when he did this. Naruto nodded. Izumi Rado and Iwaki disagreed and said, but if you do this, many people will die. Naruto thought for a while, it should be a gift from heaven. With that said, Jiraiya handed Naruto a letter, which was the letter sent by Hidden Cloud Village to Konoha. Jiraiya stepped forward and said, okay, that's enough for reminiscing about old times. Naruto, I came here because I have something to ask you about. After reading 10 lines at a glance, Naruto sneered and said, Obito really figured it out. You guys, this is Kumogakure's letter. It was delivered in a big iron box. It should be urgent. I guess it uses spacetime ninjutsu. Shiranui-gunma was shocked. He looked at Naruto in disbelief and said, is it possible, Naruto, that you deliberately left Obito unchecked and let him act outside as a hateful and evil external threat? Izuka Rado and Iwashi also stepped forward, looked at Naruto with a smile and said, yes, yes. Izumi apologized, I'm sorry Naruto, as an uncle, I never cared about you when you were a child. Naruto was stunned by the sudden recognition of his uncle. He still had influence on these 3 people. After all, he had served as a Hokage guard above the 2nd generation in the village. During his tenure, Naruto was also one of the pillars of Jonin in the village. Moreover, once I remove Obito, the 5 major countries will no longer have external threats, and the alliance will not be stable. Jiraiya frowned slightly and said, with your strength, you can obviously stop Obito, why not stop him? When Naruto heard this, he suddenly realized, oh, it turns out to be this. It scared me to death. I thought you had done something to feel sorry for me. This is okay. It has passed. Besides, I have my parents, Pervy Sage, and the love of many friends in the village. Seeing the look in Naruto's eyes, Shiranui-gunma, Aizu Rado, and Iwaki were all in a trance. Especially in the eyes of people who kill a lot of enemies. Second, I have already communicated with Gaara to form a ninja coalition as soon as possible to attack Obito. Seeing Naruto's very relaxed expression, Jiraiya knew that the problem was not big. Shiranui-gunma looked at Naruto and said gently, Jiraiya-sama has told us. This look was not unfamiliar to the 3 of them at all, because they had seen it in the eyes of many Konoha veteran ninjas who had experienced 3 wars. Peace among ninjas has always been hard won. Naruto looked at the 3-man team and said, only by feeling pain and understanding pain, will people be afraid of pain, long for peace, and build a ninja community with a shared future. Just like the ninja village, everyone will not exclude each other because they are not from the same ethnic group, but will watch each other because of the values of a village. This principle also applies to the ninja world. The 3 of them, Shiranui-gunma, looked at each other, and deep in their hearts, they all nodded in agreement. Because the 3 of them, as Hokage guards of the 4th generation and 5th generation, have more or less high-level management awareness. What Naruto just said is absolutely correct. To rule a village requires the coordination of many things, let alone to unite a world of ninjas. If it was really just about peace and consensus, Lord First Hokage would have achieved it long ago. If there was such a thing as mutual understanding, the Uchiha clan would not be destroyed, and the fourth generation would not die. Jiraiya stepped forward, looked at Naruto and said, I have discussed it with your mother-in-law Tsunade. Maybe we can't see the future, but as a master, I decided to fully support you just like everyone believes in you. Although the three-person team of Shiranui Gunma was a little unsure, Master Hokage, Master Jiraiya, and Master Fourth Generation all chose to believe in Naruto. Furthermore, Naruto had been secretly protecting the village. As uncles, they also chose to believe that he was support. Naruto felt warm in his heart and looked at Jiraiya with gratitude. Pervy sage. Thank you. This means that so far, he has united the power of the two ninja villages, Konoha's village and Gaara's-san shinobi. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, then looked at the tower of Amigakure, and said, Orochimaru, are you here? Naruto nodded, he had already mentioned this matter last time he went to Konoha. Take me to meet him. Naruto said awkwardly, Uncle Snake, before I came, told me, don't tell you, he is here. Jiraiya snorted coldly and said, then I will go and see him even more. There is also Nagato, why is he hiding too? Naruto scratched his head, senior brother Nagato said that he is also afraid of seeing you, pervy sage. It is probably because of what happened before and he is afraid of being embarrassed when they meet. Jiraiya crossed his arms and pretended to be angry, oh. This kid still knows how to be embarrassed. I have to meet him today and show him by the way. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to replace this arm. Naruto looked at Jiraiya's new arm. It should be Shizen's improved Hashirama cells that were applied to the master according to the method he gave. Jiraiya passed Naruto and headed straight for Amigakure's tower. Orochimaru, Nagato, I am Jiraiya, come out and meet me. Jiraiya shouted loudly as he ran. Naruto sighed and led Shiranui Gunma and the other three into the hidden rain village. Jiraiya also knew at this moment that guy Nagato was afraid of seeing him, so he led him to Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at the equipment around him again, and then actually saw Danzo's chopped-off hand, and 10 Sharingan, a blue eyeball, placed in some equipment. Is it Nagato? This meeting was so embarrassing. I was just thinking about what to do. Should I apologize or say something else when we meet later? Nagato suddenly thought, yes, Master Jiraiya wants to meet Orochimaru. Nagato directly channeled a puppy, and then jumped in front of Jiraiya and shouted. Orochimaru glanced at him and said in a stern tone, it's cooperation. I'm cooperating with Naruto, do you understand? What are you doing here? Orochimaru smiled and said, if you didn't understand, you wouldn't choose to come here, let alone accept Naruto's behavior. Jiraiya opened the door and saw Orochimaru in the laboratory. Orochimaru was also stunned, how did this guy find this place? Whatever you say. Jiraiya complained, you always say something I don't understand. Walking up to Orochimaru, Jiraiya leaned on the laboratory table, looked at Orochimaru and said, I didn't expect that a person like you could actually work under Naruto. What did my apprentice say to you? At the beginning, it was true that my vision was not enough, because I only stood from the perspective of the village. After Obito, the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, appeared and told the Eye of the Moon plan, I discovered that Naruto's perspective, from the very beginning, we have been considering the entire ninja world. You and Naruto are conducting some experiments. The puppy disappeared with a bang. On the high tower, because Nagato has been mastering the defense of Raingekir and the Rain Tiger free technique, he has never stopped, so he can clearly sense the position of Jiraiya's movement. Speaking out, the reputation is very bad. Nagato channeled and figured out what the puppy was doing when he came to him. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders and said, that's all for now. Orochimaru put down the reagent and said, if you are interested, you can ask your apprentice. He is now the one who stirs up the wind in the entire ninja world, and I am just waiting for his wind to blow up and see if the wind blows up. After that, the world changes. After the puppy barked twice, it started running forward. When Jiraiya saw it, it was obvious that it was taking him somewhere. Jiraiya snorted coldly, looked around and said, can't I come? Why are you here? Did Naruto bring you here? Jiraiya frowned, because this psychic beast looked familiar to him. It seemed to have been used on the battlefield before. This kind of small dog is specially used to search for people. Jiraiya was silent for a while, everyone believes him. The great toad sage also made prophecies. Now, you are standing by his side. As his teacher, I have no reason not to support him. Orochimaru is still continuing to do experiments, but he is not in much mood at the moment, because the appearance of Jiraiya has broken his own rhythm, and he feels a little uncomfortable with him around. On the high platform, Naruto looked around, a little curious, why did Mr. Jiraiya run so fast and where did he go? He was really afraid to see Jiraiya now. After all, he personally took off one of his master's hands and almost killed his master. This was tantamount to deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. He has to find a way to let Master Jiraiya meet Orochimaru so that he can hide away. So he followed the puppy, entered the tower, went up several stairs, and walked through several aisles, before Jiraiya came to Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled knowingly and said, maybe you haven't looked far enough. Naruto said, Obito is just one ring. Got it. A Taoist friend who will die in poverty will never die. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and looked over and said, what else do you know? Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, can't I come and see you? On the high platform, Naruto was looking around, and Jiraiya walked out of the tower. Pervy Sage, where have you been? Jiraiya smiled and said, I went to meet a good friend. Naruto smiled when he heard this and said, Uncle Snake said he didn't want to see you. How did you find him? Jiraiya turned back to look at the tower, thinking about Nagato in his heart, and said, there was a person who guided me there. It seemed that he was really afraid of seeing me. Jiraiya turned back and patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, help me enlighten Nagato when you have time. Just tell me that the master is still proud of him. Jiraiya said so loudly that Nagato shed tears behind the high wall in the tower. Jiraiya-sensei. Conan's voice came, countless papers gathered here, and Conan's figure appeared. When Jiraiya saw that the person coming was Conan, he said happily, it's Conan. Conan looked guilty and said, I'm sorry, teacher, for treating you like that before. Jiraiya smiled and waved his hand, it's okay, it's okay. It's all over. You and Nagato now make me feel very happy. Conan smiled and said, we were also pursuing peace before. Why didn't the teacher agree with us? Is it because of our junior brothers? With that said, Conan looked at Naruto, who scratched his head in embarrassment. Jiraiya said with some embarrassment, actually, I didn't see Naruto clearly at the beginning, and I just figured it out recently. But you guys did go through it before, and you wanted the tailed beast jade at every turn, and exploded it. Ping a village and let others feel the pain. Speaking of feeling pain, Jiraiya suddenly thought of Naruto's Shinra Tensei blooming in the Kingdom of Iron, which was terrifying. Naruto blinked and said with a guilty conscience, teacher, why are you looking at me? Jiraiya sighed and said, forget it, everything is over. Even that lunatic Orochimaru believed that you were the one who caused the wind. What can I say? Come on, follow me back to the village. Naruto nodded. Conan wondered, are you going out again? Naruto said, well, Obito is causing trouble outside again. I have to deal with it. By the way, Pervy Sage, please wait for me. With that said, Naruto looked outside and used the chakra loudspeaker to shout, Uncle Bai, come here. In the distance, Killer Bee, who was training 4 brats including Yahiko Amage Cure, heard Naruto calling him, comforted several apprentices, and hurried over. Tens of seconds later, Killer Bee landed on the high platform. "Hey, Naruto, why are you looking for me?" Seeing Jiraiya and several Konoha ninjas again, Killer Bee was slightly startled and said, "Is there someone from Konoha village?" Naruto looked at Uncle Bai and said, "Something happened in Yunin village." Uncle Bai's heart skipped a beat. How is that possible? Who dares to go to Yunin village to cause trouble? Jiraiya looked at Killer Bee and said, "Obito's Akatsuki organization has resurrected. It seems that they used Second Hokage's filth reincarnation to resurrect the ninjas who died before Akatsuki. They went to attack Kumogakure." According to the information sent back by Kumogakure, most of the village was blown up, Reikage was seriously injured, Lazy was taken away, and Nozomi was seriously injured and unconscious. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Killer Bee pulled Naruto and shouted, "Naruto, take me back to Cloud Hidden Village quickly, I want to protect my big brother." "Woohoo, my big brother." Although Reikage has always been very strict with Killer Bee, Reikage AI has always treated Killer Bee like a real brother. Although he is not a real brother, he is better than a real brother. The brotherhood between the two is very deep. Naruto understood Killer Bee's emotions and nodded, "I will take you there right away, but first go to Konoha." Killer Bee wiped his tears and said, "Okay." With that said, Naruto called everyone to stand over, and then told Konan, "Senior sister, if there is a situation in the village, please call me immediately." Konan nodded and said, "Yeah, junior brother, feel at ease." After saying that, Naruto left like a flying thunder god. Konoha, on the roof of the Hokage office, Naruto's flying thunder god arrived instantly. Shiranui Genma looked around and realized that Naruto had actually flown directly to the roof of Hokage's office. He was a little scared and said, "Naruto, thank you for being my Naruto of Konoha village." When other people hear this, they will smile. Because this ability is so terrifying. It can fly directly to the top of your boss's office at any time. If it were an enemy, this would be a big deal. It's so tragic. Naruto nodded, suddenly feeling something in his heart, and looked in one direction. Even the Prime Minister of Yunin Village, Mabui, fainted. Is this Yunin Village? In the entire Yunin high-rise, there is only one Master Tutai left. However, when they saw Naruto, everyone became alert. It made a noise and instantly attracted the ninja guards. When they got closer, they discovered that it was Lord Killer Bee. High-end combat power is finally here. Lazy, the heir to Reikage, was kidnapped again. Brother. With a hiss, Naruto took Killer Bee and left directly. That's Master Hibi, Master Reikage's brother, Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing the Yunin totem above, the guard troops were dubious and did not take action. However, Lord Todai is not a high-end combat power. If that nasty Akatsuki comes again, will Kumogakure be able to withstand it? He has already been blown up like this. In Hidden Cloud Village, Naruto took Killer Bee and appeared directly at the secret attic. Grandma Tsunade, I leave it to you to form the ninja coalition. The Kumogakure crowd surrounded Killer Bee and rushed towards the Kumogakure building. "Bee, you're back." There were voices saying hello everywhere, and in an instant, the news of Killer Bee's return spread instantly, and the Yunin people all felt a sense of comfort in their hearts. "Master Killer Bee, you are back." Tsunade nodded and said, "Yeah, I'll take action right away." With that said, Naruto took out the secret message sent by Yunin village. Because Reikage is the totem of Kumogakure village, he was knocked down, and the whole village believed in him, so he was knocked down. Forget it, wait until you are done with things and then go see her. In the building, Dodai stood up instantly when he heard the news of Killer Bee and Naruto's arrival. Many Yunin people have a trace of fear deep in their hearts that cannot be erased. The center of the entire village was blown out of a clearing. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm, I came here at the invitation of your village." My confidant, Mr. Nozomi, immediately fell into a coma. Until Killer Bee's arrival, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's Master Bai is back. As soon as he landed, Killer Bee looked at the village and was stunned for a moment. Killer Bee roared angrily, then ran madly towards the cloud-hidden building. Jiraiya took Naruto into Tsunade's office, and after a discussion, they discussed the matter of the alliance, Gaara's explanation, and got the information from Kyomogakure and showed it to Killer Bee. Naruto didn't waste any more time. Get ready to leave with Killer Bee. Quick, where are they? Take me to see them. As if Tsutai had found his backbone, he hurriedly stepped out. When I went to meet with the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder was obviously unhappy because Obito's destructive ability was too scary. No. Because the destructive ability of the ninja named Deidara was too scary. It directly made the daimyo very afraid, and he didn't even want to enmity with the Akatsuki organization. After learning that the Akatsuki organization was willing to cooperate with Kyomogakure, Reikage disagreed, which led to a war, causing most of Kyomogakure to be blown up, and even Reikage fell into a coma. Senior Executive Darui was taken away, and Senior Nozomi fell into a coma. Prime Minister, Mabui also fell into a coma due to the divine gift. What is this concept? Yunin village was almost wiped out. The entire senior management team was almost wiped out. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder was very angry. In this case, what would happen if other countries came to attack? What to resist? The entire Yunin's high-end combat power has suffered such a serious loss, which is equivalent to the loss of the country's national defense strength. Madness. Just stupid. Other senior officials of the Land of Thunder condemned and demanded the removal of 4th Reikage AI. Especially knowing that this guy is now seriously injured and comatose, with ulterior motives, he even wants to support other families to ascend to the position of Reikage. Todai argued hard and said that Reikage was injured in the explosion to protect everyone. If he was replaced, the entire Kyomogakure village ninjas would not agree. What's more, Reikage-sama's younger brother, Killer Bee-sama, won't agree either. Sure enough, after pulling out the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, the daimyo and others of the Kingdom of Thunder became apprehensive. Jinchuriki are nuclear weapons. Whoever possesses them has nuclear deterrence capabilities. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder is fully aware of the brotherhood between Killer Bee and 4th Reikage, and he doesn't dare to bet on it. Out of political considerations, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder finally said, if 4th Reikage AI can no longer lead Kyomogakure village well, let his younger brother do it. Tsutai sighed. Originally, he wanted the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder to sign the documents for the alliance of ninjas from the 5 major nations. However, the daimyo simply said, wipe your own but clean first. Otherwise, if the alliance is not formed in the end, you will be wiped out first. After the meeting, Dodai was depressed in Reikage's office, and just in time, he heard Naruto and Killer Bee coming. Tsutai flew away, just in time to collide with Killer Bee, who was flying towards him. Bye. Oh, you are finally back. Dodai hugged Killer Bee excitedly. Bee was his support now. Without him, he didn't know how to save Reikage AI and others. Killer Bee looked at Tsutai and asked hurriedly, where is my eldest brother? Tsutai said, in the infirmary. As soon as he finished speaking, Killer Bee walked away. Tsutai sighed, looking at Killer Bee's appearance, he was obviously worried about Master Reikage's physical condition. It didn't matter, he went to see him. Anyway, it would be enough if Dodai saw him come back. What he was really looking for was Naruto. With that said, Dodai continued to move forward, and after 10 seconds, he arrived in front of Naruto. Put away your weapons and stand down, what does it look like? Looking at the Kyomogakure who were guarding Naruto, Dodai scolded them sternly. The ninjas in the guard force were puzzled and said angrily, but Lord Todai, he and Akatsuki are in the same group. Naruto smiled and said, let me reiterate, my organization is called Tian. Do you understand? The clothes are all so positive and sunny, you can't tell it. Bah, you are all in the same boat. That's right. Having witnessed the battle between Naruto and Reikage, and even taking away Kumogakure's secret book attic, the Kumogakure people do not have a good impression of Naruto. Todai said angrily, do you think you can beat him? Reikage-sama has already lost, are you even more powerful than Reikage-sama? The Yunin people who were stunned by Todai said reluctantly, but Lord Todai, he is. Shut your mouth. Todai shouted angrily at the Kumogakure, do you still want to save Reikage-sama? Of course I have, everyone said in unison. Todai sighed and said, when Naruto comes to our cloud-hidden village to get things, he gets them through duels and openly. Look at the Akatsuki organization asking us to cooperate, but we don't agree. What did they do? Naruto is so powerful, but he is still willing to talk to us as equals. Hearing Todai say this, everyone was a little silent. Killer Bee-sama will not be friends with Naruto for no reason. Since Killer Bee-sama and Reikage-sama both recognize Naruto, then we, the Kumogakure, must also learn to recognize him, instead of treating him as the same person as Akatsuki. After Todai finished speaking, he turned to face Naruto, stretched out his hand and said, welcome to Kumogakure again. Naruto smiled slightly, held Todai's hand and said, I'm sorry, I should have left Uncle Bai here, so that you wouldn't be attacked like this. Todai laughed loudly and said, no, Naruto, it is the most correct thing for you to take away Mr. Killer Bee, because after this battle, I found that Kumogakure can't protect Mr. Killer Bee at all. Only you, Naruto, can protect Master Killer Bee and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from Akatsuki. In other words, in a sense, you protected Kumogakure, Lord Reikage, and the ninja world from another aspect. Because once Eight Tails falls into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, the consequences will be disastrous. Todai's words not only impressed Naruto, but also woke up some of the Jonin present. Yes, that's right, Akatsuki has been hunting Jinchuriki. If Killer Bee-sama is here all the time, he can't protect him at all. On the other hand, with Naruto, the Akatsuki organization has nothing to do with Naruto. Perhaps, this is why Yunin asked this guy for help. When they thought that Naruto's arrival would really protect Kumogakure, some people began to change their attitudes. Inside please, Naruto. Naruto nodded and followed Lord Todai, smiling as he walked, Uncle Todai, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your thinking level has broadened so much. Todai smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to either, but this ninja world forces me, an old man, to grow up. Naruto smiled slightly. Sure enough, people need to feel pain before they can understand pain and finally understand pain. After being attacked by Obito, many people's thoughts have begun to change. As we were walking, someone came over to report, Master Todai, Mabui is awake. Todai smiled happily and said, really, that's great. Is Mr. Reikage awake? Not yet. Really? Todai said a little disappointed. Hidden Cloud Village, Medical Room, Mabui Ward. Mabui, are you feeling better? Todai stood in front of Mabai's bed and greeted him with concern. Mabui smiled and said, I'm much better now. I just used ninjutsu too much. I just need to rest for a while. How is the Reikage? Todai sighed and shook his head. Mabui looked at Naruto again and asked, Master Bai, are you back this time too? Naruto nodded. Mabui thought for a few seconds, then looked at Naruto and said, although Reikage-sama has not woken up yet, Naruto, I hope that no matter what Kumogakure becomes, Reikage-sama can continue to stay by your side. Naruto was a little surprised. Todai was a little emotional. Even Mabui realized through Obito's attack that only Naruto could protect Killer Bee. Don't worry, Uncle Bai is my friend, I will protect him, and Uncle Bai is also very strong, and he has helped me a lot. Seeing Naruto agreed, Mabui felt relieved. Naruto looked at Todai and said, take me to see the Reikage-sama. Mabui got out of bed and said, I'll go too. Todai said hurriedly, Mabui, you just woke up, you should rest for a while. Mabui stood up and shook his head. The village has been destroyed, the Raikage is unconscious, the daimyo is undecided about the coalition of the 5 great nations, and even doubts the rule of the Raikage. One is unconscious, the other is captured. I really don't dare to stop watching this scene for even a moment. Tutai sighed. After Ma Bai woke up, she asked people around her to bring the latest government news to her. After learning about the current situation of the village, she was extremely anxious. Master Dodai, you can take Naruto to the Raikage. I have to go to the office to take care of government affairs. When you are done visiting here, please come and join us for the meeting. Tutai nodded. Mabui looked at Naruto and said, "Thank you Naruto, for coming to help Kyomogakure." Having said that, Ma Bai, supported by his personal guards, went to the office. Dodai also took Naruto to the intensive care unit. On the way, he also checked on Shi's condition. The doctor said that the problem was not serious and there was no danger to life. He just needed to wake up and recuperate. When I arrived at the Raikage, I heard a sad song before the people arrived. "Hey! My brother, my dear brother, why did you fall down? You, my sorrow, flows like a river, my brother, my brother." Killer Bee was in Raikage's ward, crying sadly with the rhythm of rap, singing with tears for every word, and the doctors present were helpless. There was nothing they could do. After all, he was the Raikage's younger brother, and even if they tried to stop him, Killer Bee wouldn't listen. Tutai came over and saw Killer Bee like this, and he was immediately furious. "Bye. What are you still doing? You'll disturb the Raikage's rest." Although 5 major coalition forces are now being formed between villages, the doctors and others don't know about it, so there is nothing wrong with considering it this way. Killer Bee looked up to the sky and roared loudly, and the aura of 8 tails was instantly exposed. There was cold sweat on Tutai's forehead. The doctor lowered his voice and said, "Isn't this just to block the news? Once the news that Lord Raikage may become a vegetative state is revealed, what will be the consequences?" "Lord Dodai, I don't need to remind you of this." Raikage snorted. Although he was very happy in his heart, he was serious on the outside and pushed his brother away and said, "I can't even sleep peacefully, so we are making noise here." Naruto was on the side and witnessed this scene. He also felt very relieved. He didn't expect that Raikage was actually woken up by Master Killer Bee. Tutai patted the doctor, who smiled bitterly and said, "It's all for the village." Tutai frowned and said, "What do you mean by this?" Oh, big brother." Killer Bee jumped up and hugged Raikage. Killer Bee didn't feel anything. After hearing what Tutai said, he continued to cry, "I just want to wake up my brother and let him see me. Woo, my big brother." The doctor was a little embarrassed and could not even speak. He turned away the medical ninja under his command. As the medical director of Yunin village, he looked at Dodai and said, "Master Todai, Master Raikage, may become a vegetative state." Todai's eyes shone brightly, and he hurried over, with tears in his eyes, and cried, "Master Raikage, you're awake." After pushing Killer Bee away, Raikage saw an annoying person. Tutai's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he said in surprise, "Didn't I say that I am out of danger?" Killer Bee said, and threw himself directly onto Raikage's bed, hugging Raikage and crying. With a bang, the iron fist of justice hammered Killer Bee to the ground with one fist, causing the entire floor to collapse. Dodai sighed, turned around and asked the doctor behind him, "How is Raikage-sama?" Brother. Raikage is the commander of the 5 major coalition forces in the future, and he has very strong combat power. It turns out that Killer Bee's anger caused the 8 Tails chakra to be revealed when his true feelings were revealed. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Master Raikage, long time no see. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job." "Yes, Lord Raikage, as the supreme commander of Kyomogakure village, when the village is attacked, the commander becomes comatose and becomes a vegetative state. Will other villages take advantage of this moment to launch a war?" For a moment, Naruto felt a little regretful. He should not have given Obito so much freedom and should have stopped him in time. Naruto stepped forward. He heard what he just said. He really didn't expect that Obito's blow actually made Reikage unconscious. What should I do? What? The doctor frowned and said, the injury was very serious, and the internal organs were damaged, but the most important thing is that we can't be sure when Mr. Reikage will wake up. Moreover, the daimyo is already dissatisfied with Reikage-sama. If he wasn't afraid of Killer Bee's strength and has a deep relationship with Reikage-sama, knowing that Reikage AI might turn into a vegetative state, he would definitely replace him with Reikage immediately. In fact, in the dream, Reikage felt that he had come to a gray world where he could not see his surroundings clearly and could not tell the direction. He stayed there for a long time. If he were gone, the plan would have to change a lot. Suddenly, he heard his brother Killer Bee's cries and shouts. He followed the sound and ran away. It wasn't until the Eight Tails chakra exploded and the lightning-style chakra in his body that suppressed the tailed beast started to move that he noticed a little light. Only then did consciousness come back and take over the body. The doctor was also very excited and murmured, "What a miracle. It must be the friendship between Master Reikage and Master Killer Bee. It is the true love that actually awakens Master Reikage. It's so noisy. Ha, Naruto, you're here too." Seeing Reikage wake up, Todai's heart dropped. "Come on, please tell Mabui that Reikage-sama is awake." "Yes." When the doctor heard this, he smiled slightly. Lord Todai was eager to release this news, in order to shock those restless people and those who wanted to replace Reikage's position. Reikage looked at Dodai and asked, "Dodai, how is the village now?" Dodai replied, "Mabui is taking care of it and starting restoration and reconstruction work." "Are there many casualties?" Todai was silent for a few seconds, opened his mouth, but found it difficult to speak. Reikage saw this and said directly, "I understand." To be able to silence Todai, it must mean that the village has suffered a large number of casualties. Damn it, this Shao. Not only did it damage the village, but it also captured Lazy. Reikage clenched his fists, while Killer Bee looked on and stretched out his fists. "Brother, I will take revenge with you." Reikage felt warm in his heart and looked at Killer Bee with a smile on his face. Compare. The two brothers fist bumped and their eyes met, full of friendship. "By the way, why do you appear here so well?" Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto received the notification from Konoha. Konoha seems to have received Kumogakure's request for help." Reikage frowned slightly and looked at Dodai, who replied, "Mabui and I decided to ask for help from the 5 major countries and use the art of heaven to send letters asking for help." After hearing this, Reikage closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then sighed, "You are doing the right thing. As of now, there is no face for a powerful country to speak of. The danger of Akatsuki is already right in front of us." Naruto looked at Reikage and said, "Master Reikage, I hope you can understand the pain through this incident and form the 5 major countries' coalition forces as soon as possible. With your status, the coalition forces will definitely recommend you as their commander. When the time comes, they can directly attack Akatsuki." Reikage nodded, and then looked at Naruto. "Naruto, there is something I want to ask you." "What happened?" Reikage looked at Killer Bee and said, "No matter what, let Bee continue to follow you." Killer Bee opened his mouth slightly, "Brother." Reikage sighed and said, "Kumogakure, I can't protect you. Akatsuki is too scary. Once you are caught, their power will be even more fierce. By that time, even Naruto will not be able to deal with Akatsuki." Naruto smiled slightly and did not refute. Reikage continued, "I thought at first that you just wanted to control Bai and use his power for you. Now it seems that you are also protecting Bai and preventing him from falling into Akatsuki's hands, so that your power can be used for you. It can match Akatsuki's power without losing control, right, Naruto?" Seeing Reikage say this, Naruto smiled knowingly and said, "Master Reikage, you are enlightened." Reikage snorted, and said with a clear smile on his lips, "I have been Reikage for so many years, it's just a little trick to check and balance power." Don't worry, I will get in touch with Konoha as soon as possible, form a ninja coalition as soon as possible, and give Akatsuki a heavy blow from the frontal battlefield. Although I don't know what you want to do, I think this must be what you want to see. After saying that, Reikage looked at Naruto with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through Naruto. Naruto showed no fear and responded to Reikage's sharp gaze, "Don't worry, Reikage-sama, such a scene must be a scene of unity in the ninja world. It will be very beneficial to you, me, others, and even the future. No harm at all." "Humph. I hope so." Reikage turned his head. The sound of high-heeled shoes was heard, and Mabui walked over eagerly. "Master Reikage, you are awake." Reikage hummed, and then asked, "Mabui, how is the village running now?" Mabui answered eloquently, "All the injured have been resettled, the security forces are on normal alert, and the reconstruction of the village is already progressing. In addition." Saying that, Mabui held a document and glanced at Tudai, who immediately understood. She bent down and said, "I implore you to help Yunin rescue Lazy." "Okay, big brother." Reikage looked at Nozomi with concern and said, "Are you okay, Nozomi?" Dodai hurriedly grabbed Reikage and said, "Sir Reikage, the daimyo may have other considerations. If you go rashly now, a conflict will definitely break out." A weak voice came, and it turned out that Nozomi had woken up, and with the help of the guards, she came to Reikage's room. "Master Reikage from Cloud Hidden Village, have you thought about it? We are here again." Yes, there was nothing he could do to save Lotsie from Akatsuki's hands, and the entire ninja world, currently Naruto, could have a chance with that masked man. "Reikage-sama, are you okay?" As soon as he heard that Naruto was here to help them, Hiton felt uneasy. After all, everyone now knows how powerful Naruto is. With him here, even if Akatsuki attacks again, it won't be a big problem. Reikage AI also noticed Mabui's hesitation, looked at her and said, "It's okay, just say it, even if this kid Naruto knows, it doesn't matter." Reikage AI glared at him and said, "Why, can he still eat me?" Reikage gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Shao, I will fight you." High in the sky, Deidara started blasting again. It turned out that after the attack on Iwagakure, he felt that Deidara's explosion was being targeted accordingly. Obito left with Akatsuki after offering conditions. Let Deidara knead the explosive clay, and then come to Yunin village again. Reikage AI also fell silent after hearing Shi's plea. Killer Bee said, "Don't worry, Naruto is here to help us." Reikage AI took it and glanced at it a few times, and his hair instantly exploded. "What? Remove me? How brave! Lord Reikage, please take a look." Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto?" Tutai thought, that won't happen. With that said, Killer Bee took the brunt of the attack and rushed out, transforming into 8 tails, and aimed at Deidara in the sky with a tailed beast jade. Nozomi shook his head and said, "It's okay, Reikage-sama, haha, you are all here, Bai-sama. You are finally back, eh? Naruto?" Boom. Naruto nodded and said, "You tell me, I will help you with whatever I can." Mabui thought to herself, "That's not it. Forget it, let Mr. Reikage see it for himself. By the way, Naruto, I want to ask you something." While chatting, suddenly, there was an explosion outside the village. Seeing this, Nozomi felt relieved and said, "Thank you, Naruto." Reikage tore the document in half, then jumped up and shouted, "Bai, come with me." It is probably due to the daimyo's decision-making regarding Reikage. Of course it's no problem. Uncle Bai's friends are my friends. Killer Bee was even more angry, "It is unforgivable to hurt my village and my big brother." Boom. Ha ha ha, this is art. High in the sky, Deidara sat on a big bird, constantly dropping small spider bombs down, just like a bomber. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a tailed beast ball rushed over from below, scaring Deidara so much that he quickly drove the big bird to dodge. The tailed beast ball directly brushed past and cut off one of Deidara's arms. Then, in mid-air, exploded directly. With a loud bang, a huge explosion was heard, directly forcing Deidara to continue flying downwards. What a horrible art! Deidara was shocked. The explosion was too powerful. It was comparable to the C4 bomb he made himself. Obito also noticed it, squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, 8 tails. Killer Bee was furious and fired again. I'll blow you to death, you be asterisk 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 D. Call out. Call out. Call out. The 3-tailed beast balls attacked Deidara directly, and Deidara was terrified. Just by a touch, his arm was gone. If he was hit again, it would take a long time for him to revive. Hooligan. Deidara simply abandoned the big bird and let it dive to block a tailed beast ball. With a bang, the big bird and the tailed beast ball exploded. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi directly drove the Susanoo, used the Susanoo shield with one hand to block a tailed beast ball, grabbed Deidara with the other hand, and then quickly retreated. With a loud bang, the Susanoo shield was blown to pieces. There was also a tailed beast ball, which pounced directly over. Scorpion was about to control the puppet, but Obito attacked directly. Kamui. A huge vortex appeared, and the tailed beast ball fired by Killer Bee was directly sucked in. Killer Bee was furious. You can suck, right? I'll let you suck. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 more shots were fired. After shooting, Xiaoba said deep in Killer Bee's heart, chakra has reached the bottom, let me condense it, take it easy. Killer Bee gritted his teeth. Since he didn't get enough of his shot, he could only stop and watch the situation. Obito snorted coldly and activated the double Kamui directly. The absorption speed increased exponentially, and the 4-tailed beast balls were quickly absorbed. Uchiha Itachi returns to Obito, piloting the Susanoo. Obito said, Itachi, get me into the air. Itachi saw this, and with Susanoo, he held Obito with one hand and threw him into the air with all his strength. After Obito jumped into the air, he sneered, you are so good at shooting, right? I will give it all back to you. A huge vortex appeared, and 4-tailed beast balls were released directly. Killer Bee was shocked when he saw it. Hachi, are you ready? Launch the tailed beast balls and blast them out of the village, or we'll be doomed. Xiao Ba complained, you are an idiot. If they bombard each other, they will definitely explode right on the spot. In that case, the heat and sound waves generated will be enough to flatten this village. Killer Bee got anxious and roared, then use your body to block it. As they spoke, the tentacles of 8 tails moved simultaneously. Obito snorted coldly and said, you will reap what you sow. Naruto formed a seal and said, Uncle Bai, Hachi-chan, back off. Killer Bee and Hachi were stunned when they heard this, and Naruto yelled, Kurama, don't sleep. Ah! Naruto roared and transformed into 9 tails, a perfect Jinchuriki mode. His 4 tails shot straight up into the sky, just like playing golf. With a flick of his 4 tails, he easily swept the tailed beast ball into the sky. Boom boom boom. 4 explosions sounded in the sky. In the sealed place, 9 tails narrowed his eyes and teased, Tisk tsk, Gyuki, your tailed beast ball is too weak. I just used 4 tails and swept it away. Hachi, are you polite, 9 tails? Below, Deidara showed an envious look and said, this is real art. Uchiha Itachi was surprised, that's Naruto. He has mastered the power of 9 tails to such an extent. Kakuzu snorted coldly, as if recalling some bad memories. Disgusting little devil. Scorpion was controlling the puppet, and he was also shocked when he saw the strength displayed by Naruto. Obito fell from mid-air, his bloodshot eyes full of anger. Uzumaki Naruto, it's you again. Time and time again, it ruined my plans. Time and time again, it blocked my progress. At this point, Obito's hands were clenched tightly. Naruto removed the Nine Tails transformation and transformed into his own appearance, then directly used the power of heaven to float in mid-air, looked at Obito with a smile and said, "What's wrong, Obito? You have a glass heart, this is not like you." From behind, Uchiha Itachi flashed over and took a closer look at Naruto. Then he was very surprised. "This is the Rinnegan Eye. How is this possible? How come Naruto has the Rinnegan?" Naruto also noticed Uchiha Itachi, and he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Kabuto attacked Itachi first. The current situation should be that Kabuto lent it to Obito, and the two were in a cooperative state. After thinking about it, Naruto smiled slightly. He really couldn't find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it took no effort to get there. It just so happened that since Itachi appeared in front of me, I couldn't let him go. It's a pity that Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods were not transplanted into his eyes, otherwise he could directly help Itachi counteract this filthy reincarnation. But it doesn't matter. We will talk about this later. With my current strength, it is not a big problem to capture him back. Reikage ducked over and opened it up directly, with the highest cell activation. Akatsuki. You, the B************** D leader, have destroyed my village like this. I will challenge you to a duel in the name of Reikage. Obito sneered and said, "Huh, Sir Reikage, you have the nerve to say it. I never thought that you, who is so proud, would actually ask for help, or ask for help from Konoha's rebellious ninja." Killer Bee stood up and said, "Naruto is my friend. As a member of Kumogakure, if the village is attacked, I must come back to protect it. Naruto is here to help me." Nozomi also flashed over, looked at Obito and shouted, "Why are you lazy? Let him go." Obito sneered a few times and said, "Who knows? Originally I just wanted a hostage for you to think about it, but you actually invited the person I hate the most, so don't blame me for being cruel." Seeing Obito preparing to fight, Naruto smiled evilly, and the next second, Sage Mode was on full fire. Flying Thunder God could only dodge. With a chirping sound, Rasengan was turned on directly. Rolling meatballs with one hand, Naruto also practiced it after he became Hokage in the later period. Obito's eyelids twitched. How is it possible? I clearly eliminated my Flying Thunder God mark. How did he come over instantly? Obito directly penetrated the void, and Naruto smiled slightly. The Rasengan originally in his hand turned around in an instant and attacked Itachi directly. Obito's eyelids twitched. The target was not him. Uchiha Itachi's passive combat awareness was activated, and the Susanoo was opened. Naruto seemed to have expected it. With a bang, two huge Nine Tails chakra arms were transformed from behind, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Itachi's Susanoo wheel. "Crack me!" Naruto roared, and the Nine Tails transformed into chakra. He spurted out and turned into a giant again. The Nine Tails mode came out. Suddenly, a beast's roar resounded throughout the scene, and the sharp claws were inserted directly into Itachi's half-body Susanoo. Click! Click! Itachi howled in pain, and the two arms of the half-body Susanoo were torn apart along with his body. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. The ball in Naruto's hand instantly grew larger and pressed directly against the crack in Itachi's Susanoo chest. Broken me. There was a click, just like glass shattering, and Itachi's Susanoo was ****** and disappeared. In the shattered moment, Itachi no longer had any defense. Amaterasu. With a bang, Itachi sent out black flames and attacked directly. Naruto didn't even try to hide, he pounced directly on Itachi. Obito also saw Naruto's motive, this guy wanted to catch Itachi. Drive. Obito directly opened the space-time vortex, trying to get to Itachi and take him away. Itachi's passive combat was also resisting. When the black flames came, Naruto directly blocked it with one of Nine Tails' hands. Nine Tails transformed into chakra to give the black flames a place to stick. Itachi was shocked. At this level of combat, this is still the Naruto I know. Naruto, think about it. Obito's whirlpool came out, and Naruto snorted coldly and raised his hand, all things are drawn to the sky. No. Obito was angry and rushed over. Unfortunately, Naruto's other big hand transformed from 9 tails stretched out directly and grabbed Itachi in one fell swoop. After strangling Itachi, Naruto threw it directly into his 9 tails body. The all-seeing sky attracted him, pinched Itachi's neck with his right hand, and said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry." With a bang, the black rod stretched out from his left hand and directly nailed Itachi's hands to death. Then his feet and body were all nailed to death with black rods. Itachi said in shock, "I can't move." Weasel, captured successfully. Naruto would peel off the 9 tails chakra, part of the burning black flame, then cancel the 9 tails chakra mode, and take Itachi to Killer Bee's side. Obito's face was ashen. This guy had gone too far. He actually took Itachi away in front of him. He couldn't do anything about it. Isn't this a slap in his face? Deidara stepped forward and said, "Hey, Faye, it's not good. Itachi seems to be controlled by this guy named Naruto. Also, it's really this guy who took out Nagato's Rinnegan." Well. In the past, when Deidara was not dead, Akatsuki was still the leader of Yahiko controlled by Nagato, and Obito was still the crazy Abi. Deidara knew how powerful the Rinnegan Eye was. What's more, this Naruto was 9 tails Jinchuriki. No wonder Fei couldn't do anything to him. Obito's pair of Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared at Naruto in front of him, and he hated it. After Naruto came back, he directly formed a seal to create a shadow clone, and then the shadow clone disappeared instantly. Obito frowned, "Flying Thunder God. What the hell is this guy up to?" Subconsciously, Obito was ready to disappear at any time, because when Naruto flew to his side, Obito knew that there must be the mark of the Flying Thunder God somewhere on his body. With a buzzing sound, Shadow Naruto flew back with Thunder God, still holding the unconscious Darui in his hand. Obito's eyes widened, "How did this guy get into my Kamui space?" "Oh. I understand, this guy marked my Kamui space, no wonder he came to me quietly just now." Reikage was so excited that he rushed forward to hug Darui and said excitedly, "Lai, wake up." She stepped forward to check, rolled Darui's eyelids and said, "It's Genjutsu, he was hit by Genjutsu." Saying that, she's hands possessed Darui's body, punched it in with chakra, and formed a seal, "Remove." With a buzzing sound, Darui slowly woke up from his coma. Where is this? She. Boss. Reikage shed a tear in his eyes and said excitedly, "Lai, good brother." Darui smiled hard, and the boss shed tears for himself. "This is a great honor." Killer Bee controlled 8 tails and was still rapping, "Oh, brothers meet again, and the friendship is endless. This scene, I am so touched, oh yeah." A rustling sound came, and Baiju emerged from the soil and said, "Afei, go back." Obito looked at Baizé nodded, and Obito smiled slightly. Then, Obito looked at Naruto and said in a cold tone, "Naruto, you forced me to do this. Although I can't do anything to you now, you asked for it. I didn't want to take this path in the first place." Listening to Obito's tone, Naruto clearly had something to rely on, and at this time, he was speaking harshly to himself. Naruto smiled slightly and said calmly, "We are waiting for your visit at any time." Obito snorted coldly and retreated. Time and space began to blur. "Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuzu, let's go." Deidara said regretfully, "Why don't you leave some art before leaving?" Obito shook his head and said, "No need to waste clay, as long as Naruto is here, he can teleport away instantly." In fact, what Obito wants to say is that when Naruto transfers, he will probably transfer to his own Kamui space, and he will still be the one who will suffer when the time comes. A whistling sound came, the space-time vortex opened, and Obito was the last one to disappear in front of everyone. "Naruto, next time we meet, it won't be like this." Enjoy it, when you can finally get away from me. After saying that, Obito disappeared. Seeing this, Baiju also escaped into the earth and disappeared. Killer Bee snorted coldly and said, if you can't beat Naruto, then you just have to show off, huh? With that said, Killer Bee also removed the 8 Tails mode. Seeing Obito being beaten back without any temper, the Kyumogakyure cheered one after another, and many people's favorable impression of Naruto increased exponentially. Because Naruto not only protected Kyumogakyure, but also rescued Darui. To a certain extent, he was already Kyumogakyure's benefactor. More importantly, Naruto had just shown great strength, which made Kyumogakyure the hermits admired him very much. After all, the Kingdom of Thunder always worshipped the strong. Nozomi helped Darui up, then looked at Master Reikage and said, Master Reikage, I will help Reikage to the infirmary to nurse him back. Just through perception, Nozomi clearly discovered that Darui's chakra was very weak, and even the whole person was in a trance. It seemed that he had been tortured a lot after being hit by Genjutsu. Reikage nodded and said, you have just woken up, please pay attention to your body. Hearing Reikage's concern, she smiled and said, I'm almost done, thank you Reikage-sama for your concern. After saying that, she left with Darui. After Darui left, Reikage looked at Naruto. After a few breaths, Reikage stretched out his hand for the first time, looked at Naruto with a smile and said, Naruto, thank you. Naruto looked at Reikage's extended hand, smiled slightly, and shook it. You're welcome, Reikage-sama. Tutai stood aside, feeling a little emotional. Killer Bee looked at his elder brother shaking hands with Naruto and smiled knowingly. Shaking hands, this means that such a tough guy like Big Brother finally recognizes Naruto from the bottom of his heart and feels that he is a strong person, even a stronger ninja than himself. This is the recognition of Reikage from the 5 great nations. To a certain extent, Reikage recognized Naruto and became equal to him, making him equal in political status. After shaking hands, Reikage looked at Naruto and said, would also like to ask you to stay in Yunin village for a while. You can visit the village casually. I will take Killer Bee to a meeting. When the meeting is over, you can take leave with Killer Bee. Naruto nodded and said, Uncle Bai is a Kyumogakyure ninja. He can decide his own freedom. You can follow me or not. Let's see, Reikage-sama, please discuss it with Uncle Bai. Reikage AI nodded, and then sighed, it's okay if I don't follow you. The Akatsuki organization's hunting of Jinchuriki is not something that a village can fight alone. Having said this, Reikage looked at Tudai and said, Tudai, you follow me, and Bai, let's go meet the daimyo together. I want to have a good talk about the issue of sending troops to the Kingdom of Thunder. Tutai did not stop him this time. Just kidding, Naruto just helped them repel Akatsuki, and this time he went with Master Bai, the daimyo and the others to say anything or fart. No need to think about it, everyone knows the result. It must be the same as before, the extremely powerful Reikage-sama controls the rhythm of the entire meeting. Go, tell Mabui and ask her to bring me the documents. I want to see the daimyo. After giving the instructions, Reikage left with the people, while Naruto wanted to have a good talk with the captured Itachi. At Akatsuki's base, Obito's space-time vortex slowly appeared. Kakuzu, Deidara, and Sasori came out one after another. Obito looked at the 3 of them and said, wait for me here for a while. I have something to deal with. With that, Obito escaped into his own Kamui space. Deidara sighed and said, no wonder a Fae is depressed. Naruto is so powerful. I never thought that this guy could even control the Samsara Eye. Kakuzu suddenly remembered that when he was about to die, he had a fight with Naruto. He originally thought he had a sure win, but who knew that Naruto would directly use a wind shuriken and make him feel very uncomfortable. That kid is really evil. Scorpion said regretfully, it's a pity that I didn't fight him. Deidara taunted, come on, can't you see Itachi is gone? Why are you still fighting? As he was speaking, a hissing sound came, and Deidara frowned slightly, what's that sound? From the shadows, Do walked out. Uchiha Itachi, what's wrong? Kabuto frowned and looked at Deidara and asked, why? I can feel the connection, but when I give him orders, he won't accept the control, as if he is sealed by something. Deidara spread his hands and said, he was captured by Naruto, who nailed Itachi to death with the black stick of the Samsara Eye. Kabuto was very surprised and said, he was captured by Naruto. Where is Obito? Where are the others? Kabuto was very angry. Uchiha Itachi, this is a rare good card in hand, better than the 3 people standing now, but it was caught by Naruto. Originally, Kabuto had hoped to use Itachi to contain the awakened Uchiha Sasuke, but now he has no one to rely on. Thinking of Sasuke who had just awakened, Kabuto felt a little scared. I'm not afraid of his strength, I'm afraid of his behavior. It's not for any other reason, it's just that Sasuke likes to show off at every turn, especially after gaining power. Kabuto knows Sasuke too well. When they worked together under Orochimaru, he watched Sasuke being raised by Orochimaru. Every time there is progress, this guy will act up. So, after Sasuke awakened, Kabuto immediately asked White Zetsu to notify Obito to come back as soon as possible, otherwise the situation would be out of control. Deidara responded to Kabuto, Afei said, wait for him for a while, he has something to do. Anything? Kabuto frowned slightly, what could be more urgent than Sasuke? Just as he was thinking about it, a vortex of time and space emerged and Obito came out. Where have you been? Seeing Obito coming over, Kabuto asked. Obito took off his mask, and Deidara frowned slightly and said, Afei, where have you been? Why are you sweating all over? Kabuto also looked over curiously. Obito gnashed his teeth and said, last time I went to Konoha, that Naruto used a shadow clone to enter my Kamui space. As a result, this guy actually marked everywhere in my space-time. Thor. Deidara was amused by what he heard and laughed out loud, what's the difference between this and a dog peeing everywhere to mark its place? Obito snorted and said, I just reset the entire Kamui space, it should be all cleaned up, but my chakra is almost exhausted. Do sighed, no wonder you are so weak, but if you are so weak. The implication was that Kabuto's eyes swept over, and Obito frowned and said, what do you want to say? Naruto was curious why Obito was so tough when he left, because Sasuke's awakened Samsara Eye just made up for the vacancy of Nagato's Samsara Eye that Naruto took away. Although he only had one eye, it didn't matter, he could still control the 7-tailed beasts, enter the Geto statue. Everyone looked into the shadows, and then a scarlet eye opened. Sasuke glanced at Deidara coldly and said with a very disdainful tone, what do you call a dead person? The sound of wooden clogs clacking on each other was heard, and Sasuke walked out of the shadows. Deidara's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Sasuke. It's you. What Do means is that you are too weak to suppress me. In fact, Obito wanted to stabilize Sasuke. After he recovered, he could use the white Zetsu lurking in Sasuke to lock Sasuke, and then take the opportunity to remove the Rinnegan. Kabuto knew Obito's plan, so after Sasuke awakened, he hurriedly called White Zetsu to call Obito back. Obito would never allow the situation where Itachi was captured right under his nose to happen again, especially since Sasuke had just adapted to the Samsara Eye and had some abilities that even Obito was not very clear about. Therefore, when facing Naruto, the odds of winning are slim. Mangekyo Sharingan, who? Sasuke ignored Deidara and looked at Obito and asked, where is Naruto? I ask again, where is Naruto? Obito frowned slightly. Sasuke seemed a little stubborn at the moment, especially in this situation. Only then did Obito remember what White Zetsu had informed him about. Deidara was extremely shocked, his hand seals were still frozen, his whole body was stiff, and he was shocked, I can't move, this guy's pupil power is stronger than his brother's. Obito couldn't help but smile. That ripple, the purple light shining in the darkness, is the Samsara Eye. Kakuzu, Sasori, and Deidara were instantly shocked. Deidara was about to start making explosive clay, but Obito stopped him and said, "We are one family, don't be afraid." Seeing this, Deidara frowned and said, "Hey, you guys are not going to have an internal fight, are you?" Deidara was furious, "You be asterisk 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 D, I can't kill you with my bomb." Then, another eye appeared. Obito looked at Sasuke and liked him more and more. Kakuzu snorted coldly and said, "To be honest, I don't dislike you guys, so it's best if you don't fight among yourselves." Obito smiled and said, "Sasuke, you can't go out to fight yet. You need to get familiar with the abilities of the Rinnegan first. Come, wait until I recover, and I'll practice with you." As he said this, Deidara was about to self-destruct. Ko felt a little nervous. As expected, after awakening the stability ability, Sasuke started. Sasuke fixed Deidara with a look. Deidara shuddered all over, this voice was so familiar. After thinking about it, Obito decided to implement his own plan on Sasuke. Obito sighed inwardly, "I only used one glance and Deidara was unable to move. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It seems that my plan to control the tailed beasts can be realized." Sure enough, the training was successful, and Sasuke really awakened the Rinnegan, but unfortunately, there was only one. A voice rang out from the dark shadows. "No, I have to think of a way to subdue this arrogant and stubborn Sasuke." Deidara found that Sasuke was ignoring him as usual, and said angrily, "Hey, Sasuke, what do you mean, can't you see me?" This was what he had planned from the beginning. "Sasuke, don't be impulsive." Obito walked up to Sasuke, looked at Sasuke, and said calmly, "You have just awakened the Samsara Eye. I guess you haven't tried using the Samsara Eye to fight, right?" Sasuke snorted and said, "I was just here and tried it with White Zetsu." Not far away, the true body of White Zetsu rolled his eyes at Sasuke. This Sasuke, a true B*** D and grandson, used White Zetsu to test it when he succeeded in transplanting his brother Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that he has awakened the Samsara Eye, he still uses White Zetsu. They experimented and simply didn't treat Baiju as a human being. Obito smiled and said, "After all, Baizetsu's combat power is limited. If you think about Naruto, he has mastered the Rinnegan Eye for a long time. Even now, he is probably not very clear about the development of the Rinnegan Eye. What's more, Naruto has fully mastered the power of Nine Tails and completely transformed into Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He also has Sage Jutsu from Mount Myaboku. Just talking about the form of power, you will be at a huge disadvantage against him." Sasuke seemed a little irritated. He looked at Obito and frowned, "So according to what you said, my Reincarnation Eye has been awakened in vain." Obito saw that Sasuke was persuaded by him, and then he put his plan on him. "You follow me." With that said, Obito led Sasuke deeper into the base. Kabuto did not follow, but placed Deidara and others in place. A secret room opened, and Obito took Sasuke inside. After entering, Sasuke saw the huge statue in front of him clearly and was very surprised and asked, "This is?" Obito said, "This is the Geto statue left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, a device specially used to collect the power of tailed beasts." Sasuke stared at this Geto statue carefully, as if thinking of something. He asked, "Are all the tailed beasts you collected in here?" Obito nodded and said, "Yes, that's right, the 7-tailed beasts are all in here." Sasuke looked at Obito, "Then why did you bring me here?" Obito looked at Geto statue and said, "Naruto has mastered 9 tails now, and 8 tails is following him again. I can't catch it at all. Moreover, under Naruto's conscious promotion, the 5 major countries seem to have accepted him and are currently when we form a ninja coalition, the balance of power will be very unfavorable for us. Therefore, these 7-tailed beasts are our strength against the 8 tails and 9 tails." Sasuke sneered, "If my guess is correct, Nagato's Rinnegan was originally used to control tailed beasts, right?" Obito nodded and said, "You are very smart, indeed. After Naruto took away Nagato's Rinnegan, he was very passive for us. Those renegades were left behind after Madara awakened. And you, Sasuke, have the same power as Uchiha Madara, a descendant of the immortal, so you can awaken the Samsara Eye, but I can't. Therefore, as the reincarnation of a descendant of an immortal, you can inherit the power of 6 paths, master the Samsara Eye, and then control these 7-tailed beasts, thus helping me summon 10 tails and realize the Eye of the Moon plan. Sasuke felt even more arrogant when he heard that he was so special, especially after awakening the Samsara Eye. Then, Sasuke seemed to have thought of something and said, Naruto can also use the Rinnegan. Is he also one of the descendants of the immortals? Obito nodded and said, yes, Naruto and Senju Hashirama have the same soul reincarnation. You and Naruto, Uchiha and Senju are destined to be a pair of old enemies, so I don't think you are eager to fight Naruto. Object, because you all have to fight in the end. But, I don't want you to rush to duel Naruto without perfecting your strength. Uchiha Madara knew that he was defeated by Hashirama, so he carved a jutsu in his eyes in advance. This is how we have our current actions and plans. So, I hope you will wait for me to equip you with your power and let you after you can control the 7-tailed beasts, you can take action again. Hearing that Obito wanted to master the power of the 7-tailed beasts, Sasuke's eyes were fixed on the Geto statue. In the end, the desire for power, the determination to become stronger, and the desire to surpass Naruto completely occupied the high ground of Sasuke's brain. Okay, I'll wait for you. With that said, Sasuke turned and left. After going out, he found Kabuto and said, you guys, come out with me and practice with me. A smile appeared on Kabuto's lips. This Sasuke was convinced by Obito. Deidara was very unhappy and said, who are you? You can still order me. Sasuke looked at Kabuto and asked, any questions? Kabuto smiled and said, of course there is no problem. With that said, he directly formed seals, and Deidara, Kakuzu, and Scorpion were immediately given orders to practice with Sasuke. Deidara was very angry and said, it's such a disgusting technique. If you say you want to control it, control it. Then, Deidara looked at Sasuke and said, she is dead. I hope you can still hide this time and don't get killed by me. Sasuke snorted coldly, I hope you have this ability. Kakuzu chuckled and said, we are all immortals, so my grudges on earth are a bit superfluous. Scorpion remained silent. In front of the Geto statue, Obito is constantly recovering, and he is also thinking about future strategies. It was impossible for Sasuke to completely master the 7-tailed beasts, because if he really did, what would he have to do? Moreover, like Sasuke, it's okay to be obedient, but if he doesn't, the Eye of the Moon plan may go to waste. Therefore, Obito has already begun to plan how to seize Sasuke's Reincarnation Eye. Kabuto walked in, looked at Obito and said, you convinced him. Obito nodded and said, next, you can start making preparations. Kabuto smiled and said, are we ready for a formal war? Obito thought about Naruto's attitude at Reikage in Cloud Hidden Village, and Obito said, it is estimated that the joint army of the 5 major countries has been formed in the past few days. Our external provocation plan was destroyed by Naruto's back-and-forth support. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Naruto has basically gained the trust and friendship of the 5 major countries. If we continue to provoke him, it will be of no use at all. On the contrary, it will be more helpful to Naruto. Thinking of this, Obito snorted coldly, actually, Naruto has been using me. As a foreign enemy of the 5 major countries, I know this, but I am willing to be used by him like this. Because, once the Reincarnation Eye is successfully cultivated and the 5 major countries are formed together, it will be more convenient for me to destroy them together, and it will not become a resistance at all. Thinking of this, because Obito did not have the Samsara Eye, he disappeared under the pressure of the 5 major powers' coalition forces. Kabuto nodded and said, then, I will arrange the undead army. The leader hummed, then asked, where's Sasuke? Kabuto turned around and said, I asked Deidara and the other 3 to fight with him. The country of thunder, hidden in clouds. Itachi, long time no see. Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled, I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that when we meet again, it will be in this scene. However, Naruto, you really surprised me. I now believe that you came from the future. Naruto smiled bitterly and said, so, you didn't believe it before, so why did you give Shirsue's eyes to me? Itachi said frankly, that's because you are the only one who is very dedicated to my brother and treats him as a brother. I had no one to entrust to me at that time. When I heard you say that, I chose to believe you. Naruto was filled with emotion. Yes, at that time, Itachi was already seriously ill and was about to die soon. He was going to fight Sasuke again and was preparing to die in his hands. Apart from himself, he really had no one he could trust. Itachi looked at Naruto and continued, Naruto, your growth has really exceeded my imagination. Now you actually have such a powerful power. Itachi was very pleased. He did not believe the wrong person. Naruto had really become extremely powerful and was really changing the pattern of the ninja world. By the way, Naruto, how did you get the Rinnegan Eye? Naruto smiled and said, thanks to you Itachi, I used Shirsue's eyes on Nagato, allowing him to understand his true heart and he and I exchanged eyes. After hearing this, Itachi was shocked. He actually used distinguished heavenly gods to change Nagato's consciousness. Then he sighed with emotion, it's amazing that you can control the Rinnegan. The Samsara Eye is not something that can be used by just putting it on. The consumption of pupil power and chakra, including the requirements for bloodline and vitality, are very demanding. Where's Sasuke, Naruto, do you know? Naruto said, still with Obito. Itachi wondered, why don't you bring Sasuke to your side? You can also use distinguished heavenly gods to change his consciousness. Naruto shook his head and said, Sasuke, I don't want to change his consciousness. I hope that I can truly influence him as I did in my previous life. What's more, his status is as important as mine. I need him to grow up. Face future enemies with me. Itachi sighed, I understand. The original distinguished heavenly gods, Itachi prepared to leave to Naruto, changed Sasuke's, making him protect Konoha forever. However, after hearing what Naruto said, he directly changed it before handing it over to Naruto. Forget it, since you believe in Naruto, you should recognize his arrangement. Itachi has a deep understanding of this. He has done many incomprehensible behaviors, and behind them, there are difficulties that no one can explain. Naruto must have his own arrangements for doing this. By the way, Itachi, there's something I want to ask you. Itachi said, you said? Naruto looked at Itachi and asked seriously, do you have Shirsue's flesh and blood? Itachi's heart skipped a beat and asked, what are you going to do? Naruto showed a harmless smile and said, Danzo snatched Shirsue's eye, and I took it out. Now, I have Shirsue's complete eye. I want to resurrect Shirsue and use it for me. Itachi said in shock, Naruto, are you crazy, resurrecting Shirsue? Naruto looked at Itachi and said, not only do I want to resurrect Shirsue, I also want to resurrect you. I don't agree. Itachi said very seriously, for our generation of ninjas, death is the greatest relief. If I and Shirsue are resurrected, Konoha's overall struggle will be exposed to the sun. By then, Konoha will what about unity? How will people from other villages view Konoha? Naruto sighed, patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, Itachi, from your point of view, there is indeed nothing wrong, but you have forgotten that our ultimate enemy is from outside the territory. The entire grievances between ninjas should be put aside and shared with the outside world, you know. If the entire ninja world ceases to exist, let me ask you, what is the point of what you are holding on to? Naruto's words immediately silenced Itachi. Indeed, if the ninja world is gone, then what is the meaning of all his actions? I have my own considerations, please trust me, okay? Itachi thought for a few seconds and finally nodded, after you completely control me, I will hand over Shirsue's flesh and blood to you. Naruto was overjoyed when he heard this. The great name of the Kingdom of Thunder. Reikage sat on the chair with his legs crossed, holding the chair with one hand, and spreading the other hand on the table, tapping his fingers on the table top, looking at the daimyo and the senior officials of the Kingdom of Thunder. Killer Bee stood beside him, revealing an 8-tails tail and waving it wantonly. Chutai wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. After all, it was such a serious occasion. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder had some sweat on his forehead and greeted him. Reikage, I heard that you just woke up from a coma, are you okay? Reikage AI snorted and said, thanks to the great fortune, I am not dead. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder was a little embarrassed, so this chat was left to Reikage AI. One of the senior executives couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and cursed angrily, Reikage AI, pay attention to the way you talk to the daimyo. No matter how awesome Yunin village is, it still feeds off the finances of the Kingdom of Thunder. Reikage AI glanced at it lightly, and then continued, I heard that when I was in a coma, someone wanted to depose me in the name of damaging the village. After speaking, Reikage sat upright, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked sharply at the senior officials of the Land of Thunder present. Killer Bee's 8-tails tail swayed even more intensely, as if all of them would be dispatched at the next moment. The daimyo was very angry, but he didn't dare to treat Reikage as forcefully as he did to Dodai, because Killer Bee was a nuclear deterrent, and no one could resist his tailed beast Dama. Another senior executive of the Kingdom of Thunder stood up and said forcefully, the situation is urgent. You are unconscious, Yunin village is under attack, and the National Defense Force is damaged. We propose a new Reikage to come out to stabilize the situation. What is wrong with this? What's more, we also recommended your brother, Killer Bee, to be Reikage. What's wrong with that? Do you still have any objections to your brother? As soon as these words came out, other senior executives showed their admiration. It was originally a compromise before, but now it has become a point of rebuttal. Yes, it is true to remove you, but your brother who recommended me, you still have opinions on your brother. Killer Bee snorted coldly, I have no interest in Reikage. Only my brother can be a good Reikage. The corner of the daimyo's mouth twitched, the rumors were true, 8-tails Jinchuriki was Reikage's younger brother. Reikage sighed, I will stop talking about this matter here and won't talk about it anymore. Then, Reikage AI picked up a document in front of him, threw it directly in front of the daimyo and said, this is the order book for the formation of the Ninja Alliance. Please sign it. Reikage, please watch your tone. A high-ranking official from the Land of Lightning stood up angrily and yelled at the Reikage, saying that the Reikage had just casually thrown a document in front of the daimyo, which was clearly a disrespect. Reikage AI looked at the senior executive and just looked at him, without even saying anything or making any movements. The high-ranking officials of the Lightning Country who stood up angrily felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. After all, being watched by a Kage-level strongman, this kind of pressure was overwhelming. Seeing that the situation was not good, Daimyo stood up, picked up the document and took out his pen. Master Daimyo, you. The high-ranking official of the Land of Lightning stood up angrily and looked at the daimyo with some sadness. The daimyo looked at the Reikage and said, Master Reikage, I have no doubt about the loyalty of the Land of Lightning. It is true that I did not consider it carefully before. Since the Kages of the 5 major countries agree with this decision, I have no choice but to sign. As he spoke, he signed his name. Killer Bee saw the daimyo's calm signature and then retracted his tail. After the daimyo signed, he picked up the document and placed it in front of the Reikage. Reikage AI, the future of the Land of Lightning is in your hands. With that, the daimyo walked out, followed by other high-ranking officials. Master Daimyo, are we going to compromise like this? The high-ranking official who had just contradicted the Reikage asked, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning sighed and said, the world structure of the ninja world is indeed going to change. These days, I have received messages from the daimyo of the Land of Water, Fire, and Wind. Letter on forming a ninja army. Ah! This. As soon as Daimyo said this, several senior executives behind him exchanged glances. It's not that they don't understand, it's just that the world is changing so fast. In the past, the major powers that always emphasized expanding armaments and guarding against other countries actually took the initiative to unite. This. Is it true that the Ōtsutsuki really scares the movie stars of several countries? As high-ranking officials, they are all civil servants who represent the interests of their respective nobles and also protect the interests of the daimyo and the royal family. Since the daimyo has agreed, they have no objection to rely on. After all, during the meeting just now, the 8 tails of the Reikage's younger brother, Killer Bee, was about to hit them in the face. In the meeting room, Reikage picked up the document and handed it to Dodai, saying, "Give it to Mabui and ask her to prepare for the ninja army's expedition." Dodai took the document, nodded, and then asked, "But, Reikage-sama, the reconstruction of the village." Reikage pondered for a while and said, "To rebuild the village, we can mobilize the villagers and leave some ninjas behind. In addition, we should discuss with several other villages as soon as possible. The protection of the daimyo of each country is also a very important matter." Chutai nodded and said, "I understand. Well, go down." After Dodai left, Reikage looked at Killer Bee and said, "Come on, follow me for a walk." Outside the village, on top of a high wall, Reikage AI looked at the destroyed village below, feeling heartbroken. In Cloud-Hidden Village, Reikage, the former 3rd generation, has been building and improving the village. However, in the hands of me, 4th Reikage, the village was actually destroyed like this, haha. Killer Bee comforted his elder brother and said, "This is not your fault, it's all caused by that damn Ōtsutsuki." Reikage AI looked at Killer Bee and said, "Bee, tell me the truth. When you left with Naruto without hesitation, did Naruto reveal anything to you?" Killer Bee was a little silent when he heard this, then looked at Reikage AI seriously and said, "Brother, you may not believe it, but Naruto showed me the future." Future? Reikage AI was a little surprised at first, then shook his head and said, "How is it possible? There is no one who can see the future. He is not Sage of 6 Paths." Killer Bee scratched his head and said, "Strictly speaking, Naruto has seen Sage of 6 Paths, and I have seen it too." Reikage AI suddenly lost his composure. "Don't lie to me, brother, have you seen Sage of 6 Paths?" Killer Bee nodded and said, "Among the futures that Naruto showed me, I saw the conversation scene between Sage of 6 Paths and him, and some scenes from the future. Originally I was invisible, but there is Xiaoba inside my body, and Xiaoba once had the time and space to coexist with Sage of 6 Paths, so I can see the existence of Sage of 6 Paths." Reikage AI looked at Killer Bee and said, "Then according to what you said, Naruto has foreseen some things in the future, so he has done a series of things so far." Killer Bee nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." Reikage frowned and said, "What's in the future? Is it the upcoming ninja war?" Killer Bee was silent for a while, and then said seriously, "The upcoming ninja war is actually just a process in the history of ninjas. This is something that Naruto can control. What Naruto is really worried about is after the war, many years later, the same race as the Sage of 6 Paths invaded our world, that war." Reikage AI's eyes popped out when he heard Killer Bee say this. ****. The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. Why are aliens coming out? Killer Bee said helplessly, "Brother, I know you don't believe it. Even if I see the future, I don't believe it. I even thought it was Naruto's Rinnegan Genjutsu. However, Hachi is in my body, and it tells me that it is not Genjutsu, but a space-time fragment. Moreover, Xiaoba said that the aura of Sage of 6 Paths is definitely true. Xiaoba and I have the same mind, and he will never lie to me." Reikage AI's eyes flashed, and his heart surged. This was really shocking. The Eye of the Moon plan mentioned by Ōtsutsuki's leader at the 5 Shadows conference was enough to re-establish people's worldview. Now, his own brother say, after this war is over, there will be another alien war. This is so G outrageous, so outrageous gate of opening, so outrageous. Reikage really couldn't believe it, but what made him conflicted was that these words came from his brother's mouth. Moreover, judging from the current development trend of the entire ninja world, war is inevitable. This to some extent, it does verify something. Reikage took a deep breath. He felt that his generation was very tired. After thinking for a while, Reikage AI patted Killer Bee on the shoulder and said, "I believe what you said for the time being. However, the most important thing right now is that you should stay with Naruto. After all, the elder brother's current power really cannot protect him. You. Also, no matter whether I am here or not in the end, promise me to protect the village." Killer Bee had tears in his eyes. He looked at Reikage AI and wanted to say something. "Brother, I followed Naruto so firmly back then just to prevent you and the village from being destroyed in front of my eyes." But when the words came to his lips, Killer Bee did not say them and chose to nod. "Naruto, let's go back." After Killer Bee and Reikage finished chatting, they came to Naruto and looked at Itachi lying on the ground. Killer Bee squatted down and said curiously, "You are the Itachi who destroyed the clan, and you have been famous for a long time." Itachi had black rods inserted into all his limbs and was unable to move at the moment. When he saw the same shark muscles on Killer Bee's back, his pupils trembled. "Where did you get this same shark sword?" Killer Bee looked back, then looked at Itachi and said, "Snatched it from a shark man." Hearing this, Itachi felt a little sad. So, Kisame Kisaki was dead. Naruto picked up Itachi and said, "It's okay, Kisame Kisaki is here with me. When I regain control over you, he will fulfill his promise to me." Itachi was a little surprised. "What's going on? Kisame Kisaki is still alive?" Naruto looked at Killer Bee and said, "Where is Reikage-sama, don't you come and say goodbye to me?" Killer Bee looked back at the Reikage office building high up, and sighed, "Big brother can't say anything, he still has to go see the situation of Shi and Darui. Oh, by the way, Big brother asked me to say something about the coalition forces, no need, no matter how worried you are, he will fully cooperate to promote it." Naruto smiled slightly, then put his hand on Killer Bee's shoulder and said, "Take another look at the village, let's go back." Killer Bee smiled and said, "Let's go, there's no need to watch it. There will be plenty of opportunities to watch it in the future." Naruto nodded, and with a hiss, the flying thunder god flew away. Amage Cure, Naruto returns with Killer Bee and Itachi. Nagato was the first to notice it and leaped over from the tower to welcome Naruto back. "Junior brother, is it going well?" "Huh. This is it." Seeing Naruto carrying a person in his hands and wearing Ōtsutsuki clothes, Nagato was very curious. Wouldn't the junior brother capture Obito this time? Naruto saw Nagato asking about this and smiled, "Haha, I'll show you an old friend." He straightened Itachi's body. Nagato stretched his neck in surprise, "Itachi." Itachi was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Nagato?" I had only seen Nagato a few times before, and at that time, Nagato had some Sara eyes, was very thin, and was not as rosy and shiny as he is now. Nagato was a little surprised and looked at Naruto and said, "Itachi was reincarnated? Look at this black rod, it should be controlling him, right?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, Kabuto reincarnated with dirty soil and resurrected the people who died before Ōtsutsuki. I happened to bump into it and captured Itachi." Nagato nodded and said, "It seems that junior brother has a plan." Naruto chuckled and said, "That's natural." Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, if everything is okay, I will go and train you." Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, Uncle Bai, go and do your work. Make the training of those boys more progress and be more ruthless so that they can grow up as soon as possible." Killer Bee smiled and said, "That's exactly what I meant." Naruto took Itachi and Nagato to Orochimaru's laboratory. "Uncle Snake, look who I brought to see you." As soon as he entered the laboratory door, Naruto shouted happily. Orochimaru was doing an experiment. He looked back and took a closer look, and he said with joy, "Oh my, this isn't Itachi-kun, it's you." Itachi said in surprise, "Orochimaru. You are actually here. Aren't you dead?" Itachi was really shocked. He remembered that Orochimaru died under his own ten-fist sword and was sealed forever. Naruto joked, "Itachi, Uncle Snake can't be killed." Then, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, prepare for the experiment." Orochimaru's eyelids twitched and he said in surprise, "Naruto, are you going to start with Itachi?" Naruto nodded and said, "Ah, sooner or later, things are meant to be heaven-defying. Come sooner or later, they are all coming." With that said, Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Senior brother, remember to hold the line for me and pay attention to Yugakure's peripheral movements." Nagato nodded, and then asked, "Can I ask, junior brother, what are you planning to do?" Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Use the Six Paths Reincarnation technique to resurrect Itachi." Nagato's eyelids twitched and he said, "No. This is too dangerous, Naruto. Others don't know, but I know that the Six Paths Reincarnation technique will consume all the chakra and life force of the caster. Once reincarnated, if it succeeds, the caster will also die." Naruto waved his hands and said, "It's okay, Uncle Snake and I have found a solution. Gaara gave me Granny Chiyo's reincarnation technique. When the time comes, just use white Zetsu as a substitute to provide me with life force." Orochimaru said, "Theoretically, it is possible." Nagato frowned and said, "Theoretically, it means that since you haven't successfully experimented before, just start right away." Itachi said, "Naruto, I still say that, don't resurrect me, you can choose to use Shirsue's eyes, use distinguished heavenly gods to change my will, cover it with the jutsu of earth reincarnation, and I can move freely. Moreover, with my immortal body, I can move more easily." Nagato agreed very much and said, "That's right, Naruto, I don't object to you using the Six Paths Reincarnation technique, but you haven't tried it at all and used it rashly. If you make any mistakes, what will happen to the future of ninjas?" Naruto was silent. "Yes, once something happens to you, there will be no one to promote it in the future. However, if the Six Paths Reincarnation technique was not used, would this experiment never be done? The plan must continue to be implemented." Nagato saw Naruto's consideration, walked up to Naruto and said, "Junior brother, let senior brother do it." Naruto looked at Nagato blankly. Nagato smiled and said, "Transplant the Reincarnation Eye into me again, and I will use the Six Paths Reincarnation technique to resurrect Itachi, and then you can use the Reincarnation technique to resurrect me. Even if I die, Itachi will still be resurrected, and you can transplant the Reincarnation Eye back. No matter what, you can reincarnate me again." After hearing Nagato's suggestion, Orochimaru thought about it and said, "This is indeed a good suggestion." Naruto was very conflicted in his heart. He originally planned to take this risk himself, but his senior brother Nagato's words really made him change his mind. Nagato also knew Naruto's inner struggle, and took the initiative to say, "Junior brother. Those who achieve great things don't stick to trivial matters. If you are here, the future of the ninja world is here. Even if my senior brother dies, I believe that as long as you are here, I will come out sooner or later just like Mr. Orochimaru." Orochimaru's face turned red when he was told this. Naruto took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother, thank you." Nagato knew that Naruto accepted it, and he felt a little relieved for some reason. Maybe, he also wants to resurrect someone. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, get ready." With that said, Naruto went out and called Konan-senpai to come over to replace Nagato and monitor the situation of Amigakure. After making the decision, Orochimaru started preparing for the surgery. Naruto looked at Itachi and said, "Before that, I have to seal you first, because during the process of transplanting the Samsara Eye, the power of the black rod that sealed you may disappear." Itachi looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, are you really ready to resurrect me?" Naruto smiled and said, yes, not only do I plan to resurrect you, I also plan to resurrect Shisui. Itachi sighed. In his heart, he had accepted Naruto's idea. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of joy. Perhaps it was the joy of seeing his old friend Shisui. But from another aspect, he was a little scared. Because he was afraid that when Shisui woke up and found that his clan had been massacred by him, Itachi didn't know what he would think and how he would understand him, so there was a trace of fear in his heart. Naruto faced Itachi and said, I feel aggrieved. So, I started to form seals and directly used sealing techniques to temporarily seal Itachi. Afterwards, the suppression of the black rod was released, and sure enough, Itachi was completely motionless and could not even speak or communicate. After getting rid of Itachi, Naruto flew the Thunder God out again, captured a white Zetsu and came back, also temporarily sealing it. Orochimaru said, Naruto, throw it over here first. Naruto looked at the runes on the ground and asked with some confusion, Uncle Snake, what is this? Orochimaru smiled and said, actually, the art of reincarnation from dirty soil is similar to the art of reincarnation through life. Therefore, I improved it and changed it so that it does not require the caster to transform it himself. It only requires chakra and the same thing as the life force soul to be put in. You can directly cast the magic seal and transform directly. When you cast the spell later, just put your hand here and enter the chakra. Naruto's eyes lit up and he said, as expected of you, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru put on surgical gloves and said, that's natural, go and lie down. So, Nagato and Naruto lay on the operating table again. Naruto, just transplant a Samsara eye to me. Nagato tilted his head and looked at Naruto and said, with one reincarnation eye, I can use the 6 paths reincarnation technique. Naruto heard this and nodded. Orochimaru thought for a while and said, in this case, why not transplant Danzo's Shisui eye? The pupil power of that eye can also be used once with distinguished heavenly gods, just in case something unexpected happens. Naruto shook his head and said, no, just keep those eyes for Shisui. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders. Originally, he wanted to see Naruto's left reincarnation, right Sharingan, and Kaka killing. In the sealed place, Nine Tails snorted coldly and said, it doesn't matter if you want Sharingan or not, I have Nine Tails chakra, whatever Sharingan you want. Naruto heard Nine Tails' voice and smiled slightly. Konan stood in the distance, looking at the two people lying on the operating table. She didn't know what she was thinking. She was in turmoil inside. With this thought, Konan turned into thousands of pieces of paper and flew out. The operation went very smoothly. This was not Orochimaru's first time. It was completed in half an hour. Nagato smiled knowingly and said, Junior brother's words are enough. In that case, don't waste time, come on. And don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Nagato nodded and said, I feel the same way, especially when I want to connect to the Samsara eye. Junior brother, if you can't revive me through reincarnation, help me take care of Konan. Orochimaru smiled and said, you can try to open your eyes and see. You too can use chakra to activate it. As he spoke, Nagato began to form seals. Just lie down for another half hour and you'll be fine. After activating it, Naruto could instantly feel that one of his Samsara eyes could actually be linked to Nagato's Samsara eye. Orochimaru handed each of them a bottle of potion, here, put a drop into your eyes. This will help with healing. Looking at Nagato lying with a smile on his face, Konan thought to himself, Nagato, actually, you want Yahiko to come back to us more than I do. The two people took it and quickly dropped it a few times. Sure enough, the strange feeling slowly disappeared. Even if Obito comes, he can block it for a while. Naruto said, let's try to link it. This is a very critical moment. As the village's security guard, we must not be careless. Therefore, Konan turned into thousands of pieces of paper and flew around every corner of the village. If a situation arises, he will immediately give an early warning. Brother, it seems I can share your vision. With that said, Nagato and Naruto used chakra to activate their eyeballs respectively. I promise you, senior brother, senior sister Conan, you can rest assured that I am here. After a few swish, swish, and swish sounds, Nagato clasped his hands together and shouted. Naruto smiled, feels good. After hearing Orochimaru's instructions, Naruto and Nagato lay down again. Half an hour later, the two of them opened their eyes completely. Because once the resurrection plan is launched and Itachi succeeds, it means that this path is feasible. Killer Bee was still teaching. After hearing Conan's arrangement, he took his apprentices to patrol around the tower. With that said, Naruto and Nagato took the initiative to open the link point, and the chakra of their hands met. Sure enough, the two people's vision could be linked, but now they didn't open their eyes, and all they saw was black. With that said, Nagato came to the sealed Itachi and sat down cross-legged. Junior brother, how do you feel? Naruto looked at the reincarnation technique next to him. Although it is theoretically possible, it has not been tested until now, and there is indeed a certain risk. Nagato nodded and said, okay. Nagato and Naruto slowly opened their eyes, and a trace of blood flowed from their eyeballs. This was dirty blood discharged from healing. Unlike the first transplant, where the eyes were not their own and they had to adapt, this time their original eyeballs have returned, so the chakra connection is very good. 6 paths, the natural art of reincarnation. Since it is feasible, it means that one person will come back to them, and that is Yahiko. Nagato's body slowly emitted golden light, and at the same time, the sealed Itachi was also wrapped in golden light. Naruto watched on the side, and he knew that this was the resurrection phenomenon of the 6 paths reincarnation technique. He has seen such a seal twice before, once when Pain defeated Nagato in his previous life, and once during the Great Ninja War, when Obito resurrected Madara with the seal. With a stinging sound, it was like boiling water. The strips of cloth that sealed Itachi fell off one after another, and even the talisman fell off. Naruto understood that this was a successful resurrection. Itachi already had a body of flesh and blood and was no longer alive. It's a dead person state, so the sealing techniques fell off. Nagato put down his hand seal, panting wildly, and all his red hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could clearly feel that his vitality and chakra were running out. Naruto hurried over, hugged Princess Nagato, then walked to the seal of the reincarnation and put Nagato inside. After Nagato sat down, he glanced at Naruto and said, "Junior brother, if you can't succeed, you must help me take care of your senior sister Conan." Orochimaru made a seal on one side and said jokingly, "Nagato, you are so unsure of me." Nagato murmured with a wry smile, "I also hope you can succeed, so that I can resurrect Yahiko." Naruto heard this and smiled slightly. "Uncle Snake, let's start." Orochimaru said seriously, "Okay." The art of reincarnation. With a hiss, a green light was produced and quickly covered Baizetsu's body. Then Baizetsu let out a whimpering sound, and a blue chakra derived from Baizetsu's body and quickly poured into Nagato's body. Naruto. Replenish the chakra. Naruto nodded and said, "Here we come." With that said, Naruto put one hand into the seal to act as chakra consumption, and 9 Tails chakra poured into it continuously. In the sealed place, 9 Tails snorted coldly, "You are a prodigal, you just know how to spend my chakra everywhere." Nagato, who was originally depressed, suddenly trembled, because a steady stream of vitality was pouring into his body, and he felt infinite power coming up. This technique is so magical. It feels like it is comparable to the 6 paths reincarnation technique. Orochimaru listened to Nagato's emotion and said, no prizes, mainly because Grandma Chio created it. I just improved it a little. Overall, the effect is still not as powerful as the reincarnation technique of Sage of 6 Paths. After all, there is such a thing as resurrecting the dead, it can be called the art of immortals. Naruto watched Nagato's white hair slowly turn red, which meant that his vitality was constantly recovering. Suddenly, Naruto felt a stone drop in his heart. Fortunately, if Nagato really died because of this, he would really feel a trace of remorse in his heart. Over there, Itachi stood up from the cloth, shook his hand, and felt the blood circulation. He was shocked. I'm really, just like this, resurrected. Itachi was really surprised. Naruto really resurrected himself. This flesh and blood body, a completely healthy flesh and blood body, gave him perfect eye power. Looking at Nagato and the seal, who seemed to be constantly recovering his vitality, Itachi suddenly felt that Naruto was working on a closed-loop resurrection plan. What is he going to do? Inside the Baiju base. Kabuto sensed this and frowned slightly, because just now, Kabuto's connection with him was actually severed. What's going on? Even if it is sealed, the connection cannot be cut off. In this disconnection situation, there is only one possibility, and that is that the art of reincarnation in the dirty soil has been unlocked. Naruto actually knows how to release the jutsu seal of the jutsu reincarnation jutsu. Itachi nodded and said, "That's right, Lord Orochimaru, in order to preserve Shirsui's body, I signed a contract with this beast and asked him to help me take care of Shirsui's body. In an extremely cold place, the body will be frozen and preserved for a long time." Orochimaru was well informed and praised. Is this a polar bear living in an extremely cold place? He didn't think about resurrecting him at all, because in Kabuto's opinion, resurrecting a Itachi was simply not worthwhile. Itachi walked up to Naruto and thanked, "Naruto, thank you for resurrecting me." Naruto heard this and suddenly realized. Kabuto didn't understand for a while. Naruto captured Itachi just to release his magic seal. For what purpose? To free Itachi. Orochimaru sighed. It turns out to be a contract summon. Itachi, you are really cautious. Although it is not his original Sharingan, with Itachi's ability, he will soon be able to develop this new pair of Sharingan to the extreme. Orochimaru nodded, relaxed his muscles, and performed another surgery on Itachi to install a pair of Sharingan. After all, for him, this world had been put down before death. Now, Naruto resurrected him, which made him a little stunned for a moment. With that said, Itachi directly formed a seal to summon him. Naruto also felt it. Not only did he invest in the chakra, but he also found that after using the seal, he seemed very tired and needed a good sleep before he could recover. Here, Nagato finally fully recovered. Uncle Snake, put 2 Sharingan in Itachi. Naruto patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're welcome. Actually, I want to tell you that if you find it troublesome to walk in your own appearance after resurrection, then wear a mask, just like you did in Umbu before. Forget it, put on the mask and continue to watch the world in the dark." As soon as the polar bear saw Itachi, he put down the bag on his body, then picked up the scroll on the ground and tore it up directly. This meant that the contract between him and Itachi disappeared and no longer constituted a summoning requirement. A few hours later, Itachi regained his sight again. Orochimaru stood up, wiped his sweat and said, "Naruto, I think this project will not only consume chakra, but also consume the mental power of the caster. For contract summoning, you have to write the contract sigil yourself, and then drip it with your own blood before you can summon it." In an instant, a huge white bear appeared in front of everyone. What is worth noting is that it also carried a cloth bag on its back, and the bag was covered with seals. Itachi nodded, and then said, "By the way, I'll give you what you want." Itachi's eyes were transplanted to Sasuke during his lifetime, and the reincarnation of the evil land could summon a perfect Sharingan. However, after his resurrection, his eyes could not be perfectly presented. Fortunately, Naruto still has 10 Sharingan, which he took from Danzo. Naruto looked at Itachi. "Ajiakure happens to be short of Captain Umbu, so I'll let you do it. Killer Bee happens to have a bunch of kids there, and you can help train them together." Naruto saw this and was relieved. Everyone looked at the bag that was steaming on the ground. "I'll go, it's so cold." Naruto couldn't help but step back. Itachi nodded, that was exactly what he meant. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes began to shatter inch by inch, and then fell down. Itachi said helplessly, "There is no way. Shirsui's body is something that many people covet. I also accidentally found such a preservation method in the secret technique of the clan." With that said, Itachi asked Naruto for a scroll and a pen, and filled the blank scroll with sigils. Then, Itachi bit his own finger and dripped a few drops of blood into it. Itachi looked at Naruto and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Naruto." Contract summoning is similar to signing a contract with a psychic beast, but it is generally more complicated. Unlike the psychic beast, you can sign it once and summon it at any time. With a bang, the polar bear disappeared. Itachi knelt down. He opened the cold bag, and what lay inside was the body of Uchiha Shisui. Orochimaru felt as if he had seen a treasure and said happily, "It turns out to be here. No wonder I haven't found Shirsui's body after searching for so long." Itachi sighed. "After Shisui jumped off the cliff, I knew that the clan and Danzo would not let go of Shirsui's body, so after awakening Mangekyo Sharingan, I chased him down and preserved Shirsui's body. And in this way, Shirsui's body was hidden." With that said, Itachi stood up, looked at Naruto and said, "Now, Naruto, I hand over Shisui to you." Naruto nodded, then looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, I leave this to you." Orochimaru smiled and said, "No problem." Itachi said, "Naruto, do you want to resurrect Shisui?" Naruto nodded and said, "That's natural. It has opened up such a successful path to resurrection. I will work hard to continue the resurrection." Nagato looked at Naruto and said, "Junior brother, I may have to take a break and resurrect Shisui. It may have to wait until tomorrow." Naruto waved his hand and said, "Brother Ku, I will do it myself this time. I will resurrect Shisui today." Nagato said, "No. If you go in person, who will provide you with the source of the chakra?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, there is no other than Uncle Snake. He is also a considerable source of chakra." "Uncle Snake, can you do it?" Orochimaru wiped his sweat and said, "It's such a rush, I really can't do anything to you. Okay, let me rest for a while, and I will accompany you to perform the ceremony again later." Nagato came out anxiously and said, "No, junior brother, I can't let you take this risk. If this is the case, then it's me." Naruto patted Nagato's shoulder and said, "Brother, you have done enough. I said, if it doesn't work, it won't work." Nagato's attitude was very resolute, and he stood in front of Naruto seriously and said, "Senior brother has always supported you in whatever you do, but in this matter, there is no need to discuss, you must follow my instructions, you are the leader of our group. If something happens to you, the meaning of the entire team will be gone. Have you ever thought about it? Even if the technique of reincarnation is successful, I have verified it, but the risk still exists. Don't put yourself in risk easily, junior brother." Nagato patted Naruto on the shoulder and looked at him seriously. Itachi also came out and said, "Yes Naruto, Nagato is right, and I think there is no need to be so anxious. You can wait a little." Naruto thought for a few seconds, took a deep breath and said, "Well, it seems that I am indeed a little anxious. Okay, you can do it tomorrow too. It just so happens that I will take you to see an old friend during this free time, Itachi." Sure enough, when the dried persimmon Kisame entered the water, the breathing gills on its skin began to slowly function. Although the whole person was sinking, the limbs of the body began to slowly loosen and no longer stiffen. Naruto took out the scroll, smiled and said, "Don't worry, he will meet you soon." "It's Naruto. This guy." Touching his arm, the feeling of water woke him up instantly. Kisame Kisaki suddenly remembered what happened before he fell into coma. All kinds of memories came to his mind. Just as he was about to curse, a figure appeared on the tower, making him instantly confused. Therefore, Naruto must strengthen his own strength. Nagato took Naruto and Itachi to the cold storage room, pulled out the dried persimmon Kisame, and dragged it all the way outside to the tower. "Where is this? I am dead." Naruto felt a little uneasy because Sasuke hadn't seen him show up for a long time. With a hiss, Naruto pulled out a blue human-shaped chakra ball from the scroll, and then threw it into the body of Kisame. Slowly, the blue chakra ball merged into Kisame's body. Naruto opened the scroll and said, "No, I didn't kill Kisame at all. The reason why I can't move is because I sealed his soul and now give it back to him. It's okay, just soak in water for a while and this guy will be alive in no time." Naruto clapped his hands. "That's Mr. Itachi." So after Naruto captured Itachi and came back, he was ready to start a crazy resurrection plan. Nagato said, "I'll go." Hearing this, Nagato smiled and said, "Although I'm a little tired, I can still do this physical work." "No, you should have a good rest." Then, Naruto kicked Kisame's body away and kicked him into the water under the tower. Because once Obito regains the Samsara Eye, then Obito will definitely come out with the seven-tailed beasts like in his previous life. At that time, Uchiha Madara will also appear on the battlefield, and everything will move forward according to the wheel of history. Kisame Kisaki woke up completely. Although his body was still a little stiff, he was able to move. He swam toward the light above. "Hey, Kisame Kisaki, if you haven't come up yet when you wake up, what are you doing in the water?" With that said, Naruto began to form a seal, soul seal, release. Kisame's whole body was frozen to the bone. Itachi looked at Kisame and said with emotion, "Kisame. Where is this? Why am I in this body of water? No, this is a bit like a village." Kisame Kisaki looked around, then frowned, quickly turned back, and looked up. In his heart, Naruto had almost guessed what Obito would do, which was to cultivate Sasuke's Rinnegan to fight against him. Various functions of the body were recovering quickly. Slowly, Kisame Kisaki opened his eyes. This is not Sasuke's style. No, this is in the water. With that said, Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Brother, tell me where the dried persimmon Kisame is, and I'll pull it out." With a roar, the dried persimmon Kisame emerged from the water. Itachi said in surprise, "Isn't Kisame dead? Are you going to use the Six Paths reincarnation technique here, Naruto?" Ever since he and Obito separated in the Land of Thunder, Naruto always felt that Obito's last words made him feel particularly uncomfortable, especially after Obito returned and reset the entire Kamui space, and Naruto could not find Obito's coordinates. Itachi's expression moved slightly. Kisame was still dead, and was actually frozen. Could it be that Naruto took him to see him to resurrect Kisame? On top of the tower, Itachi smiled. "Long time no see, Kisame." In the water, Kisame Kisaki heard Itachi's voice and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Isn't Mr. Itachi already dead? Kisame Kisaki thought he was dazzled and rubbed his eyes specially. Naruto saw this and smiled. Hey, why are you so stunned? Come on up." Saying that, Naruto stretched out his hand downwards. All things are attracted by heaven. With a chirping sound, the dried persimmon Kisame was directly sucked up from the water by Naruto. After landing, Kisame was still on combat alert, facing Naruto. Itachi took the initiative to step forward, looked at Kisame and said, "Kisame, are you okay?" Kisame Kisaki took a few steps back and said fiercely, "Mr. Itachi is dead, you fake guy. I really didn't expect that, Naruto. In order to make me loyal to you, you even brought a fake Uchiha Itachi here." Naruto laughed loudly, looked at Itachi and said, "Itachi, you better prove it." Itachi nodded, then opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at the dried persimmon Kisame. "Kisame. Look at me." Kisame was caught off guard and hit Itachi's Genjutsu. In Genjutsu, Itachi showed all the scenes he saw of getting along with Naruto to Inokaki Kisame. After a few seconds, Iniki Kakisame understood everything. I see, Mr. Itachi is dead and reincarnated by Kabuto. Naruto, you actually used the legendary sage's technique to resurrect Mr. Itachi. Kisame Kisaki looked at Naruto, full of shock. Naruto, you are crazier than that guy. Naruto looked at Kisame and said, at least, I will not escape reality. Obito wants to create a world without hypocrisy, hatred, and disputes. There is nothing wrong with this ideal. The only thing he is wrong about is that he pulls everyone into a world. The world of dreams. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Kisame Inagaki retorted, in the face of this hypocritical world, although the dream world is fake, it is still much better than this painful world. Naruto shook his head and said, no. He came to Inakasaki Kisame, looked at him and said, I think that instead of dreaming about a fake world, it is better to transform this hypocritical world together. The real ninja is to realize the hypocrisy of this world and still choose love this world and face it bravely. Instead of being like Obito, escaping from the world and hiding behind that mask forever, controlling everything. Mikagaki Kisame looked at Naruto's firm eyes, and then at Itachi who was following Naruto, feeling a little silent. Naruto continued, what's more, Obito's dream is simply a beautiful lie. This lie was woven for him by someone, but he doesn't know it either. What? Kisame's eyes widened, and even Itachi looked at Naruto curiously. Nagato smiled slightly. Naruto crossed his arms and said, Obito's Eye of the Moon Project, also known as Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon Project, is said to be a Sage of Six Paths technique that brings peace to the world. In fact, it is not at all. Itachi frowned and asked, what is that? Naruto looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, think about this jutsu that makes the whole world fall into a dream, what is the difference between it and your genjutsu? Isn't it just an enlarged version? Is your genjutsu real? What is the purpose of performing genjutsu? After performing it, the target who receives genjutsu will have a good final result. Yes. One word awakens the dreamer. As a genjutsu master, Itachi was completely awakened by Naruto's words. He murmured, there must be a purpose behind using genjutsu. Entering the dream is just to better facilitate the control of the caster. Naruto snapped his fingers and said, very smart. Because it is close to the truth of the Eye of the Moon. In fact, the purpose of using that large genjutsu is to collect the chakra of all mankind. The purpose is to resurrect an ancient person. Resurrection of an ancient person? Kisame Kisaki didn't understand, but was very surprised. This. His worldview is changing rapidly. Naruto looked at Kisame and said, Kisame, how should I say, should you continue to pursue that fake dream, become a chess piece on someone else's chopping board, and finally become a piece of fish, or should you follow me to transform this hypocritical world? Kisame Kisaki was hesitant because Naruto's words touched him, especially the sentence, a real ninja is one who realizes the hypocrisy of this world and still chooses to love this world and face it bravely. Seeing that Kisame was still hesitating, Naruto continued, don't forget, you promised me back then, and now, I've done it. Itachi, I was going to be resurrected, but you said you didn't believe it. Naruto pointed his finger at Itachi and said, I can do things like bringing the dead back to life, using the art of immortals, but I can still do things like transforming this world. Itachi also looked at Kisame and persuaded, Kisame, I choose to believe in Naruto. Since you and I have already died once in principle, then, this time, let's live for ourselves. Kisame Kisaki smiled bitterly and said, live for yourself. Itachi looked at Kisame and said, if you are not willing to face Obito and the others for the time being, then just like me, put on a mask and use our hearts to look at the world, and also look at Naruto to see how he changes. This world. Itachi looked at Naruto, and Kisame looked up at him. Okay, Mr. Itachi, I choose to believe you. Then, Kisame looked at Naruto fiercely and said, Naruto, at best, I have a cooperative relationship with you. What I trust is Mr. Itachi. I will wait and see what you think. When Naruto saw that Kisame had joined the group, he smiled and said, "Very good, then on behalf of Yugakure, I welcome you to join. From today on, you are a member of the Tian organization, and from now on, we will be companions." Looking at Naruto's stretched out hand, Kisame was stunned for a moment. Companion? Village? Things that had been abandoned by me were now handed over by others. Itachi looked at the stunned Kisame, grabbed his hand, and held it with Naruto. "Mr. Itachi." Itachi looked at Kisame and said, "Kisame, believe me, your choice will not be wrong." Kisame smiled slightly. "It's great to have Mr. Itachi back. Finally, I no longer have to carry out tasks alone. Oh, by the way, Naruto, there's one more thing, you have to give me Samahata." Naruto was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, "I agree to return it to you, but Samahata may not like you anymore." "Kisame, Nani?" "Omega." Killer Bee touched his chin and looked at Kisame in front of him calmly. "Hey, Eight Tails, give Samahata back to me." Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Eight Tails and stretched out his hand to ask for it. Killer Bee pulled out Samahata and said proudly, "Samahata has followed me and doesn't want to follow you anymore. I can feel its intentions by holding it." As if to express his own wishes, or perhaps sensing Kisame's chakra, Samahata directly broke through the cloth wrapped around his body, transformed into a fat shark, and stuck his entire body to Killer Bee. Killer Bee laughed out loud, "Hey, don't stick to me so tightly, you're making me itchy, ha ha ha, I know you don't want to be with him, I won't you handed it over." Hoshigaki Kisame looked at his Samahata and Eight Tails being so intimate, and immediately made a seal and shouted, "Samahata, come here." Bound by Kisame's chakra, Samahata was controlled and began to walk towards Kisame. Killer Bee immediately transformed one of his hands into a tail beast and grabbed Samahata tightly, looking at Kisame and said, "Hey, it doesn't want to follow you anymore, but you're still forcing it, what's the point?" Kisame was unwilling to give in. Without Samahata, his combat effectiveness would be reduced by at least half. Killer Bee's Eight Tails chakra continuously flows into Samahata's body, making it fat. Samahata likes the Eight Tails chakra on Killer Bee very much and enjoys eating it very much. Soon, Samahata's body was full of Killer Bee's chakra, and Killer Bee was able to control it more smoothly, and Kisame's restraints were getting less and less. Killer Bee said angrily, "Ha! Naruto made a bet with my elder brother. As long as he defeats my elder brother, he will grant Naruto's request. Strictly speaking, I am not betraying the village, I am just protecting the village better. Forget it. I don't believe it even if I tell you. Even Itachi, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, you can't see that future. Okay. Hey, shark, follow me." Naruto moved his shoulders, stopped talking, and walked to the tower with Nagato to rest in their respective rooms. Kisame and Itachi looked at Killer Bee at the same time. Kisame gave a thumbs up and said, "Eight Tails, being a rebel ninja and betraying the village, I admit that you are stronger than me, and you are even close to surpassing Itachi. By the way, you Reikage brother didn't peel off your skin." Kisame smiled evilly and naturally took the clothes and put them on. Seeing this, Itachi also took off his red moon and black clothes and followed Killer Bee. Itachi looked at Naruto, and Naruto said, "Itachi, if you are interested, you can go and take a look. In addition, you too can change your clothes. You are still wearing Akatsuki's clothes. Change them to the same ones as mine." Killer Bee snorted coldly and said, "This is the Kingdom of Thunder. Under the orders of several generations of Reikage, many ninjutsu have been collected and returned. Not to mention the Mist Ninja, the secret arts of the 5 major countries are more or less available here." Kisame snorted coldly and said, "You make it sound so easy. How do you think I got the name of Tailless Tailed Beast? Half of it is due to the strength given to me by Samahata. Without it, I am like losing an arm. Do you think I am happy?" Killer Bee looked at Naruto, who nodded, then looked at Kisame and said, "No problem. It just so happens that there is a secret book attic in Yugakure, which contains many powerful ninjutsu from the 5 great nations. You can go in and take your pick. Hearing this, Itachi thought about what Naruto once told him in the woods. He said that he had traveled from the future and came back to prevent a big disaster. Itachi also said, Kisame, respect Samehada's own ideas. If Samehada really likes Killer Bee, let it follow Killer Bee. If you change to other methods, just treat it as another kind of practice. Kisame made a sound, looked at Itachi and said, Mr. Itachi, are you going? Then, Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Killer Bee and said, Hey, 8 Tails, Samehada is your gift. You have to teach me the lightning-style ninjutsu of your Reikage village, especially the lightning-style breathing method that the Reikage is so proud of. Ninjutsu that strengthens the body has been of interest to me since I was a mist ninja. Naruto looked at Nagato and said, we can go take a rest. To be honest, we were really tired just after being resurrected. As he said that, many paper butterflies pulled 2 pieces of clothing and came to Itachi and Kisame. The title of Tailed Beast without a tail, just treat him as dead, from today on, you and I are both new, say goodbye to the past. After hearing what Itachi said, Hoshigaki Kisame's original unwilling mentality began to change. Uchiha Itachi also looked through it, and sure enough, he found a lot of Konoha's ninjutsu. Kisame snorted and continued searching. Seeing this, Killer Bee walked directly to a place, found a lightning-style ninjutsu encyclopedia, threw it to Kisame, and said, Here, this book is enough for your practice. What Mr. Itachi said made sense. Now he had been reborn. Since he was reborn, he might as well start over in a different way. Cheats Attic. Killer Bee was a little embarrassed when asked, and smiled, I took Naruto to the village to get it. Now it seems that Naruto has gained more and more support from people, and even the Immortal's resurrection technique has been used by him to resurrect himself. Kisame grinned and said, well, since Samehada likes to follow you, then let him follow you. From today on, I, Hoshigaki Kisame, will change my training method. I will not use water-attributed ninjutsu for the time being. I want to practice another kind. Hoshigaki Kisame was a little surprised when he heard this. Seeing this, Naruto said, Kisame, Samehada is no longer a weapon. It is a tailless tailed beast weapon. Since it likes Master Hitoshi so much, it will be useless to force it back. He looked at Killer Bee with a smile and said, although I can't see, I can tell that Naruto's choice is correct. I will continue to bear witness with these eyes. Nagato joked, if I didn't stop you, you would still need to be resurrected. Looking at Itachi's trusting eyes, Killer Bee was silent for a few seconds and suddenly said, Itachi, maybe I understand why Naruto insists on resurrecting you. Uncle Bai, let's take him for a walk. What a surprise. Kisame Kisaki came here and flipped through the books here. He was very surprised and said, there are actually secret techniques of the Mist Ninja here, huh? There are even such forbidden techniques. Kisame Kisaki noticed something was wrong and asked, you just said that this is a secret book collected by the Kingdom of Thunder, so why does it appear here? Naruto spread his hands helplessly and said, there is nothing we can do about it. Samehada no longer wants to be with you. It's like a girl no longer likes you, but you still force her to stay. How can this have a good ending? Itachi became more and more convinced that what Naruto said was true. Lightning-style ninjutsu encyclopedia. Kisame's eyes lit up, it was a good thing, just right for him to start practicing. With that said, Kisame opened the book and read it carefully. Itachi looked at Kisame who was so serious and was very pleased. At least, the living Kisame temporarily found the meaning and did not choose to return to the previous path. He was resurrected again. Then, he had to find some ninjutsu to practice, otherwise, once he was exposed, Sharingan, it is easy for others to guess his identity. With that said, Itachi also found some non-Konoha ninjutsu to practice. Seeing Itachi and Kisame both looking for ninjutsu to practice, Killer Bee said, you are practicing here, while I have to train the students. Itachi became interested and asked, students? Are they the children of Amigakure that Naruto mentioned? Killer Bee nodded. Take me to see it. Killer Bee was slightly startled, but thinking that Naruto said that Itachi would take these children to become Umbu of Amigakure in the future, it would be nice to meet him now. When Kisame saw Itachi was about to leave, he closed his book and followed him. He is now, wherever Itachi goes, he goes. He never wanted to experience the feeling of carrying out a mission alone after Itachi's death. Arriving at the training ground, Killer Bee shouted for assembly, and many students stood over. Amigakure Yahiko noticed that two strangers came and wore the same clothes as Lord Angel, so they were also from Lord Angel's side. The two of them are very recognizable, one looks so cold and the other looks like a shark. Haruyu looked at Itachi and felt that this uncle was so charming, especially those eyes. Although they were ordinary, they felt like Lord Naruto's eyes, which were very deep. Itachi also noticed Chunyu's attention and looked over. Chunyu was frightened and quickly diverted her attention. Killer Bee looked at everyone and said, "Okay, students, today is a big gathering. Everyone is here. Lord Conan, the angel, is not free now and cannot teach you for the time being. So, I will introduce to you two new teachers today. Let's get to know each other." With that said, Killer Bee pointed at Weasel and said, "Well, please introduce yourself." Itachi was stunned for a moment, then took 2 steps forward. Looking at so many faces of 15 or 16 years old, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. These people were the future of Yugakure. On their faces, Itachi couldn't see. The faces that come to any small village for revenge are instead filled with expectant smiles. It seems that Naruto's political propaganda did not use hateful propaganda to brainwash these children. After thinking for a while, Itachi looked at everyone and said, "Hello everyone, my name is..." Thinking that he was reborn, Itachi took a deep breath and said, "My name is Crow, Crow's Crow." After Itachi finished speaking, the students below all frowned, feeling very curious as to why someone would be called this name. Kisame looked at Itachi. The crow was his favorite psychic beast. Perhaps, in front of Itachi, he wanted to become a crow and fly freely in the sky. Kisame smiled slightly, took 2 steps forward, grinned and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Shark, you can call me Teacher Shark." The students below were all stunned, but soon they were relieved. "You deserve to be called a shark, because you look like a shark." As for Killer Bee, he scratched his head and thought, why didn't he think of it when he was first introduced? He might as well have called him Octopus. After the introduction, Killer Bee looked at everyone and said, "Okay, from now on, Teacher Crow and Teacher Shark will teach you." Everyone welcomes them with applause. Bang 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 bang. After a burst of welcome, Yahiko Amigakure took the lead in raising his hands and said, "Teachers, what are you good at? Can you introduce it to us, so that we can choose to learn from you?" Killer Bee looked at Itachi and Kisame and said, "Naruto said, let us teach them what we are best at, and they can choose whatever they want to learn." Itachi nodded. Naruto really respects other people's choices. With that said, Itachi looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, follow me." With that said, Itachi walked to another part of the training ground, where Ninja Kunai was trained. He looked at it and found that the plank layout was too simple and not challenging at all. So, I rearranged it. The students who were watching were talking a lot. What is Teacher Crow doing? Why is there a wooden board behind the shelter? He seems to have introduced him as Mr. Duck, right? Ha ha ha, you guys are so funny, they clearly call it a crow, a crow's crow. Then Mr. Killer Bee said he was called Crow. Teacher Killer Bee heard wrong. The students present all had their mouths open. Teacher Shark is so awesome. Kisame also saw everyone's expectations, so he had no choice but to shock everyone. I'll follow too. Kisame smiled slightly. It was really a small thing to partner with Itachi so many times. The people standing at the high point instantly discovered that the water wall was even higher than them. Watch it, kids. A whizzing sound came, and then, 3 pairs of kunai collided in the air, then changed directions, and there were 3 metal collisions, 4 blind spots and 2 wooden boards behind the obstruction, all hitting. Is this water style? This is obviously a tsunami, okay. There was a bang, just like a flash flood. In an instant, endless water surged up, rising up to a 1,000-story wall of water. My mentality is broken when riding a horse. One boy pointed directly at the wooden board, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, how did you do this? This is so awesome. So, he led everyone directly out of the training ground and came to the lake outside, asking everyone to stand on a high point. In a word, he predicted your prediction. For the first time in their lives, they saw that so many kunai could still be turned, and even after turning, they still hit the dead center. After seeing how powerful Uchiha Itachi's shurikens are, everyone is looking forward to Kisame even more. Because during the battle, the enemies are moving, and this hit is still a wooden board. This is the power of the Uchiha clan, Sharingan. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how is this possible? Hearing everyone's doubts, Itachi smiled slightly and stood not far away, his arms naturally drooping. Then, 6 kunai slipped out of his left and right hands, and then shot out instantly. The cool thing about Itachi is that after turning on Sharingan, he can see through all your attacks, automatically evolve your attack route, and directly fly out with kunai to shoot you. Saying that, Kisame directly formed the seal, water style, who will build the dam. There are ninjas who learn water style, and they instantly feel that what they are learning is all there. Itachi looked at the surprised people with a smile and said calmly, it's a little trick, it's funny. Kisame smiled slightly and silently controlled the ninjutsu water flow, slowly lowering it. Seeing that Itachi had finished setting up, the students present began to question again. Kisame's water style is already awesome, not to mention that it's even more awesome when there's water. Many students. I'll follow. If Itachi is so powerful, then this one called Shark should be even more powerful. After all, this guy seems to be more powerful in appearance. I bet you a bag of spicy strips, if you can't hit it, will you follow me? Let me go, they are all blind spots. This teacher won't give us a show, just shoot the shuriken into the blind spots. Otherwise, he would explode directly. Such a high wall of water could knock out the people below and knock down all the buildings. Seeing that the 1,000-layer water wall was about to jump down, a student immediately shouted, Teacher Shark, please take away ninjutsu, otherwise the house will not be able to withstand the water rushing down. After Kisame and Itachi showed their skills, many students wanted to learn from them. So, Itachi and Kisame thought that they had nothing to do now, so they started teaching these students. Seeing this, Killer Bee also joined the teaching. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. The next day, Killer Bee and Kisame were guarding outside the laboratory. Conan is responsible for leading the students to guard the security of the entire Yuin village. The atmosphere in the laboratory was somewhat solemn. Itachi looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, have you really thought about it? Naruto nodded and said, of course, don't you want to see him? Itachi took a deep breath, of course he had thought about it, otherwise, he would not have handed over Shursue's body. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, go catch a white zetsu and bring it back. Remember to seal it. Naruto nodded, wait a moment. With that said, the flying thunder god left, and 3 minutes later, Naruto returned with the sealed white zetsu. At this time, Orochimaru also prepared the seal of reincarnation, and asked Naruto to throw the sealed white zetsu into the seal of reincarnation. Why should it be sealed? Because they are worried that once Baiju sees the people present, he will have the ability to instantly transmit the situation, which will be bad. He caught him outside, packed it up with the seal, and came back. At most, Obito hesitated and didn't know what Naruto was doing. Nagato is also sitting in front of Shursue's body, and the entire chakra has been prepared. Naruto nodded towards Nagato, who began to form seals. 6 paths, the natural art of reincarnation. With a chirping sound, golden light began to appear on Shirsui's body. At the same time, Nagato's red hair began to slowly turn white, which meant that Nagato's vitality was rapidly overdrawn. Not only that, this time Nagato's body was obviously starting to lose weight. It seems that although this resurrection technique is scientific, it also consumes the original body functions. A minute later, the golden light faded, and Nagato let go of his hands, breathing heavily. Naruto rushed over, picked up Nagato, and placed him in the seal of Yisei Tensei, saying anxiously, "Uncle Snake." Orochimaru formed the seal and shouted, "I understand." The art of reincarnation. Like Naruto, he could also see that Nagato this time was weaker than Nagato who was resurrected for the first time, so Naruto was so anxious, fearing that Nagato would die in the next second. The seal was activated, and the sealed white Zetsu whimpered and twisted. The green light emerged again. Nagato, who was panting for breath, finally had a breath and began to slowly regain his vitality. Uncle Snake frowned and said, "Naruto, inject chakra." Naruto nodded and said, "It has been prepared for a long time." With that said, a large amount of chakra was injected into the art of reincarnation. Within a few minutes, Nagato was recovering rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and finally, with a head of red hair, he came back again. Orochimaru wiped his sweat and looked at his masterpiece, very satisfied. Naruto came to Nagato, pulled up Nagato, and said with a smile, "Brother, thank you for your hard work." Nagato smiled and said, "This time, it was really hard." He himself could also feel that after using the 6 paths reincarnation technique for the second time, his overall weakness was completely different from the first time. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the pupil power of the reincarnation eyes had declined. It seems that it still takes time to settle. Such continuous resurrections, even if there is a reincarnation technique to maintain the vitality of the caster, still won't work. However, Nagato did not tell Naruto about the impact of his eye power, because he also wanted to resurrect Yahiko. If Yahiko was not resurrected, he would not be reconciled. Even if he died, he would still want Yahiko to come to this world again. On the ground, Shirsui's fingers moved. Itachi noticed this information keenly. He squatted down, grabbed Itachi's hand, and shouted nervously, "Shirsui, wake up, Shirsui." Uchiha Shirsui frowned slightly, because his eyes were taken away, and his eyelids were sunken into his eyeballs. He looked a little scary, but from Itachi's point of view, he was not at all. To him, Shirsui is not only a big brother, but also a close friend and his guide on the road to ninja. Uchiha Shirsui heard Itachi's call, tilted his head in surprise, opened his mouth slightly, and said with great difficulty, "Itachi." Uchiha Itachi burst into tears when he heard Shirsui calling him. He grabbed Shirsui's hand and nodded, but Shirsui couldn't see it. "How is that possible? I'm not." Uchiha Shirsui was very confused. Why could he still hear Itachi's voice if he was not dead, and what was the real feeling of touch? Shirsui's chakra began to slowly recover, and his perception ability was also returning. Shirsui could instantly detect that it was Itachi's chakra, but why was there someone else's chakra? This power, Orochimaru. Just as he was about to stand up, Orochimaru inserted a needle into Shirsui's neck. "Well." Shirsui tilted her head hard towards Orochimaru and said in surprise, "This is, you are." Orochimaru chuckled and said, 3, 2, 1, sleep." Shirsui fainted again. Itachi wiped his tears, looked at Orochimaru, and said anxiously, "Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "Don't get excited, Itachi, I just gave Itachi a general anesthesia. The purpose is to help him regain his sight." With that said, Orochimaru looked at Itachi and said, "Pick your friend up and put him on the operating table." Hearing this, Itachi picked up Princess Shirsui without relief and put her on the operating table. Orochimaru took out 2 of Shirsui's eyes and prepared them for transplantation. Itachi felt a little emotional. Shirsue's eyes could one day return to their master. All this was because of one person. With that said, Itachi looked at Naruto. At this moment, Itachi believed in Naruto in his heart. Because, since Naruto can resurrect Shisui and himself, and allows Shisui to look at the world again, then what Naruto said that he can bring his brother Sasuke back to the light will definitely not be a lie. Orochimaru put on surgical gloves and began transplanting Shisui's eyeballs. Everyone was waiting. The surgery was very successful. After all, Shisui's eye was originally damaged. With the output of Orochimaru medical chakra, it healed quickly and there was almost no rejection reaction. Nagato did not continue to wait here and chose to go back to rest. Naruto personally supported Nagato. Kisame also came in, guarding Shisui with Itachi, while Killer Bee went to teach the students. As for Orochimaru, he was a little tired too. After all, he was not made of iron. Performing the art of reincarnation was tiring in itself, and he also had to undergo an operation. After finishing Shisui, he also came to the sofa in the laboratory and lay down to rest. 3 or 4 hours later, the effects of the general anesthesia wore off, and Uchiha Shisui began to slowly recover. My head. Uchiha Shisui frowned, because the fusion of his eyes caused the nerves of his eyeballs to reconnect with the nerves of his brain. The anesthetic faded and the anesthesia effect was gone, causing him to have a headache. Uchiha Shisui instantly felt something was wrong, because he actually felt his eyeballs shaking. What's going on? One of my own eyeballs was not taken away by Danzo, but one was given to Itachi myself. Why can I still feel the movement of my eyeballs now? Am I dreaming? Before he could react, a warm hand held his. Shisui. You're awake. Uchiha Shisui instantly turned his head towards the source of the sound and said in disbelief, Itachi. Are you Uchiha Itachi? Itachi excitedly held his old friend's hand and nodded repeatedly, it's me, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru noticed Shisui's awakening and came over to remove Shisui's gauze, but Shisui felt Orochimaru's chakra and immediately sat up and entered a state of alert. Are you? Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru had an evil smile on his lips and said with emotion, Uchiha Shisui, as expected of you, you can quickly sense my chakra even in this state. Shisui snorted coldly and said, Third generation Sama focused on the object of attention. How could I forget what you are doing here? Itachi said, Shisui, a lot of things happened after you died. I will tell you slowly. Orochimaru, judging from the current situation, is our companion. Orochimaru stood aside, crossing his arms and saying, for Naruto's sake, I accept the word companion. Shisui was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Itachi and said, What did you say? Itachi, after I died? So, I am now resurrected by you. Shisui was very shocked, then looked at Orochimaru and said, Did this guy use some evil forbidden technique to resurrect himself? Itachi defended, No, Shisui. Shisui got off the operating table and said angrily, You're confused, Itachi, you actually colluded with Orochimaru in order to resurrect me. With that said, Shisui pulled off the gauze on the eyeball, and Orochimaru said hurriedly, Hey, Shisui, use your chakra to move the eyeball tightly. Don't waste my efforts. Your nerves should be connected by now. Shisui was just about to get angry, but he did feel the presence of his eyeballs. He activated his chakra. The next moment, chakra surged in Shisui's eyes. If you look at it with your white eyes, you can clearly see that the chakra in Shisui's eyes it's green. Shisui was surprised in his heart. It was his own eyeballs that felt this familiar feeling. It was easy to explain what happened after his death. It was easy to explain why the eyeballs that were taken away by Danzo came back. The next second, Shisui's eyes opened, and 2 lines of blood flowed down. Uchiha Shisui, officially resurrected, looks at the world again. The one in front of him, yes, was Orochimaru. Turning his head again, Shisui saw Itachi, and Itachi was also looking at Shisui. Weasel. Shisui. The two grown men looked at each other for a long time. Also, when did Konoha become so awesome that it even has ninjas with samsara eyes? Seeing Naruto, Shisui was confused at first, and then shocked. With that said, Naruto stretched out his hand. Shisui frowned and looked at Naruto's stretched out hand, very confused. The highest pupil power known as the eye that controls life and death, can only be possessed by immortals. This person actually has one. You look very haggard, Itachi. You must have been very tired in the days after I died. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Itachi didn't use any evil ninjutsu, I was the one who revived you. The Eye of Reincarnation. Who do you think you are? In the future, if you say that you will be a 7th generation project, then you will be a 7th generation project. Shisui opened his mouth and looked at Itachi, who nodded. Itachi gave a bitter smile, and really wanted to cry in his heart. Over the years, only Shisui could see through his own heart with just one sentence. Maybe this is the power of Shisui, who has the strongest genjutsu, and can see through people's hearts. Naruto nodded and said, yes. Shisui was slightly startled, followed the sound, and saw Naruto pushing the door open and entering. What did you say? Shisui frowned and said, Danzo will let you take away my eyes. Itachi came over, grabbed Shisui's hand, held it with Naruto, and then smiled and said to Shisui, Shisui, it's Naruto who resurrected you this time and returned both of your eyes. Then Danzo isn't chasing you? Kisame looked at Itachi. This was the first time he saw a weak and moved expression on Itachi's face, as if he suddenly found an elder he could rely on. Shisui was stunned. As for Orochimaru, he smiled when he saw Itachi like this. Naruto tilted his head and smiled, I chased him, but it was of no use. Later, I felt it was troublesome, so I guided Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke, to kill Danzo. As for his roots, they were almost dissolved. Got it. Mr. Itachi, it seems that, as your friend said, you have been pretending to hide your heart deep down. Naruto smiled slightly and said, I don't know. I didn't ask him. I just snatched it away. Shisui looked at Itachi and asked, Itachi, what is going on? Why am I resurrected? Also, did you collude with this Orochimaru and use some evil ninjutsu to resurrect me because you wanted to resurrect me? Naruto came to Shisui, smiled slightly and said, let me introduce myself, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, future 7th Hokage. Facing Shisui's 3 consecutive questions and looking at Shisui's expectant expression, Itachi swallowed in panic. It seems that a lot of things did happen after I died. Seeing this, Shisui seemed to have guessed how he was resurrected. Shisui looked at Naruto seriously and asked seriously, who are you? Why do you have the Rinnegan eye? The future 7th Hokage? Shisui thought, now that Danzo, the dark ninja, has been killed, the village should be very bright now, and the Uchiha clan should also reconcile with the village. That is. Shisui sighed, and then, as if thinking of something, Shisui looked at Itachi and asked excitedly, by the way, Itachi, how is the village now? Is the 3rd generation okay? After I die, will the clan survive? Are you embarrassed? How is the relationship between the clan and the village now? Circle after circle of ripples under the eyes, purple pupils, this is the samsara eye. Shisui looked at Naruto and said, so it's you. It seems that you also got Danzo's eyeball back. Shisui looked at Itachi's hesitant expression and asked in confusion, Itachi, what's wrong with you? Itachi took a deep breath and was already prepared in some aspects. He looked at Shisui and said, Shisui, a lot of things happened after you died, and those things may be different from what you imagined before you were alive. Shisui nodded. After all, Danzo can be killed by others and he can be resurrected. Such outrageous things have happened, what else can't happen? I understand, after all, everything is impermanent. Hearing Shisui say such words, Itachi seemed to feel some comfort and support in his heart. He looked at Shisui and said, Shisui, Lord Third Generation, has died in the battle. To be precise, he was killed. What? Uchiha Shisui was instantly shocked. How is it possible? Master Third Generation is so powerful, is there another war? The village was attacked. From Shisui's point of view, after his death, the Third Ninja World War has just passed. The villages of the 5 major countries are all recuperating. Konoha is a big country. Unless the villages of the same 5 major countries come to attack, it is impossible for any small village to fight. It's moving. It can even kill Hokage. You can imagine how high the level of this attack is. Orochimaru snorted and crossed his arms. Itachi looked at Shisui and said, you guessed it right, someone pretended to be Kazekage and led the ninjas of Sand Shinobi village to attack Konoha. The Third Generation used the ghoul seal to seal someone for the village and died in the battle. Shisui fell into thinking. After a few seconds, he asked, who is it? Itachi looked at Orochimaru and said, Third Generation Sama's favorite disciple, Orochimaru. Shisui looked back at Orochimaru and found that Orochimaru had a calm look on his face. Why? Orochimaru smiled slightly and said very calmly, maybe it was a whim at that time, or maybe I wanted to see what the wind I stirred up looked like. The entire clan was actually killed by Itachi, whom he trusted the most and entrusted to him to protect. Shisui looked at Itachi distressedly. For a kind-hearted person like Itachi, it would be very painful to do such a thing. At that time, Uncle Snake also missed his best friend Jiraiya. After all, his master Jiraiya was willing to believe in Orochimaru until his death. Shisui was unwilling to accept it. Why was his beloved clan slaughtered like this, and he still died in the hands of Itachi, whom he trusted most? Naruto took a deep breath and said, that person in Danzo, you must know Shisui. He suggested taking the lead in attacking so as to seize the opportunity and avoid chaos in the village. Third Generation disagreed and wanted to continue the conversation. Although, regarding the situation Itachi faced at that time, if it were Shisui, he felt that it might be very difficult for him to do it. But Shisui looked at Orochimaru and asked seriously. As a result, after the meeting, Danzo talked to Itachi privately and said that as long as Itachi personally ended all his clan, he could keep one condition, which was to keep Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing Itachi kneeling on the ground and crying, Shisui pulled Itachi up. Naruto saw this and knew that Itachi was embarrassed to say it, so he stood up and said, Shisui, you should know that while you were still here, a big crisis broke out in the village, that is, the 9-tailed beast was released. Although Fourth Hokage sealed it at the cost of his life, but many people in the village were discussing whether the Uchiha clan did it. After all, only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can control the tailed beast. Shisui nodded, he knew this. At that time, the entire ethnic group was already dissatisfied with the village, and now that they were moved to the edge of the village, they were even more dissatisfied. This also laid the foundation for future coups. Naruto looked at Orochimaru's leaving figure. In fact, Naruto, who had experienced his previous life, knew that after the ninja world became peaceful in his last life, Uncle Snake's life was always very disguised. Orochimaru looked at Shisui and said, if you are concerned about this, you might as well ask Itachi about the fate of the clan you care about. Listening to Orochimaru's metaphysical words, Shisui was a little angry, but things had already happened, not to mention that he was already considered a dead person in this world, so it was not easy to pursue the matter further. After seeing the wind stirred up by Sasuke, Uncle Snake kept thinking and pursuing. Slowly, Uncle Snake became the most annoying companion, his master, Jiraiya. Naruto looked at Itachi and continued, until one day, Uchiha Fugaku finally decided to launch a coup against Konoha with the persuasion of his tribe. As a double agent, Itachi knew the news ahead of the village, and he did not choose to hide it, but report to the village's senior officials, namely Third Generation, Danzo and others. But after all, he once wanted to use his power of distinguished heavenly gods to protect the clan, but as soon as he started, Danzo took away one of his eyes. Seeing Shirsui's excited expression, Itachi thought for a moment, knelt in front of Shirsui, and said ashamedly, "Shirsui, I'm sorry, I failed in your trust and failed to protect the clan." Wiping away Itachi's tears, Shirsui took a deep breath, and then, Shirsui punched him. From then on, Itachi became a double agent, jumping back and forth between the village and the clan. Naruto continued, after this incident, the gap between the village and the Uchiha clan became wider and wider, so that later, both sides began to plant spies for each other. This candidate was chosen over and over again, and it fell on Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Shirsui heard Orochimaru say this, a bad premonition suddenly came into his heart. He looked at Itachi and said, "Itachi, tell me, how is the clan doing now?" Shirsui frowned and asked anxiously, What do you mean?" Hearing this and looking at Itachi's sad expression, Shirsui could even guess that the next plot must have a bad outcome. He will not declare to the outside world that the Uchiha clan is a traitor. He will only say that it was Itachi who killed the entire clan. Sasuke can continue to live in the village and the village will not be greatly harmed. The good name of the Uchiha clan will remain forever. Inside history. In the end, Itachi chose to bear all this on his own, ended his own clan with his own hands, left his younger brother behind, and defected from the village. In the village, people are everywhere, going crazy. After Naruto finished speaking, Itachi had tears streaming down his face. As for Shirsui, he was in a state of shock. He was in pain because there was a village on one side and family ties on the other. With that said, Orochimaru left minding his own business. At this time, a meeting was held in the village. The Uchiha clan's territory was moved to a marginal location. The then Uchiha clan leader, Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, seriously protested, but Danzo did not give him a chance at all. At the meeting, they used their power to overpower them. What? With a bang, Itachi was knocked straight out. Shirsui gritted his teeth and gasped angrily. Itachi fell to the ground, raised his body with difficulty, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shirsui stood up, and Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared. Itachi knew that this was a reflection of Shirsui's inner emotions. Shirsui walked towards Itachi, and Itachi also stood up. Kisame came to Itachi in an instant and said sternly, "You are not allowed to hurt Mr. Itachi." Shirsui frowned and said, "Go away, this is a matter between our Uchiha clan." Naruto saw this and stood in front of the two people. "Shirsui, what happened has already happened, there is no point in worrying about it anymore." Itachi pulled Naruto away and said, "Kisame, Naruto, get out of the way. This is a matter between Shirsui and me. I did not fulfill my promise to Shirsui and failed to live up to his trust." Naruto frowned, embarrassed to say anything, sighed, and stood aside. Seeing this, Kisame also moved away. Shirsui came over, grabbed Itachi's clothes, and punched him one after another, yelling angrily. "I asked you to protect a clan, but you massacred them. The eyes I entrusted to you, the hope I entrusted to you, what have you done? Look at the clothes you are wearing. Is it blue or white? You are worthy of me when you ride on a horse." With a roar, Shirsui threw one final punch and knocked Itachi away again. This time, Itachi's entire face was bruised and swollen, his mouth was full of blood, and his nose was bleeding. Shirsui gasped for air and looked angrily at Itachi, who fell to the ground. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore, but he knew that this was a matter between Shirsui and Itachi. If it was not resolved, there would always be one thing between them. Itachi lay on the ground, looking at the ceiling, expressionless. After Shirsui calmed down, he came to Itachi and stood there, looking down at Itachi. Then, Shirsui squatted down, looked at Itachi and said quietly, "The leader of the Uchiha clan, your father, Fugaku, I know his strength. Presumably, he was not killed by you, but he was willing to die by your sword. As soon as Shirsue's words came out, Itachi's eyes fluctuated, and in his mind, it seemed as if he was back to that night again, the figure sitting upright with a knife facing his parents, his hands constantly shaking. Shirsue sighed, he chose to believe in you, just like me. Itachi gritted his teeth and raised an arm to cover his eyes, trying hard not to let his emotions come out. Seeing this, tears fell from Shirsue's eyes. He sat next to Itachi, took a deep breath and said, Itachi, you must have been in pain at that time. Itachi couldn't hold it in anymore. First he groaned deeply, his body kept shaking, and his teeth clenched tightly. Then, Shirsue put a hand on his arm that was covering his eyes and said, It's all over. Weasel. This sentence was like a key, completely opening up Itachi's emotions. The tears were released instantly like a flood, flowing uncontrollably, and he began to sob loudly. Poor people like me. With that said, Orochimaru closed the door directly and wanted to rest. Shirsue understands Itachi so well, he knows what kind of person Itachi is. From this point of view, Naruto said that it is not surprising that Sasuke killed Danzo. Itachi has been burdened with too much, and no one has ever truly asked him to blame him. Kisame nodded and followed Naruto out. Danzo knew this, so he talked to Itachi to make this happen. Itachi and I just met and we have a lot to talk about, so. Therefore, Itachi's emotions were completely vented. Naruto nodded and said, It doesn't matter. You can go and chat. It just so happens that Itachi can tell you what happened while you were away. After listening to Naruto's words, Shirsue instantly understood that only Itachi could do this. Because of his kindness, even if he was ruined, even if he was burdened with the eternal infamy of massacring a clan, he still chose to protect the village, protect Konoha, and protect himself. S younger brother. When Naruto saw this, his heart felt warm. Kisame blinked, then grinned and said, You are crazier than the masked man I have seen. Kisame thought for a while and said, Mr. Itachi said before that a ninja can only see his true self clearly until the moment before death. I think Mr. Itachi should have understood the moment he fell in the battle with his brother. Come on. 10 minutes later, Shirsue and Itachi came out, followed by Orochimaru. Naruto pulled Kisame away and said as he walked, How about you have a sense of boundaries? When you have time, help Killer Bee teach the students. Also, don't you want to practice lightning style? Go learn it and let the two of them talk alone. Reminiscing about old times. Naruto looked at Kisame and said, What kind of person do you think Itachi is? When Kisame saw this scene, he felt a little emotional and even felt sorry for Mr. Itachi. Naruto patted Kisame on the shoulder and motioned for him to go out together, leaving him and Shirsue alone for a while. He knew that Itachi was thinking about his younger brother until he died and dueled with his younger brother. He rarely lived for himself in his life. With that said, Shirsue bowed to Naruto. Orochimaru said, If you fight in the future, don't fight in my laboratory. I will no longer be responsible for healing. Naruto nodded, and then said with great ambition, My previous ambition was to be a Hokage, and then surpass all previous Hokages, but in this life, my ambition has become bigger. Shirsue smiled at each other and Itachi followed behind Shirsue. Although he was still a little sad after obviously crying, his eyes were much clearer and he was not as depressed as before. Shirsue is Itachi's best friend and his big brother on the road of ninja. His confession is just like those relatives who were massacred by Itachi. Every word and every fist will pry open the door of Itachi's hard heart and hit his heart. Shirsue looked at Naruto and said, I haven't formally said thank you to you yet. However, in my opinion, Mr. Weasel is a poor man. Kisame said, What about me? Seeing the injuries on Shirsue's face, which seemed to have been treated, Naruto was a little surprised. Naruto responded with a cry, Obito, that's a poor man too, but he hasn't been woken up by me yet. Kisame looked at Naruto, and Naruto replied, I hope that in the future world, people like Itachi will not appear again, and the people who hide in the darkness and protect them will not come out, and there will be external forces, and plunge this world into darkness. Kisame's heart, not very happy. It seems that Shisui is asking Itachi to blame and punching Itachi hard. In fact, Shisui is helping Itachi to release the guilt he has always felt in his heart. It's like a person who has been suppressed for many years finally lets go of his long-standing pretense. Outside the door. In a restaurant in Amigakure, Shisui and Itachi were sitting opposite each other in a private room. The two of them ordered a few dishes, ordered a few bottles of wine, and chatted while eating. The specific scene was that Shisui asked a question, Itachi talked for a long time, Shisui nodded for a while, sighed a few times, and then asked another question. Itachi continued. After 3 drinks and 5 dishes, the two chatted for almost 5 or 6 hours. After eating for a long time, the boss came to visit several times. However, Itachi was wearing the clothes of the Tian organization, which was the representative of Yubikure's supreme rule, so the boss naturally treated him well, asking if he wanted to add more food or drinks every time he came over. Shisui drank another glass of wine, burped, looked at Itachi with a red face and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Itachi also drank a drink and said, "Follow Naruto, I will do whatever he says." Oh. Shisui was very surprised. Even after knowing what happened in the ninja world after his death, he was still shocked by Itachi's answer. Because, in Shisui's memory, Itachi has always been a very assertive person, but now he is more like a follower. Itachi looked at the confused Shisui and said, "Naruto, he has a power that I can't understand. Just like the first time he met me in the woods and said that he was a person from the future, I was very confused, but at that time, in order to protect Sasuke after my death, Naruto is my best choice, I choose to believe in him and give him your eyes." Shisui frowned, caught a key sentence, and exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "People from the future." Itachi nodded and said, "Yes. And, as I told you, the current ninja world has undergone tremendous changes because of Naruto. For example, the Ōtsutsuki organization I joined before has always hunted the power of tailed beasts in the ninja world, taking advantage of the suspicion among the 5 major nations to launch wars and obtain money. However, since Naruto met me, the structure of the entire ninja world has slowly begun to change, especially after Obito declared war at the 5 Kage conference. The power of the ninja world is slowly concentrating on Naruto." Shisui heard the key information, looked at Itachi and asked, "You mean, Naruto is consciously accumulating power? So what is the difference between this and Ōtsutsuki?" Itachi shook his head and said, "No, Naruto said that the ninja war is just a test for ninjas. The real battle will be in the future, above the stars." Above the stars? Shisui was confused. For a moment, he didn't understand whether it was because he couldn't understand or because his good brother Itachi had been brainwashed by Naruto. Itachi looked at Shisui and said, "Shisui, please believe in Naruto just like you believe in me. I can see that Naruto is trying to unite the power of the entire ninja world. No matter what he has to deal with, as long as he stands to protect from the perspective of the entire ninja world, let's just talk about Ōtsutsuki's Eye of the Moon plan. Once Obito successfully implements the Eye of the Moon plan, people all over the world will fall into the world of Genjutsu. Shisui, you should know the seriousness of this better than me." Shisui nodded. As the creator of the strongest Genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods, he has a higher understanding of Genjutsu than ordinary people. The Moon Eye project, in the final analysis, is a large-scale Genjutsu. It is such a grand gesture to pull all the people in the world into the world of dreams. Itachi continued, "Naruto's resurrection of you and me is actually a way of gathering power. I was very opposed to his approach at first, but to be selfish, the moment I saw you Shisui, I was really grateful. Naruto's." As he spoke, Itachi said with a happy smile, "It really makes up for a lot of regrets in my heart." Shisui smiled slightly. Itachi looked at Shisui and said, "Shisui, since we have a new life, why don't we help Naruto and change the world, and make it what Naruto wants it to be?" Shisui was silent for a few seconds, remembering that when Naruto introduced himself to him before, he said that he was the future Seventh Hokage. He looked at Itachi and asked, he said that he would be the Seventh Hokage in the future. Itachi thought for a moment after hearing this and said, Naruto has always aimed to become Hokage. It seems that since he said he was a time traveler, his personality has changed a lot. However, with his ability, it is not difficult for him to become Hokage. People objected. The fourth Hokage is his father, Jiraiya is his master, fifth generation Tsunade is his aunt, and the third generation is his grandmaster. Kakashi and the people of Konoha village are very supportive of Naruto. As long as Naruto expresses his desire to become Hokage, it will be completely fine. Shisui nodded, and heard from Itachi that Naruto had protected the village several times, and without Naruto, Obito would have already conquered Konoha. With such strength, such background, and such popularity among villagers, there would be no problem for him to become Hokage. What's more, the dark ninja Danzo was killed by Naruto. Okay, Itachi, this time you and I will join forces again to protect Konoha and this world. Itachi was very happy to hear that. Shisui was convinced by him. At night, Itachi and Shisui found Naruto drunk. Shisui looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, I choose to do the same as Itachi, believe in it, and join your 10 organization. Naruto laughed and said, Great, great, with Shisui joining us, our strength has grown even stronger. Kisame looked at Itachi and asked, Mr. Itachi, you never drink, why did you drink so much today and didn't even call me? Itachi was now very happy. He patted Kisame on the shoulder and said, It's okay. Let's drink together next time. Kisame was right. Itachi did not drink alcohol before because he had a bad lung. But after being resurrected by Naruto, he was completely healthy. The only drawback was that his eyes were not original, but the Sharingan transplanted by Naruto. These eyes, no Mangekyo. He put his own pair of Mangekyo on the eyes of his younger brother Sasuke. Thinking of Sasuke, Itachi felt a little worried. He didn't know what was happening to his stupid brother. Here, Naruto happily asked Konan to find a suitable piece of clothing for Shisui to wear, and then he shook hands formally and announced his official joining. Nagato looked at the happy Naruto, and he was also very happy in his heart. I saw Itachi, who used to not like to laugh, laughing happily again. It turns out that there is no one in this world who doesn't like to laugh and is cold and cruel. It's just that they haven't met the person who can make them open their hearts and be truly happy. Nagato sighed and thought to himself, Yahiko, wait for me, I will let you and I meet again. Konan noticed Nagato's expression and looked over, wondering what he was thinking. At night, there are stars. In order to celebrate Shisui's joining, Naruto, Shisui, Itachi, Kisame, and Killer Bee went directly to have another meal. On the high tower, Nagato stared at Yukikure under the night sky. The gentle breeze blew the hair in front of his eyebrows, but it could not disturb the thoughts in his eyes. What are you thinking about? A soft voice came, and Konan walked to Nagato's side. Nagato knew that she was coming, and his eyes did not move, still looking at Yukikure under the moonlight. He sighed and said, Such a peaceful village is really beautiful. Konan nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Nagato turned his head and looked at Konan and asked, They went to eat, didn't you go? Konan pulled back his hair and said with a smile, They are all men. I went there and I didn't know what to say. Besides, you didn't go either. Nagato smiled and said, You know me, I have been a bit introverted since I was a child, and I don't like lively scenes very much. Konan thought about the past with Nagato, and it seemed like this was true, and suddenly she thought of something. She smiled and said, You know you are bored, but you still don't go over and communicate with others lively, no wonder Yahiko always used to. With that said, Konan stopped talking. Nagato looked at Konan and was about to speak when Konan looked at the ground thoughtfully and whispered, Nagato, is Yahiko really going to come back to us? Nagato smiled and nodded, It's natural. Junior brother and I have successfully experimented twice. Itachi and Shisui have reappeared in front of us. As long as I have recovered enough, I can bring Yahiko to you. Come around. Konan came over and hugged Nagato, shedding tears. Nagato, thank you. I hope you understand that you and Yahiko are both the most important people in my life. Yahiko is no longer here. I don't want anything to happen to you again. You understand. Nagato was a little stunned, stretched out his hands, hugged the crying Konan, and comforted, "What's wrong? I've successfully resurrected 2 people. Look at me. I'm still alive and kicking. It's not like before. There's nothing. With the technique of reincarnation, of course I will die. Now that my junior brother is here, what are you afraid of?" Konan sobbed a few times. Nagato pulled her away, wiped her tears and said, "It's okay, don't worry." Konan looked at Nagato and said, "You may not know that you have become a lot haggard and you are not as energetic as before. After all, it is a heaven-defying technique. If you use it too much, there will be undetectable harm in other places. You're worrying too much." Nagato interrupted Konan's random thoughts, looked at Konan and said, "Yahiko is not only the person you love most, but also the person I love most. His death is a sting that I can't let go of. Yes, the resurrection technique is too contrary to human reason, but for me, I want to thank Naruto, because he gave me a chance to atone for my failure to protect Yahiko." Nagato smiled with relief, held Konan's face and said, "Before, I thought this world was hopeless, so even if I could sacrifice my life to resurrect Yahiko, I didn't choose to do that." Shisui and Itachi laughed. Naruto, on the other hand, praised Uncle Bai's singing. "Nagato, you can go and rest. I will keep watch tonight. It's just a fly in the ointment." Itachi, his Sharingan was transplanted, and his original partner was Sasuke. Konan suddenly realized something. No wonder Naruto, who was always cautious, would indulge himself like this. Near the end of the night and early in the morning, Naruto came out of the hotel with a group of talents, and the boss personally escorted them out. After all, these people were all important people in the reign. Naruto and others drank wine and were not very conscious. This kind of large-scale perception ninjutsu must be used. What's more, her beloved Yahiko may be coming back soon. At that time, how should she choose in her heart? A group of people entered the tower noisily. Konan came out, slapped his nose with his hand, and frowned. "How much have you drunk? You smell of alcohol." After settling the group, Konan sighed, and then found Nagato still standing outside. Nagato shook his head and said, "It's okay, they should all rest. Because, all the developments are going according to his expectations. The 5 major coalition forces are about to be formed. Shisui, Itachi, and Kisame will officially join him. The power of these 3 people is equivalent to 3 more powerful members of the shadow level." Nagato looked at Yugikure in the night again and said with emotion, "Junior brother is really an amazing person. It was him who made this village really come back." Konan thought about it and felt that it was right. Just seeing Nagato looking so haggard made me feel a little scared. Although Naruto had given Konan the feeling of being a supporter so far, she changed when it came to Nagato. Some worry about gains and losses. Shisui was affected by the emotion. He put his hand on Itachi's shoulder, pointed at Killer Bee and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, what is this song about? Next, it's time to get in touch with Sasuke." Kisame shook his head and said, "The octopus's singing is really bad." Naruto waved his hand and said, "It's okay, senior brother is here." Naruto is ambitious because he is finally about to start a big fight. The 4th Ninja War is about to start. Once the war starts, everything will develop very quickly. Konan complained, "Go and have a rest. Everyone is drunk like this. If an intruder comes in, I will see what you will do." But things are different now. Junior brother has given me new hope, and I seem to be witnessing a brand new future. Killer Bee exclaimed, "I blew 3 boxes alone." Conan looked at Nagato and thought, you are also a great person, and you have sacrificed too much for what you protect in your heart. Conan nodded. Upon seeing this, Nagato immediately activated the Rain Tiger Free technique. Go to sleep, Conan. I have the Samsara Eye. With the power of heaven, I can detect even if someone comes. Looking at the rain falling on the rainy night, Conan gathered a paper umbrella and held it up and said, I'll keep watch with you. Killer Bee was so excited that he sang the song directly and said, Hey, hey, God's organization is good, it's so good, I am 8 Tails Killer Bee, and he is 9 Tails Naruto. However, there is no need to say anything about Itachi's strength. It only takes a certain amount of time to open his eyes again. Naruto burped and waved his hand, not many, just a dozen boxes. Naruto looked at the people around him, laughed loudly and said, Everyone, did you enjoy your drink today? Naruto drank very happily today. Kisame shook his head. He was good at water style and his skin could breathe underwater. Therefore, he would not get drunk at all if he drank alcohol. He could excrete it. Haven't you always supported Naruto? I believe in my junior brother's choice and approach. It's like, after coming back, relax for once. Nagato and Conan, guarding Amigekure in the night, are also guarding Naruto and the future. Under the sound of dripping rain, Naruto was in the dormitory and fell asleep very well. Some people fell asleep, while others were still awake fighting. White base. Deidara could no longer remember how many times Sasuke had destroyed him. The power of the Samsara Eye was indeed terrifying. Scorpion was lying on the ground, still recovering. As for Kakuzu, it was useless to activate the earthly resentment, he was still beaten to death. Sasuke was shaking all over, breathing heavily, and his blood was boiling because of the fierce battle. Haha, they are all a bunch of trash. After these few days of back-and-forth discussions with Deidara, Scorpion, and Kakuzu, Sasuke has completely mastered the ability of the Rinnegan and can freely use it in actual combat. At the beginning, Sasuke will bleed a little, but as the fight progresses, Sasuke's fighting becomes more beautiful. Now, he is no longer satisfied with this, he wants to challenge a more powerful existence. Humph, Naruto, get ready to tremble in front of me. Sasuke felt strong self-confidence in his heart, and he wanted to fly to Naruto immediately, fight him, defeat Naruto, stand in front of him, and laugh at him. The time and space ripples slowly rotated, and Obito appeared at the scene. Take a look around. Because of the fighting, the forest covering dozens of kilometers was almost flattened. The entire ground sank 2 to 3 meters. Presumably, it was caused by Deidara. The detonating clay was blown up. Obito looked at Sasuke and smiled, Congratulations, Sasuke, your strength has improved by more than one dimension. Sasuke snorted coldly, with an evil smile on his lips. The next second, Sasuke opened his palms and said, All things are attracted by heaven. With a chirping sound and suction force coming continuously, Obito froze and flew directly towards Sasuke. However, at the moment of contact, Obito became virtual and dodged away. Sasuke smiled slightly, drew his knife and slashed in the back, and it was blurred again. Obito snorted, Sasuke, you've gone too far. Sasuke seemed to have everything under control, and smiled, in your state, ordinary physical attacks cannot affect you, but what about this? Amaterasu. Black flames burned up and rushed towards him instantly. Obito snorted, directly formed a seal, used wood style, and used mullion stake to block the burning black flames. Sasuke then stopped and sneered, sure enough, virtualization is not omnipotent. With the blessing of the power of heaven, Sasuke can now pose a certain threat to Obito when he fights him. Obito stood up slowly. Under the mask, there was a pair of Kamui eyes, which were a little cold. This Sasuke has a body of 100 pounds and a bone of 99 pounds. Obito slowly raised his hand. He was so irritated that he almost wanted to activate the technique hidden on Sasuke. After all, Naruto's wind is too evil. In the past few days of training, Obito has been thinking about a question. If he takes away Sasuke's Rinnegan, will he be able to deal with Naruto? Because he is not a reincarnation, he is worried about whether there is a power that he cannot see that only reincarnations can have. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke remembered Naruto's performance in Konoha village. Obito heard the sound and said, "Your undead army, I think we should be able to let them out." Deidara wanted to say something else, but Obito stopped him. Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "What about your white Zetsu army?" Amaterasu. Sasuke sneered and said, "With my current strength, there is no need to control the seven-tailed beasts. After all, I have already come into contact with the power of the immortal." After Deidara's upper body was resurrected, he shouted, "Faye, don't be afraid. When we are resurrected and we all come together, I don't believe we can't kill this kid this time." Sasuke snorted coldly, "It doesn't matter, I just hate him. If the battle needs to be disrupted on a large scale, I will take action." Obito looked at Sasuke who entered the base and said, "As soon as Sasuke masters the seven-tailed beasts, we will set off immediately." Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Kabuto slid out, looked at Obito and said, "The coalition forces of the 5 major countries are already on the way to assemble." Scorpion and Kakuzu nodded. Deidara looked at Sasuke leaving, made a cut, and went to collect the detonating clay again. Seeing that Sasuke was a little quiet, Obito continued to finish the attack. Besides, Naruto's tailed beast transformation is very powerful and skillful, as you have seen before. Obito's words gave Sasuke, who was in narcissism, a loud slap in the face. Obito smiled slightly. He was still a child after all, he could be fooled by just a few words. Black Flame pounced again, and had it not been for Obito, Deidara would have been hit. With that said, Obito followed Sasuke's steps in. Sasuke gritted his teeth and walked into the white Zetsu base. Sasuke seemed a little angry. He who just thought he was invincible suddenly felt defeated. Therefore, Obito, who was worried that Naruto had such power, finally decided to train Sasuke and let Sasuke be the sword to duel Naruto. Sasuke also noticed Obito's actions and sneered, "What? You're not convinced and you want to continue fighting with me?" Sasuke snorted and raised his eyes. Upon seeing this, Obito hurried over and pulled Deidara away. Obito took a few deep breaths, and considering the overall situation, he lowered his hands. Kabuto smiled slightly and started getting ready. After Sasuke entered, Deidara, Scorpion, and Kakuzu were resurrected one after another. Sasuke looked at Obito and said, "Obito, I'm going to find Naruto. What's your plan?" "Don't forget, Naruto not only has the Rinnegan, but he also has 9 tails." Who would have known that as soon as he came out, this rebellious boy Sasuke felt that he was good again. Once he became stronger, this guy would even do me. The corners of Obito's mouth twitched. "Take me and control the tailed beast. This is in line with the trend of history." Obito frowned and said, "Sasuke, Deidara is our important large-scale air raid destruction combat force. If you burn him with black fire, he will not be able to resurrect again. You guys stay on the perimeter and report immediately if there is any situation." Obito frowned and said, "You can't act until you control the 7-tailed beasts." Iwagakure. Anoki looked at the village that had been blown into pieces, feeling furious in his heart. Uchiha Obito, absolutely cannot be forgiven, absolutely cannot be forgiven. Anoki roared angrily, especially after knowing that the so-called Uchiha Madara, the so-called Uchiha Masked Man, was just an early Uchiha ninja in Konoha. Originally, when Uchiha Madara saw Anoki when he was young, that glance left a deep sense of fear in Anoki's heart. But now, knowing that it is not Madara, Anoki's confidence instantly increased. Damn, he can't beat Madara, and he can't beat Uchiha. Kuratsuchi flew back from a distance, looked at Anoki and said, "Hey, old man, all the wounded in the village have been arranged. My father is leading people to reorganize the damaged buildings. What should we do next?" Anoki narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted, "Damn Uchiha, and Deidara, they are not safe even if they are dead." Speaking of Deidara, Anoki actually felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. At the beginning, Deidara pursued so-called art every day, setting off cannons everywhere in the village, and participating in some terrorist incidents from time to time, in order to prove his sense of existence. However, Anoki originally wanted to train Deidara as the next generation Ōtsutsuki, but as a result, this guy's path went further and further. There was no way around it, thinking that he was also a scourge in the village. So, he drove Deidara out. There happened to be some tasks in the village, and he was really embarrassed to take action directly, so he outsourced them, found someone, and handed them over to Deidara. Anyway, he likes to shoot off cannons and look at art, so let him go out to fight, which will just solve the problem that is difficult for the village to deal with. As a result, this banishment made the ninjas in the village follow and watch, but who would have imagined that Deidara actually colluded with Ōtsutsuki in the end, which is really ironic. Anoki sighed. Kuratsuchi didn't feel too bad and said with a smile, "Brother is still as childish as before, he just likes art." She and Deidara grew up together, and they were all good memories when they were recalled. What's more, Deidara couldn't do anything to her no matter what. Suddenly, Kuratsuchi felt melancholy. He looked at the black stockings he was wearing and whispered, "This childish man, it's a pity that he didn't understand what real art is until his death, idiot. Shooting off cannons is so fun." Ōtsutsuki came to Anoki and reported, "Ōtsutsuki-sama, a letter from Rikikure village." Anoki exclaimed in surprise, it was really strange that the electric shock boy would actually take the initiative to write a letter. With that said, Anoki followed Ōtsutsuki back to the office. After reading Reikichi's letter, Akato handed over 2 more letters, which were sent by Konoha and Sunigakure. It seems that the meaning of Hokage and Reikichi are surprisingly consistent. Anoki feels a little strange. "You said, it is understandable that Kazekage and Hokage stand on the same kakuzu. It is rare for Reikichi to be so abnormal and become so easy to talk to. Even the commander-in-chief position that they had argued for a long time last time, Reikichi actually voluntarily gave up to Gaara. Kazekage. This. Looking at the description in the letter, Anoki sighed. Presumably, Yunin village was also attacked by Ōtsutsuki, otherwise, that electric shock boy would not be so easy to talk to." Hearing this, Ōtsutsuki whispered, "So, Master Ōtsutsuki, what are we going to do next?" Anoki pondered for a while and said, "Go and call Lus over here." 5 or 6 minutes later, Lus appeared in the office. "Ōtsutsuki-sama, you are looking for me." Although he is the son of Ōtsutsuki Anoki, Hwangtu still has to address his father's position when working. Except for the village's guard troops, all the rest will be mobilized. "Assemble, let's go." Hearing this, Hwangtu and Chi-Tu were instantly surprised. "Father, is this what you want?" In desperation, Hwangtu directly called Anoki his father. Anoki narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Allied forces of the 5 major countries, assemble." Sand Shinobi. "Master Kazekage, the troops have been assembled." Facing Maki's report, Gaara nodded, with Temari and Kenkuro waiting on his side. Gaara looked at the Sand Shinobi below and made a speech, "Everyone, this time, everyone is following me on the expedition in order to eliminate the biggest hidden danger in the ninja world, which is the Ōtsutsuki that attacked our village before. If they are not eliminated, there will be no peace in the ninja world. I know that Ōtsutsuki's power is very powerful and terrifying. From the moment I was captured to the time the village was attacked, if it hadn't been for Naruto, I might not be standing here, and more villagers in our village might have been killed or injured. For this reason, I have agreed with the Kage from the other 4 major nations to form a ninja coalition from the 5 major nations to fight together." As soon as Gaara said this, the Sand Shinobi below started talking about it. "What, it's the 5 major countries together. I never thought that one day I would have to fight with several other villages. This is the 4th ninja war. Fortunately, this time we are not fighting among the 5 major countries. This time the 5 major countries are fighting together as an organization. Then what are you worried about? The 5 major countries will take action together. Who else in the ninja world can resist? It's hard to say. Ōtsutsuki went around collecting ninja beasts, and Kazekage-sama's one tail was snatched away. This damn Ōtsutsuki must be punished. This time he dares to attack our village. Right, yes, this hatred must be reported. Suddenly, the discussion started to change rapidly, and everyone shouted, "Punitive! Punitive! Punitive!" Temari looked at his younger brother and showed a satisfied smile. Gaara boosted the morale of the ninjas with a few words. He was indeed his younger brother, but there was one thing wrong with him: he didn't like to listen to his own words. Speaking of being disobedient, the younger brother next to me is not at ease either. Kankuro felt something and looked at Temari, wondering, what's wrong? Temari hummed coldly, nothing. Kankuro, what is the style of my sister? Ma-ji looked at Gaara and said, be careful along the way, I'll wait for you in the village. Gaara smiled and said, Master, thank you for your hard work. If I'm not here, the village will depend on you. Ma-ji was slightly startled. This was the first time that Gaara called him master. As an old man from several dynasties, he patted Gaara on the shoulder with emotion and said, I must return in triumph. Then, he looked at Temari and Kankuro and said, Temari, Kuro, protect Kazekage. Temari and Kankuro nodded. Sunagakure army, march out. The land of water, hidden in the fog. After Chojuro gathered all the ninjas, he looked at Terumi Mei and said, 5th generation Sama, you are ready to go. Terumi Mei nodded and said, all troops, attack. Country of Wind, Yunin village. Reikage looked at Darui and said, how's it going? You haven't recovered yet. Darui flexed his muscles and said, don't worry, boss, I'm okay. She smiled slightly and said, it's still because I didn't do it myself, how can you recover so quickly? Darui was deeply affected by Obito's genjutsu. In the end, he used electric shocks to continuously stimulate Darui's brain nerves, and all the dullness and hallucinations disappeared. Darui hugged Shi and said, good brother. Reikage smiled and looked at his right-hand man standing beside him again, feeling very relieved. Tudai looked at Reikage and said, Master Reikage, the gathering place has been cleaned by the Yunin people. Reikage AI nodded and said, well, Mabui, how are the logistics? Mabui said, we have contacted the 5 major countries and are all mobilizing supplies. Reikage said, okay, just wait for them to come. Konoha. Tsunade looked at the sun and smiled, I didn't expect that we would have to fight again so soon. Jiraiya came from behind, stood next to her and said, don't worry, I will protect you this time. Tsunade turned her head and blushed. Kakashi saw this and took a few steps back knowingly. Shikamaru complained, it's really troublesome. One day, we will actually fight. Ino covered her face and said, I haven't married a handsome guy yet, I don't want to die. Choji quickly grabbed a few bites of potato chips and said, I have to eat 2 bites quickly, before I die and can't eat such a good thing. Shino rolled his eyes and said, my research has not yielded results yet. Sai's face was expressionless, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ya laughed loudly and said, Akamaru, are you afraid? Akamaru, woof woof. Shaoli said excitedly, on the battlefield, I also want to use my youth. Niji crossed his arms and said angrily, Baga, war is no joke. As soon as he finished scolding, Kai ran over, looked at Shaoli and said, Li, our years of cultivation are finally beginning to realize their meaning, let's sweat the sweat of youth. Shaoli burst into tears, Teacher Kai. Niji covered his head and sighed. Tian rolled his eyes. Hinata covered her body with the flying thunder god mark left by Naruto and thought to herself, Naruto, where are you now? Sakura looked at Hinata and then looked into the distance, Sasuke, Naruto, what are you doing now? After the gathering was completed, Tsunade waved her hand, let's go. The next day, the sun rises. After a night of rain, the entire Yuin sky looked extraordinarily blue under the sunlight. Ah! Naruto yawned, woke up from bed, washed himself, and walked out of the tower. Huh? Senior brother, you got up so early. Nagato turned back and looked at Naruto. Naruto then discovered that Nagato had dark circles around his eyes, which were very heavy and looked like he had not slept all night. Brother, you haven't slept all night. Nagato rolled his eyes at him and said, what else? Thinking that he, Shisui, Itachi and the others were drunk last night, the senior brother was probably worried about his own safety, so he guarded them all night. Naruto looked around and said, didn't you switch vigils with senior sister Konan? Nagato shook his head and said, no, I asked her to rest in the middle of the night. Just in time, when you woke up, I went to bed. With that said, Nagato walked out of the bedroom. After Nagato went in to rest, Shisui, Itachi, Killer Bee, and Kisame also woke up one after another. After everyone washed up, they went to the breakfast shop in the village to eat something. Since Naruto came to this hidden rain village, his popularity has skyrocketed due to his strong strength, especially Naruto's troubles going back and forth between major villages in the ninja world. As a result, many people knew that Naruto's strength was very terrifying. Even the powerful Konoha did not dare to issue a wanted notice. Even Master Raikage was defeated by Naruto. Even the mercenary Ōtsutsuki organization, there was nothing he could do. Even Kazekage Gaara kept saying, Naruto is my brother. Now, he is now the village chief of Yuin. Who dares to come here to cause trouble? Don't want to live. Because of this, Amigakure entered a period of rapid and peaceful development. The entire village had been peaceful for a while under the protection of Nagato's pain. After Naruto came, no one even peeked into the village. It's too powerful and can't be done. Therefore, Yuin's peaceful business is particularly developed now. Because the entire village has well-developed waterways, transportation is also very convenient. The villagers like to do small businesses to make a living. After eating, Naruto took everyone back to Amigakure's office, where Orochimaru was already waiting. Naruto greeted, Uncle Snake, it's morning as always. Orochimaru smiled slightly and teased, Naruto, I heard you were drunk yesterday. Naruto nodded and said, yes, if you are happy, you will naturally get drunk. Orochimaru groaned and sighed, I've known you for so many days, and this is the first time you've gotten drunk. Naruto stopped answering and asked everyone to sit down. At this time, Konan also walked in. Sister, you are here. Konan nodded and said, sorry, I rested a little late last night, so I got up late. Naruto smiled and said, it's okay. It's me who should be sorry. I went crazy all night and left the defense of the entire village to you and brother Nagato. Itachi looked at Naruto and said, why not form a sentience force and set up barriers around the entire village, like Konoha did? When Shisui saw Itachi speaking, she also wanted to ask. Naruto sighed, I know it too, so I have already arranged a barrier around the tower. As for the entire village, there is no need. Brother's Rain Tiger Freedom technique can already sense a large area, plus I have entered Sage mode and Nine Tails mode, and my perception ability is already strong. The most important thing is that if our enemy really wants to come, these barriers will be of no use. Hearing this, Itachi nodded, which was true. If that guy Obito really wants to come in, there is really nothing we can do against him. Naruto looked at everyone and said, okay, senior brother Nagato is on guard all night last night and now has a rest, so he didn't come, so we won't wait. I'll talk to him alone later. Next, let's have a meeting. As he spoke, Naruto looked at everyone and said, according to my plan and actions, the coalition forces of the 5 major countries will be formed in Kumogakure soon. At that time, the march of the coalition forces and the direction of attack will be revealed soon. At the same time, there are 3 main forces on Akatsuki's side, that is, Obito and Kabuto's side. First, the 100,000 White Zetsu Army. Although the combat effectiveness of these White Zetsu armies is not very high, there is a very scary point. That is, these White Zetsu can absorb the chakra of a ninja, and then transform into that ninja. The ninja cannot perceive it. If you find out, you will sneak into the ninja alliance and cause a situation of killing each other. When Shisui heard this, he sighed, this is very lethal. Originally, when the ninja alliance of the 5 major countries was formed, there were barriers and hatred between them. Once this ninja who has transformed from White Zetsu goes in and conducts an assassination, the entire army will fall into a situation of mutual suspicion. Naruto nodded and continued, this problem is not a big one, I can solve it. Itachi said in shock, can you solve it? Seeing this, Kisame Kisaki smiled and said, yes, Mr. Itachi, Naruto can solve it, because once he enters Nine Tails mode, he can sense emotions like negative emotions and hatred, which is different from any kind of perception. Ninjas need to sense chakra to identify it. Itachi was very surprised, and then asked doubtfully, Kisame, how did you know? Kisame Kisaki sighed and said, I have experienced it myself. Killer Bee was snickering next to him, and the same shark muscles on his body were also laughing. Inkigaki Kisame glanced at Samehada on one side and was a little angry. This white-eyed wolf had rebelled like this. After hearing this, Shisui was still confused and said, but, the Baizetsu, such a large number, can cover a very wide battlefield. Naruto, how can you take care of such a large area by yourself? Naruto smiled and said, it's okay, I can use multiple shadow clone to summon thousands of clones to cover the whole world. Shisui's worldview seemed to be refreshed, and for a moment, he smiled. Yes, he has 9 tails and such a huge chakra, so of course he can do it. Konan looked at the instant Shisui, facing her junior brother, and was conquered. When she looked at Naruto, she showed an emotional smile. It was really right to choose to believe in my junior brother. Naruto continued, the first thing I have told you, the second and most troublesome thing is Kabuto's undead army. This guy is very annoying and a headache. He will dig graves everywhere, collect the corpses of the dead, and then summon come out and use it as your own army to fight. Thinking about the troubles caused by the undead in the previous Ninja World War, Naruto complained, this is simply not something that humans can do. After saying that, Orochimaru's face turned red and he suddenly coughed several times. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled, Uncle Snake, don't worry, I'm not talking about you. Seeing Naruto talking about this, Orochimaru couldn't shirk anything. Although Naruto just said that he was not talking about him, Orochimaru still wanted to express his attitude. This Kabuto used to be my subordinate. He was very studious and excellent at medical and ninjutsu. After my death, he inherited many of my experimental results. As for how far he has grown now, I don't know yet. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Uncle Snake, he has surpassed you and become a dragon. What? Orochimaru's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Naruto, how did you know? Naruto crossed his hands across his chest, thinking that based on the memory of his previous life and the one-sided relationship, he could basically conclude. He looked at Orochimaru and said, after fighting, Kabuto has now transformed from a snake into a dragon and has become a perfect sage mode, just like me, except that I am the frog immortal and he is the snake immortal. Orochimaru was a little surprised, then smiled, and even felt a little relieved. I really didn't expect that Kabuto would actually be in Ryuchi Cave and practice the art of the immortal. Back then, I was extremely eager to get that power, but my body at that time was too weak and I couldn't bear it. For a moment, Orochimaru felt a little emotional. He never expected that the person who would inherit his mantle the most would be Kabuto. Orochimaru seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, leave it to me to solve Kabuto. After all, I trained him with my own hands. Let me end him. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Uncle Snake, I know what you are thinking in your heart, but no, you are no longer one of the Saiyans in your fighting form. Facing Kabuto today, you are invincible. For Kabuto, I have a better candidate. With that said, Naruto looked at Itachi and Shisui and said, any technique has its shortcomings. Although the technique of reincarnation in the dirty earth can summon a large number of undead to join the battle, as long as the person who casts the technique is eliminated, this technique will, if you don't attack, you will destroy yourself. Itachi nodded in agreement. He has always thought so. There is no invincible technique, and any ninjutsu has its weaknesses. The key is to find them out. But people in the world tend to panic because of the appearance of ninjutsu, and have no sense to analyze the ninjutsu they face, so as to find out the flaws and defeat him. Why is Uchiha so powerful? In addition to having a pair of Sharingan, he can see through ordinary ninjutsu and attack paths. More importantly, these eyes give Uchiha a lot of courage, and he firmly believes that he can see through the opponent's ninjutsu. Naruto continued, Itachi, Shisui, Kabuto, I leave it to you to find a way to break his ninjutsu. Itachi and Shisui nodded, indicating that there was no problem. In the previous life, Itachi and his younger brother Sasuke were able to take care of Kabuto. In this life, following his eldest brother Shisui, it was not as easy as taking control of Kabuto. Well, I have a request. Orochimaru said, looking at everyone. Everyone looked over and Orochimaru said, Kabuto is also a hardworking man. He was an orphan since he was a child. In order to protect his orphanage, he joined Konoha since he was a child, trained to become a spy, and broke into the enemy's village. All this time, he has been unable to recognize himself clearly. In my mind, he wants to constantly use external forces to enrich himself, make up for himself, and make himself more aware of himself. For others, becoming stronger is to prove oneself to others, but for Kabuto, becoming stronger is just to prove his own existence. Therefore, I hope that Itachi and Shisui can leave Kabuto alive when you go, and it is best to bring him back. I want him to get to know himself again. Kisame Kisaki remained silent. This Kabuto also has some similarities with him. The same is true for him. As a Kirigakure ninja, he really wants to kill the ninjas in his own village. So what is he and what is the purpose of everything he does? In this hypocritical world, what is the true self? It was at this time that Obito appeared and said that he would take him to create a world without hypocrisy. After hearing this, Shisui sighed. He is another person who has been harmed by the politics of the village. Itachi nodded and said, I'll pay attention. Ah, that guy is indeed a trouble, but I am confident that I can win him. Orochimaru saw that Naruto, Itachi, and Shisui all agreed, and smiled and said, thank you. So, just in case. This is also the reason why, at the beginning, he went to conquer Nagato. Orochimaru thought of something, looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, you have ignored someone, right? After all, Uchiha Madara successfully opened it once without the help of Sage of Six Paths. With relevant experience, Obito, as the executor of his plan, can completely copy it to Sasuke. Itachi was very shocked and said, Sasuke can open the Rinnegan? Naruto nodded with satisfaction and said, very good, the two major forces have been perfectly solved, and there is also the third major force, which is the seven-tailed beasts Obito has collected so far. Kisame Kisaki grinned and said, I seem to be hearing something terrible. Obito will never give up the power of the seven-tailed beasts, so he will definitely use Sasuke to cultivate the Samsara Eye. Shisui knew that Sasuke was the most precious thing to Itachi. He finally understood why Naruto always said that he and Sasuke were brothers. Itachi thought for a few seconds and then said, anyway, Shisui has been resurrected by you now. How about this? I will take Shisui to find Sasuke and bring him back. If he doesn't come back, I will let Shisui use distinguished heavenly gods, bring him back. Itachi asked in confusion, how could it be? Naruto raised his hand and said, no, I'm afraid it's not easy for you to get close to Sasuke now. Naruto nodded. Naruto also had this intention, because in his previous life, Kabuto was saved by Itachi. Later, with Naruto's support, he became the director of the orphanage and lived with his brother who grew up in the orphanage when he was a child. Stand up. Itachi looked at Naruto's expression and asked eagerly, Naruto, is it something related to Sasuke? Naruto nodded and said, yes, because he and I both have the power of the reincarnation of the immortal sun. Therefore, for Itachi's sake, he also said, I am willing to follow Itachi to help him find Sasuke. Killer Bee and Konan had heard from Naruto, so they were not too surprised. I am just Sasuke's elder brother in this life. Seeing this, Naruto once again gave everyone some information. After finishing speaking, Itachi didn't say anything for a long time. He really didn't expect that his younger brother was actually the reincarnation of the son of an immortal. Originally, he said he was going to deal with Kabuto because he had this selfish motive and wanted to save him for the last time. Actually, Naruto hasn't said yet why he wants Sasuke to open his eyes. Uncle Killer Bee and I will handle this, so you don't have to worry. It turns out that they are really brothers, they will be brothers for the rest of their lives. Naruto planned to have Obito guide Sasuke to open his eyes in order to control the seven-tailed beasts. Then if Sage of Six Paths does not appear, where can I and Sasuke steal the yin and yang power? Because when he was resurrected, Sage of Six Paths said goodbye to him, saying that this was the last time. Does that mean that Sage of Six Paths will not appear in the future? Naruto looked at Itachi and said, I need Sasuke's power, so opening his eyes is also part of my plan. Sasuke will definitely fight side by side with me in the future, so I don't want to use external force to change it. I want to convince him directly. You must understand that Sasuke only opened his eyes after the Sage of Six Paths gave him the power of Yin. Shisui was very shocked and said, what on earth is going on? Naruto looked over and met Orochimaru's eyes, knowing what he was talking about. Naruto said, I don't know what Obito is doing, but I can guess that he is probably using Sasuke to cultivate the Rinnegan to deal with me, because the Rinnegan left by Uchiha Madara was originally with senior brother Nagato, but it was I got it. Now, my senior brother and I have one piece each. After formulating the action plan for the entire team, everyone present has a corresponding action plan. Seeing that he was not assigned, Konan looked at Naruto, Naruto, what can I do? Naruto looked at Konan and said, continue to train those students, together with brother Nagato. By the way, Shisui, Itachi, Killer Bee, you can also take advantage of these few days to help me train those students when you are free. These people, and it will be of great use in the upcoming war and in the future. Everyone nodded. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, Uncle Snake, come with me, Shisui, Itachi, you can also follow me. Kisame Kisaki stepped forward and said, what about me? Naruto said, you and Uncle Bai, continue to train the students. Senior sister Konan will continue to be responsible for the defense of the village. I guess senior brother has not woken up yet. Kisame glanced at Itachi, and Itachi nodded. Kisame was a little reluctant, but Killer Bee had become completely familiar with Kisame through drinking last night. Hey, Shark, why are you always clinging to Weasel? You're a grown man. Come with me to train students. I'll teach you lightning style by the way. Didn't you say you want to learn lightning style breathing method? Kisame Kisaki seemed to have been stabbed in something, and said in annoyance, I want you to take care of it. With that said, he patted Killer Bee's shoulder and walked out, cursing as he walked, stupid octopus. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment, and Samahata climbed up from behind, purring. Oh, you mean, that stinky shark found someone he cherished, and I exposed him, so he got angry. Ha ha ha. Killer Bee's chakra is now connected to Samahata, so he can understand whatever Samahata expresses. Konan looked at the two people, shook his head helplessly, and then transformed into pieces of paper, spread throughout the village, and began to monitor. Nagato was resting, and the Utora free technique was temporarily stopped, so the surveillance in the village relied on her paper technique. Naruto took Orochimaru, Itachi, and Shisui and walked into the laboratory. Itachi asked, Naruto, what are you going to do? Naruto took a deep breath and said, I'll take you to meet my old friends, and I'll also meet my relatives by the way. Orochimaru smiled slightly and glanced at Naruto. Yes, for him, it was also a chance to meet an old friend. Shisui and Itachi looked at each other. What did it mean? I can understand after seeing an old friend, but who else are you going to resurrect, Naruto? Meeting your relatives, what the hell is this? Who are Naruto's relatives? Dad or mom? Shisui suddenly thought of something. Looking at Naruto's yellow hair in front of him and the secrets in the village, he couldn't believe it and sighed in his heart, no way. Enter the laboratory. Orochimaru didn't even ask Naruto, and directly started to arrange the art of reincarnation. Itachi looked at this rune and said doubtfully, Naruto, this is. Shisui sighed, it always feels like it's not a good look. Naruto smiled slightly, looked at the two of them and said, excuse me. With a buzzing sound, Naruto used the flying thunder god and disappeared directly. Shisui was a little surprised, this is. Itachi had fought with Naruto and explained, the flying thunder god's jutsu. Shisui opened his mouth wide, 4th generation Sama's technique to become famous, how could this Naruto do it? After thinking about it, it was reasonable for Naruto to be able to resurrect himself and know the flying thunder god technique. Orochimaru was no longer surprised by this, he knew where Naruto had been. A few minutes later, Naruto returned with Thunder God again. Bang bang bang. For sounds of landing were actually 4 sealed white Zetsu being thrown into the rune circle set up by Orochimaru. Only at this time did Itachi know what Naruto was going to do. I really didn't expect that Naruto, who was just criticizing Kabuto for abusing the impure world reincarnation technique, would start to do the same here. It seems that quite a few people were resurrected, and 4 white Zetsu sacrifices were used. Orochimaru was ready, and walked to the safe, took out the scroll that Naruto had asked him to keep, threw it to Naruto and said, Naruto. Naruto took it steadily, nodded and said, I understand. As he spoke, he untied the scroll, pulled it open, spread it on the ground, and formed seals with his hands. Remove the spiritual seal. With a chirp, the chakra flashed blue light, and 4 blue soul flames slowly rose from the scroll and floated above the 4 white Zetsu. Itachi asked in shock, Naruto, these 4 souls are? Naruto said with a serious expression, the previous Hokages who knew all the secrets of Konoha's past. Shisui took a step forward in surprise, saying in disbelief, what? Orochimaru smiled evilly, formed seals with his hands, and slapped down, immortal reincarnation technique. With a chirp, 4 blue soul flames quickly fell and directly covered the 4 white Zetsu. The 4 white Zetsu immediately whimpered in pain, and soon they were all swallowed up and transformed into 4 new figures. Slowly came out and stood there. Shisui's eyes widened, and with a trembling voice and shocked eyes, he glanced at them one by one, and muttered, Shodai, Nidame, and the 3rd generation adults, and the 4th generation adults. Itachi stared at the 1st Hokage and exclaimed, is this the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninja? Orochimaru stood up with a smile on his face, looking at the 4 people in front of him as if he was looking at his own work. After the summoning was completed, Orochimaru formed a seal with his hands, and the souls of the 4 previous Hokage officially awakened. Hashirama woke up first and looked around. Tobirama woke up shortly after and saw Orochimaru. He frowned and said, is it this ninja named Orochimaru again? Hashirama looked at Tobirama, what's going on? 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hashirama and explained, I guess the seal that sealed us was broken, and then the impure world reincarnation technique was used. 4th generation Namikaze Minato sighed, I never thought that sealing techniques could be unlocked. Lord Orochimaru, how did you do it? Orochimaru chuckled, you underestimate me, Minato. I have been studying the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, the clan's old address that no longer exists, and the documents scattered everywhere since the sealing techniques were lost. Namikaze Minato sighed, looked at Hashirama and Tobirama and said, Shodai, it seems that we have been resurrected in this world. Hashirama frowned, leaned forward, and asked in confusion, Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Minato, who suddenly realized, revealed his cape and said, I am the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. When Hashirama heard that it was the fourth generation, he was instantly overjoyed and laughed, You are the fourth generation, so that's it, Suga. Suga. It seems that the village is also very peaceful, and it has spread to the fourth generation, ha ha ha. The fourth generation smiled bitterly and said, Well, I don't know if it's peaceful now, because I died before the third generation and was sealed earlier than them. Hashirama was a little surprised. How could the fourth generation die before the third generation? So he asked, Why did you die before the third generation? Fourth generation scratched his head and said, Because Nine Tails rioted, I died in the battle to seal Nine Tails. Hashirama was a little confused and asked, That thing can kill people? Tobirama glared at Hashirama and said, Brother, do you think everyone is you? The fourth generation smiled awkwardly on the side. At this time, Naruto's voice sounded from behind, Dad, long time no see. Namikaze Minato was slightly stunned and turned to look over. Dad? Who is calling Daddy? Who is calling Daddy? All four Hokages turned around and looked around. Minato Namikaze saw Naruto at a glance and shouted excitedly, Naruto. Walking up to Naruto in 3 steps, Namikaze Minato frowned and said, Naruto, your left eye. Naruto explained, It's okay, it's the Rinnegan. Namikaze Minato was shocked and said, Reincarnation Eye. Eye of the Immortal. Shisui smiled very happily. He guessed correctly. Naruto was indeed the son of the fourth generation, the boy who was the sealed Nine Tails demon fox. Tobirama was also looking at Naruto. He was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the son of the fourth generation was actually here. What he didn't expect was that the son of the fourth generation actually had the Reincarnation Eye. Hashirama said with emotion, the legendary immortal eye, I actually saw it today. Madara has been studying this before. Tobirama snorted, evil Uchiha. The third generation also walked up and looked at Naruto, wondering, What's going on, Naruto, why are you here and have these eyes of yours? Naruto greeted with a smile, Grandpa third generation, I asked Orochimaru to resurrect you. Third generation was shocked, What? You asked Orochimaru to resurrect us? As he said that, third generation looked at Orochimaru in disbelief, because in his understanding, Orochimaru and Naruto could get along, just as Danzo would be of the same mind as he was in life. It's incredible. Last time, when Naruto captured the Nine Tails chakra, Namikaze Minato had a lot of conversations with his family of 3 in Naruto's spiritual sea, so although he was shocked, he could still accept it because his son said at the time that it's from time travel. Facts have proved that his son is indeed beyond ordinary people. The last time we met, he didn't have the Samsara Eye. This time, the Samsara Eye was opened. And Orochimaru was working under him. It's no wonder that the third generation Sama was shocked. Orochimaru looked at third generation and said, Teacher, don't look at me with such a shocked expression. I used to really like to stir up the wind. Now, I prefer to follow the wind and pursue the scenery. Naruto is my wind now. Orochimaru shook his head. It's not that he doesn't understand, it's that the world is changing rapidly. Third generation Sama. Third generation Sama. The second voice sounded, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up. Once he saw the 2 people clearly, third generation was stunned. Are you, Shisui? And Itachi. Shisui and Itachi stepped forward and nodded with smiles. Third generation stared at Shisui with wide eyes, looked at it carefully, and said in surprise, Shisui, aren't you dead? How could you? Oh, you were also resurrected by Orochimaru using the Earth reincarnation technique? Tobirama looked at the person third generation was talking about and said solemnly, "No, monkey, this person has not been reincarnated using the art of dirt, he is a living person." "Are you sure he is dead?" When the third generation heard this, he was a little shocked. He held Shisui with his hand and found that it was indeed flesh and blood. He looked at Shisui and Itachi in disbelief and asked, "What's going on?" Itachi explained, "It was Naruto. He used the Six Paths reincarnation technique to resurrect Shisui and I." Third generation's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Resurrecting the dead is such a heaven-defying art. Tobirama said thoughtfully, "The legendary Samsara Eye is the eye that controls the art of life and death. It seems that it is indeed so." Hashirama also said with emotion, "I didn't expect that the dead can actually be resurrected." Minato was on the side, listening silently and not speaking. Tobirama looked at third generation and asked, "Monkey, who are these two people?" Third generation smiled and said, "They are all my good subordinates during my lifetime. They are all people who have made great contributions to the peace of the village, especially Itachi." With that said, third generation patted Itachi on the shoulder and said guiltily, "I'm sorry for you, Itachi." Itachi smiled slightly and smiled. Shisui sighed, hating that she shouldn't have gone to Danzo at that time, but should have gone directly to the third generation to seek asylum, and later joined forces with Itachi to prevent the family conflict. Naruto came out to smooth things over and said, "Okay, the past is in the past, now we have to look forward." Arriving in front of Hashirama and Tobirama, Naruto greeted, "Shodai, uncle second generation, hello, let's meet again, my name is Naruto, the future seventh Hokage." Hashirama asked in confusion, "What do you mean by getting to know each other again? Have you passed on the fifth generation or the sixth generation? Are you sure that you are the seventh generation?" Tobirama looked at Naruto and said depressedly, "Brother, this guy is a bit like you, a bit natural and stupid, and he is also familiar with it." When Naruto heard Uncle Tobirama complaining about him, he instantly thought of the memories of fighting together in the Fourth Ninja War. "Haha, Uncle Tobirama, you really haven't changed at all since you're still here." Tobirama looked at Naruto as if he were an idiot, and complained in his heart, "Do I know you? Have we met before? Are you polite?" After 3 soul questions, Tobirama complained to Minato, "Fourth generation, take care of your son." Namikaze Minato scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Tobirama looked at Naruto and said, "Hey, kid, since you are the son of the fourth generation, you must also be a ninja of Konoha. Why did you instruct Orochimaru to abuse the ninjutsu I created and resurrect us?" Naruto snapped his fingers and praised, "Uncle Tobirama, that's a good question. This is what I was about to tell you." Looking at the 4 Hokages, Naruto informed the 4 Hokages about the origin of Obito, the fourth ninja war that was about to be launched, the formation of a ninja coalition from the 5 major countries, and the undead army that appeared on the battlefield before Kabuto was solved. Explain that the purpose of calling them out is to help Naruto win this war. After hearing this, Tobirama said angrily, "Uchiha Madara, who was born evil, didn't stop even after death, and even carved such a technique in his eyes. It's all my fault for not destroying his body in time. You be asterisk 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 d, that brat named Uchiha Obito must be the successor of Madara. He actually wants to let the whole world fall into an illusion. I think he is ill. Ha! This Uchiha clan is born evil." Shisui and Itachi turned their heads and walked over. Third generation saw this and whispered, "Nidame, please calm down and stop talking." Hashirama directly reprimanded, "Tobirama, don't be so evil in the Uchiha clan. How many times have I told you, the Uchiha clan are our comrades in arms, don't slander them like this." Tobirama said angrily, "Humph, brother, if you ask me, you have given Madara too much face. Look at this Madara, she has been dead for so many years, and she can still cause trouble. She used to harm the village, but now she is directly harming the entire country. Ninja World. Orochimaru listened on the side and said with some emotion, "Nidame, I will always understand why you implement those policies. Your prejudice against Uchiha is too deep." Tobirama said angrily, "Kid, what do you know?" Shisui couldn't stand listening and said, "Nidame, I respect you very much, but I didn't expect that you would have such a big prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I'm really disappointed." Tobirama looked at Shisui and was about to curse. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment and asked, "You look like..." Third generation explains, he is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. When he heard that he was Uchiha Kagami's grandson, Tobirama immediately calmed down. "I didn't expect him to be Kagami's grandson. No wonder he looks so similar." Then, second generation sighed and said, "I am not prejudiced against Uchiha. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you also understand that your clan is the clan that values feelings the most. Once you lose something you cherish, your temperament will change drastically, thus opening the Sharingan, even Mangekyo Sharingan." After losing her younger brother, Madara became a completely different person. Upon hearing this, Shisui immediately started to turn Mangekyo. "Nidame, this is what you are talking about." Seeing this, Itachi also showed his Sharingan, but he was not Mangekyo. Tobirama looked at Shisui and Itachi with burning eyes. This one from Shisui is not an ordinary Mangekyo, not a basic Magatama pattern, it is Mangekyo Sharingan. As for that Itachi, he was just an ordinary Sharingan. Shisui also noticed Itachi's Sharingan and frowned. "Itachi, where is your Mangekyo?" Itachi said, "My original eyes were dug out by my brother and transplanted into his eyes. The current pair of eyes are the 10 that Naruto took from Danzo, and 2 of them were transplanted into me." Third generation was slightly startled and asked, "Naruto took it from Danzo?" Orochimaru smiled and nodded, "Yes, teacher, your nemesis has been killed by Naruto." Naruto smiled and said, "Correction, I didn't kill him, I just chopped off one of Danzo's hands and took away the eyes that should have belonged to Shisui. Danzo died at the hands of Sasuke, who avenged his brother." Third generation was surprised, how could this happen? Naruto stood up, looked at the third generation master and said, "Grandpa third generation, to be honest, your attitude towards Danzo has indeed deepened the dark existence of Konoha to a certain extent. You may also have received some news. Uchiha on the night when his clan was destroyed, Danzo collected a lot of Sharingan, and he even took away one of Shisui's eyes." Third generation is somewhat silent. Indeed, to a certain extent, he does tolerate some of Danzo's practices. Minato said, "Naruto, Lord Third Generation also has his own reasons." Third Generation sighed, "It's indeed my problem." As soon as Orochimaru heard the talk about Third Generation, he immediately became interested and said, "And teacher, in the face of many incorrect policies left by Second Generation, not only did you not improve, but you continue to deepen them. As the law enforcers of the police department, the Uchiha clan punishes criminals everywhere, so they are easily hated by others. If it goes on for a long time, they will become arrogant. Teacher, you can obviously reorganize the police department founded by Second Generation so that people from other clans can go in, but nothing changes at all. What's more, after the Nine Tails incident, when the village was being rebuilt, Danzo proposed that Uchiha build the police department and the prison together in the name of monitoring criminals, and blatantly drove the Uchiha family into the village. Corner, teacher, you are almost acquiescing." At this point, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Do you mean you are kind, or do you rule by doing nothing?" Under such circumstances, it eventually led to the Uchiha clan launching a coup. Itachi had no choice but to kill himself under Danzo's instigation. Of the clan, there is only one younger brother left. Indeed, the third generation is fully capable of reorganizing the police department left by the second generation. At that time, Uchiha was still very obedient to the village. After all, Uchiha Mirror was also a good friend of third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among the Uchiha clan, I also enjoy a high right to speak, and I could completely reorganize it, but I didn't. Hashirama suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, "What is the situation in Konoha village now? I want to go out and see what the village looks like now." "Oh, by the way, 4th generation you are dead, then 5th generation now who is it?" Regarding this, Itachi and Shisui have experienced it personally and feel deeply about it. At this time, Naruto stood up and said, "Although the village is very important, it is also a mistake to not change it if you can change it, as a Hokage." Tobirama snorted coldly, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and said, "Your name is Itachi, right? You have done a good job. As a Konoha ninja, you can abandon the emotions of the clan for the sake of the village. I admire you for this. He is an amazing ninja, better than me." Shisui doesn't know what to refute Tobirama, because judging from Master Second Hokage's speech, he is a person who regards the village as extremely important, not to mention sacrificing the Uchiha clan, even if he sacrifices his own Senju clan, and he can do it himself. Hashirama was not happy and said, "Tobirama, I have warned you a long time ago not to despise Uchiha, but you must not listen." Tobirama snorted coldly, "Boy, who do you think you are? Have you ever been a Hokage? Do you know what Hokage means? This is obviously suspicious of the Uchiha clan. They think 9 Tails is the work of the Uchiha clan, so they sent the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village." Tobirama said angrily, "Anika. Don't you understand? The village is important. For the peace of the village, let alone sacrificing an Uchiha, even if it means sacrificing the Senju clan, it doesn't matter." "The monkey is not wrong." Orochimaru said, "It's Tsunade, your granddaughter. Okay, let's settle the past matters today. The most important thing is the next step. I hope the 4 of you will cooperate with me and fight the next war." At that time, the 3rd generation could actually make changes and at least try to maintain the status quo. However, the 3rd generation acquiesced to this approach, which made the leader of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, who originally wanted peace, very unhappy. "It's sad." Minato came out and explained, "Naruto, don't blame 3rd generation Sama. Danzo was originally a high-ranking official who grew up with 3rd generation Sama, and they both belonged to the 2nd generation. In addition, at that time, every village was fighting. There are some dark things that must be dealt with by Danzo-sama." 2nd generation Tobirama saw Orochimaru talking about his chosen successor, 3rd generation, and was very angry and said, "What do you know? The Uchiha clan is already difficult to control. I founded the police department to let them make the best use of their resources. It was done by monkeys. That's right, for the sake of the village and the overall situation, this is the only way." "Hashirama, shut up." After the 9 Tails incident, there were rumors in the village that it was the Uchiha clan who did it. However, when the village was rebuilt, Danzo moved the entire clan to a corner of the village in the name of reconstruction. Tobirama asked in surprise, "Madara, will she be resurrected too?" Naruto looked at Hashirama and said, "Shodai, your nemesis, Madara, may also be summoned to the battlefield. When the time comes, he will be left to you." Hashirama covered his forehead in surprise and sighed, "Really, no matter what era, there is war." In the end, he was unable to control the actions of his tribe. Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, he will also appear in Kabuto's undead army." What does this mean? This made many people in the village increasingly dissatisfied. Naruto was amused by this sentence and laughed loudly, "Hokage, I really did it." Hashirama raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "No." Minato smiled and said, "I didn't expect that I could fight with my son. 3rd generation Sama is the leaf in the light, and Danzo-sama is the root in the darkness." Shisui and Itachi were silent because what Orochimaru said made sense. 3rd generation, I don't know. When I died, 5th generation had not yet chosen. Naruto frowned slightly. This time he did not refute the dark politics his father said, but he didn't like it very much. Hearing 2nd generation Tobirama's praise, Itachi didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. Minato, I don't know. When I died, the third generation was still there. As Naruto, who single-handedly ended the fourth ninja war in his previous life and became the seventh Hokage, he knows Hokage politics better than anyone else. Third generation lamented, I never thought that one day, I would be resurrected and come out to fight again. Hashirama heard that the current Hokage in the village was Tsunade, and he was all bad. Now, is the village okay? Hashirama's face was full of worry, but what he actually wanted to ask was, has the village been lost in the bet now? Naruto took the initiative and said, ha ha ha, the village under the rule of Granny Tsunade is very good and peaceful. Moreover, with the assistance of my master Jiraiya, Danzo was also killed by Sasuke, and the other two old senior staff officers. I also have the sense to stop interfering in the governance of Konoha. It can be said that Konoha now has the best atmosphere. When Hashirama heard what Naruto said, he was very excited and said, oh. Really? Naruto smiled and nodded. Hashirama, ha ha ha, you are indeed my good granddaughter. Seeing this, Tobirama sighed. Third generation showed a satisfied smile and said, I didn't expect that Jiraiya would actually be willing to return to the village to help Tsunade manage the village. That makes me feel more at ease. In fact, after the death of the fourth generation, the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen very much hoped that Jiraiya would serve as the fifth Hokage, because among his three apprentices, Orochimaru had no hope at all, and Tsunade was a gambler, so only Jiraiya also, apart from being a bit lustful, everything else is top-notch. In terms of background, he is his apprentice and the master of the fourth generation. In terms of qualifications, he experienced the third ninja war and earned the title of one of the Sannin. In terms of strength, ninjutsu is diverse, with the title of Pervy Sage, superb combat awareness, and solid Kage-level strength. But, he just refused to do it, and there was no other way. Third generation had no choice but to ask Jiraiya to get Tsunade back, otherwise Danzo would be in trouble. However, according to Naruto's words, Jiraiya actually stopped wandering around and was willing to stay quietly in the village, and also help Tsunade manage the village, and this. Third generation felt that there must be something wrong with this. As a master, he didn't understand this boy's character yet. There must be something in the village that attracted him, otherwise he wouldn't be so honest. Thinking about it this way, third generation wants to go back. Before third generation could speak, second generation spoke, brother, according to my perception, this is not Konoha village. Since we are resurrected, let's go to the village to see it first. Hashirama nodded. He had exactly this intention. Last time he was resurrected by Orochimaru, he only fought with the third generation and didn't take a good look at the village at all. Orochimaru said, I'm afraid not. Everyone, you are reincarnated from the dirty earth. You go there to ask for Naruto's opinion. Tobirama snorted coldly and glanced at Naruto, seek the opinion of fourth generation son, this little brat. Naruto just echoed Orochimaru's accusation of third generation and his own political behavior. Tobirama is not interested in Naruto now. Orochimaru nodded and said, yes, because it was Naruto who asked me to resurrect you, so your actions must be in accordance with Naruto's actions. Tobirama laughed loudly and said, I am the second Hokage, and I still want to listen to a brat. Orochimaru, don't be too confident, I know what you want to say, isn't it because you can control us now? But you have ignored the fact that the accuracy of the reincarnation of the dirty earth this time is much better than the last time. We almost came with a power close to the original body. Just you still want to control us? After all, I created this ninjutsu. As he spoke, Tobirama raised his fingers instantly, and the terrifying chakra exploded instantly. When Orochimaru saw this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly clasped his hands together and controlled death with all his strength. Tobirama instantly turned off the flames. What's going on? Hashirama looked at the astonished Tobirama and said meaningfully, Sarutobi, the ninja you trained is really good. Third generation was praised and scratched its head in embarrassment. Orochimaru, on the other hand, said very proudly, "It is an honor for me to be praised by the god of ninja." Hashirama looked at Orochimaru and said, "Tobirama, your perception is a bit slow." He added my cells this time to strengthen the binding force. Only then did Tobirama realize that this Orochimaru, without carefully sensing it, found that almost all of his body was filled with his eldest brother's cells. Naruto sighed, and he was ready to take action. The uncle of second generation also has a hot temper, and chakra will break out at every turn. Third generation sighed and said, "Master Hashirama, Nidame, I'm sorry, I was powerless at that time and failed to protect my allies." With a bang, the door to Orochimaru's laboratory was kicked open. Thinking of the origin of this etiquette, and looking at his hair, Hashirama confirmed, "You are from the country of Whirlpool, from the Whirlpool clan." Nagato walked up to Hashirama and bowed. Hashirama was stunned for a moment before Nagato said, "Hello Shodai." Orochimaru struck in time and said, "The Uzumaki clan has been destroyed." Nagato suddenly realized that no wonder they were all wearing Konoha forehead protectors. He glanced at a person in the scene. Yes, this person was the legendary ninja god, Lord Hashirama. Hashirama nodded and said, "Well, the Samsara Eye." In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a member of the Hokage Guard, failed to protect him well, which led to the death of the second generation. Many people in the village transferred a large part of this hatred to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just taken office. This and Yunin's relationship was completely forged. Tobirama frowned slightly, as if he had expected it. As for the third generation, there was some silence. Looking at the four people who suddenly appeared in the field, he frowned and said, "Junior brother, these people are all." Therefore, facing the second ninja war, third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a headache and had no energy to care about anything else. In the same year, that is, this year, the second ninja war broke out. Nagato rushed over, looking anxious. Fortunately, there are still some people from the kingdom of Uzumaki who have been taken in by Konoha. Among them is the wife of the fourth generation, Kushina Uzumaki. Fourth generation also discovered that Nagato had red hair like Katsuyuki, so he was from the Uzumaki clan. Naruto stood up in time and introduced to Nagato, "These are the 4 Hokages of my Konoha village. They were resurrected by me using the dirt reincarnation to increase our combat power." Hashirama smiled and said, "It turns out we are a family. I didn't expect to see brothers from the Uzumaki clan here." The third generation and the fourth generation also noticed that the person who rushed in had a Rinnegan in his eyes, and Naruto also had one. Hashirama's smile stopped abruptly. At this time, another powerful enemy came to encircle and suppress the country of Whirlpool. As an ally, Konoha should send troops, but there are no troops that can be sent out at all. Hashirama couldn't believe it. His wife was from the Uzumaki country. He and the leader of the Uzumaki country were still very good friends. When Konoha established the village, the Uzumaki clan was included as an important member. Even the village's pattern. All have the vortex mark of the kingdom of Whirlpool. This year was disastrous for Konoha. How come? The third generation, as a Hokage who was appointed to take office at the last moment, did not have a very strong political dominance. In addition, at that time, Danzo had always had objections to the third generation's rise to power. He had always reserved objections to the politics of the third generation, and this continued. He did this until Danzo died. The strongest fighting force, second Hokage, died in battle. In the 37th year of Konoha, which is the second Hokage battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi was appointed as the third Hokage. So, fourth generation replaced third generation and told that history. Nagato nodded. "Junior brother, what did you find?" "Kumogakure and Kirigakure are both guarding Konoha. As long as you dare to move and divide your forces, they will attack your village. There is no way, the third generation is watching the country of Whirlpool perish." Tobirama stared at Nagato and said, "Brother, did you see it? Fourth generation knew something about it, so he could understand third generation's difficulties at that time. After listening to fourth generation's story about that period of history, Hashirama sighed deeply. Old friends are dying one after another, like leaves falling in the wind. Hashirama was very sad. When he was there, allies joined in one after another. Occasionally there were different voices, but it was just one or two people, and it could still be solved. How come now, the Uchiha clan is gone, the Uzumaki clan is gone, and this and this? It's so unpredictable that the big intestine wraps up the small intestine. Nagato also sighed when he recalled his childhood. He, Yahiko, and Konan were all war orphans. As long as I can remember, I have heard from the old people in the village that in the past, when the first generation was in power, it was really peaceful and no one dared to touch the village. It was because of the existence of the ninja god, Hashirama. Therefore, Nagato has admired Hashirama, the god of ninja, since he was a child. This is why after Nagato went dark, he found it pain to speak about God's will, which was also influenced by Hashirama. Because under the name of the god of ninja, the village is very peaceful. Because of this, he was born, using pain as the god of this world. After Minato finished speaking, Sarutobi blamed himself and said, "It is indeed my lack of ability." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Teacher, you still have many shortcomings." Naruto came out and said, "What happened in the past is indeed very uncomfortable. It also makes us understand one thing, that is, if we are not strong, we cannot protect the things we cherish." Tobirama was a little dissatisfied and looked at Naruto and said, "Boy, your philosophy is a bit similar to Uchiha's. They both put the power of ninjutsu first." Naruto sighed, "Well, I did think so in the past, but now, after experiencing some things, I found that it is really impossible to have no power. Because some people won't talk to you about love at all. With strength, you can make them sit down calmly and listen to you talk about love." After hearing Naruto's speech, everyone present had different feelings. Nagato figured out the source of the terrifying chakra and said to Naruto, "Since everything is fine, I will go back to rest." Naruto knew that Nagato must have been resting just now, because with the power of heaven, he could keenly sense the fluctuations of chakra. "Yes, senior brother, you have worked hard, go back." Nagato took one last look at the four Hokage, and then said to Naruto, "I will rest as soon as possible, junior brother, don't keep me waiting. You should also understand that I am not with you because of his eyes." Naruto nodded seriously. Shisui, who was pointed out by Nagato, was a little confused. "What do you mean I'm with you, isn't it because of his eyes? Could it be? Did Naruto use distinguished heavenly gods on Nagato?" Shisui looked at Naruto with some surprise. Naruto looked at Nagato's leaving figure, took a deep breath and exhaled. "Senior brother Nagato has woken up a long time ago. It is not that the distinguished heavenly gods have failed, but the distinguished heavenly gods, which has allowed senior brother Nagato to find his true self, the one who is not bound by hatred." Just like in his previous life, he talked to Nagato. At that time, he did not have distinguished heavenly gods, but just talked to Nagato, and finally succeeded in impressing him and awakening the real Nagato. Therefore, senior brother Nagato chose to believe in himself. Entrust yourself. Seeing that senior brother Nagato left in the end, it meant that he wanted to see Yahiko even more eagerly. Perhaps it was this hope that made senior brother Nagato more determined to follow him. Yes, regrets can be made up for, so why should we destroy the world? Looking at Nagato, Naruto thought of Obito, that guy, he still had to wake him up by himself in this life. Naruto looked at the four Hokage and said, "Okay, ancestors of Hokage, the reason has been explained clearly to everyone. The purpose of calling you here is to stop Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. You don't want the whole world to fall. For a world where there is no one and everyone is in genjutsu." Tobirama did not refute this time, but agreed, "Of course, I don't want everyone in the village to fall into the Eye of the Moon plan of the inherently evil Uchiha clan." Hashirama said sternly, "Tobirama, watch your words. There are 2 compatriots from the Uchiha clan here. Tobirama looked at Itachi and Shisui and said, except you two, you are good ninjas who have gone through many tests. Naruto sighed, this second-generation uncle, fortunately he did not see the current Sasuke, otherwise, he would probably go up and start a fight to destroy the inherently evil Uchiha brat. Okay, uncle second generation, don't shout. After all, there are not many people left in the Uchiha clan now. Our enemies are only Obito and Madara. Tobirama, humph. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, Uncle Snake, I'll take a few of them back to the village and let them see what the village looks like now. Orochimaru nodded and said, no problem, do you want me to follow? Naruto knew what Orochimaru meant, so he waved his hand and said, no, if Lord Hashirama really wants to resist, even Uncle Snake will have trouble controlling you. Hashirama laughed loudly when he heard Naruto talking about himself. Tobirama looked at Hashirama and then at Naruto, always feeling that there was a bit of a resemblance between these two people, both of them were a little natural. What the hell is this? Naruto looked at the 4 Hokages and said, please, everyone, put your hands on each other's shoulders so that I can use the teleportation technique to take you back to the village. Tobirama was a little surprised and said, you little brat, can you still do the teleportation technique? Sarutobi frowned and asked, did you teach Minato? Minato smiled and said, it is indeed my flying thunder god, but I didn't teach him. Naruto smiled and said, I also learned it later. I have to say, Dad, your teleportation technique is indeed powerful. Tobirama was a little unhappy, and crossed his arms across his chest and said, after all, I was the one who created the art of teleportation. 4th generation smiled and said, it is true, I also improved it on the basis of Nidaime. When Tobirama heard 4th generation admit it, he nodded proudly. Hashirama couldn't wait any longer and said, Naruto, hurry up, take us back to the village. When Shisui heard this, he also wanted to go back and have a look. Itachi also nodded. Naruto smiled, okay. So Naruto formed a seal. Minato put his hand on Naruto. 3rd generation Sama, Nidaime, Shodai, please put your hands on me. Sarutobi, okay. Hashirama, okay. Tobirama snorted, because the village no longer had its own mark, so he couldn't fly by himself, unwillingly. Hashirama looked at his brother and knew at a glance what he was pooping. He said, Tobirama, why are you stunned? Give me your hand. Tobirama slapped his brother's hand away and put his hand on Hashirama's shoulder. Shisui and Itachi put their hands on Naruto's shoulders out of respect for the 4 Hokages. Naruto felt the chakra connection of the 6, and took off directly. With a buzz, they all disappeared into Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru sighed. In fact, he also wanted to go back and have a look. A buzzing sound. Naruto Flying Thunder God took off directly, taking Hashirama, Tobirama, Sarutobi, Minato, Shisui, and Itachi, leaving Orochimaru's laboratory and flying directly towards Konoha. With a whoosh, 7 people appeared directly in Konoha, but in a very hidden place. Just after landing, a lot of dust was raised due to space fluctuations. Ahem, kid, where have you flown? Why are there dust everywhere? 2nd generation Tobirama was the first to complain. Sarutobi felt even worse. He was the oldest among the 4 people who had been resurrected. He was suffering from inhaled dust and coughing. Hashirama looked excited. This kind of dust was nothing compared to what he fought with Madara. 4th generation coughed a few times, looked around, and suddenly said in surprise, this is it. Naruto smiled slightly, looked back at his father Minato and said, ah, yes, it's your house, Dad. I heard it was Minato's house, so 3rd generation took a closer look, and it turned out to be true. Minato was stunned for a moment, and walked around the house, touching, looking, and recalling scenes from the past in his mind. Unknowingly, Minato felt as if he was about to cry, but he did not shed any tears. Because he was reincarnated from dirty soil, he couldn't even cry when he was sad. Shisui and Itachi looked at the back of fourth generation and felt a little sad. Naruto stepped forward and patted his father on the back. Minato took a deep breath, turned around, and the smile returned to his face again. Let's go out and see the village. Naruto nodded, then looked at the crowd and said, if a group of us go out and transform into ninjas, the goal will be huge, so we can all transform into ordinary villagers. The people present nodded. Then, everyone used transformation techniques and turned into Konoha villagers. Just as they were about to go out, Naruto raised his hand to stop them. Tobirama said displeasedly, "Kid, what's wrong with you?" Naruto stood still and said, "Wait a moment." Hashirama looked at Naruto and frowned slightly, this fluctuation of chakra. Sure enough, Naruto's orange eye shadow reappeared and Sage Mode began. Then, Naruto put his hands together, sat down cross-legged, and began to sense the ninja state in Sage Mode. Tobirama also noticed Naruto's changes. "Brother, is this?" Hashirama looked at Naruto with an expression of admiration and said, "It's Sage Mode. It looks like it should be Sage Jutsu of Mount Myaboku." Presumably, Naruto wants to sense the surrounding situation so that it will be safer for us to go out. Having said this, Hashirama looked at fourth generation and said, "Fourth generation, you have a good son." Minato was very proud when he heard Hashirama praising his son. As a parent, he doesn't want others to say that his son is good. What's more, he has not taken care of his own son since he was born, and he relies entirely on himself. "No, Shodai, you're welcome." In response to Hashirama, Minato looked at his son with tenderness. The world of ninjas is very cruel. Naruto can have such power and achievements. One can imagine how much he has suffered along the way. Bitter. What's more, when he was resurrected last time, Naruto told himself that as far back as he could remember, he was called the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. When he thought of this, Minato understood the third generation in his heart, but now looking at his son's great achievements, he suddenly became a little dissatisfied with the third generation. Why? His own apprentice, Obito, turned evil just because he lost his girlfriend. Looking at his own son, not only did he lose both his parents, but he was also ostracized since childhood, yet he didn't turn evil. Minato didn't know whether he was feeling lucky or Naruto was strong inside. If it were someone else, Konoha would have been destroyed many times ago. 10 seconds later, Naruto opened his eyes, stood up and said with a smile, "I just sensed the entire village. Granny Tsunade and teacher Jiraiya are not in the village. In addition, many people I am familiar with are not in the village. I guess, probably to form a ninja alliance." At this time, the main forces of the village are all on guard outside the village. The inside is relatively empty, which is suitable for us to walk around and take a look. Tobirama looked at Naruto with a hint of appreciation. "The more I look at this guy, the more he looks like my big brother. Not only does he have Sage Jutsu, but his combat awareness and accomplishment are also very good. His tone of voice and his way of doing things are also a bit like my big brother, but he is a little extreme. Like to collect power, worship power." Speaking of this, Tobirama thought of the Uchiha who was born evil. "Okay, everyone, let's go out and take a look." Naruto opened the door and said with a smile, "Let's go, there's no one around this house, come out quickly." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone filed out and stood by the road below the house. Naruto locked the door and jumped down. Now they were all villagers. "Let's go, everyone, and take a look at the village we haven't seen for a long time." So, everyone officially walked out onto the street. Wow, it's so prosperous, much more prosperous than when I was there. My God, houses are built so high nowadays. Everyone has a happy face, the village looks great. As Hashirama walked, he looked around with a smile on his face. This was the village he and Madara had originally established, with the goal of ending the war, preventing young children from dying in battle, and restoring peace to the ninja world. Therefore, looking at such a prosperous scene, his heart was deeply moved. Tobirama was also very happy, but he was very restrained. He looked at Hashirama and said sternly, "Brother, please restrain yourself. We are villagers now. Don't get so excited and act like outsiders. People will see through you at a glance." The third generation and the fourth generation smiled at each other. The time interval between their deaths was not very long, especially for the third generation. Therefore, they still had memories of the changes in the village and would not feel much difference. Shisui seemed to be as interested as Hashirama, and was very excited, looking around, but he remained restrained and didn't make too many ostentatious moves. Itachi walked in the village, took a deep breath, and felt very comfortable. It had been a long, long time since he had walked around the village in such a relaxed manner since the night of the genocide. Naruto walked in front, turned a corner, and arrived at one end of the commercial street. When he saw Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto laughed and said, "We're here." Seeing this, the third generation smiled and said, "I knew it." Minato saw that it was Ichiraku and had a nostalgic expression on his face. This place was also very familiar to him. However, Hashirama and Tobirama didn't know about Ichiraku Ramen. "Come on, everyone, I'll treat you to a bowl of ramen." Shisui and Itachi also became interested. They had tried Ichiraku before and missed the taste very much. Naruto opened the curtain. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, past dinner time, and not many people were around. He called out, "Uncle. Give me 7 bowls of miso ramen." Uncle Yile smiled and said, "Okay, wait a moment." 7 guests came at once, so Uncle Yile had to be a little busy. Fortunately, the taste is the same, 7 bowls of miso ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, Ayam, was cleaning the store with a rag. She quickly cleared a large area of Karakura seats and arranged for Naruto and the others to sit in a row. Hashirama looked around the store, nodded, and then looked at Ayam and said, "Little girl, how much is a bowl of ramen now?" Akira smiled and said, "Sir, is this your first time here? The prices of our ramen noodles are posted on the wall, you can check them out for yourself." Hashirama nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that just by asking a casual question, people would tell that it was his first time here. Tobirama frowned and said, "Brother, just eat the noodles and don't ask me questions." Hashirama was unhappy, "You can't even ask." The third generation smiled slightly and whispered in Hashirama's ear, telling him the history and origin of this ramen shop. Hashirama listened with great interest and nodded frequently. "I never thought that Ichiraku Ramen would be so popular in Konoha village. It has now become one of the landmark buildings of Konoha village. People from other countries who come to Konoha will come here to eat a bowl of ramen and check in." Minato remembered that when Ichiraku Ramen first opened, he had a mission to go out and was looking for Kakashi and others. At that time, he met Jiraiya at the door of the store. Jiraiya was very proud to show yourself, you've learned the Rasengan. I just praised him at that time and then left. Later, I met Kakashi in the ramen restaurant and went on a mission. If we talk about the first time I came here to eat, it was with Kokona. He smiled and looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, do you know when I first ate this ramen?" Naruto hurriedly held Minato's hand and shook his head with a serious expression. Minato's scalp exploded, because the scene brought back memories, and he was so relaxed. Uncle Ichiraku, who was cooking noodles, was slightly stunned. "Naruto?" He turned around curiously, looked at Minato and Naruto, and asked in confusion, "Your name is Naruto?" Naruto waved his hands hurriedly and said, No, my name is Menma, that's the name my father just called me, Menma." Minato nodded hurriedly, yes. Uncle Ichiraku said, "Oh, and the pronunciations of Menma and Naruto are a bit similar. Japanese pronunciation. But then I thought, yes, Naruto doesn't have a father, he has always been alone, and I don't know where that kid is now. I heard that Lady Tsunade took the ninjas to fight again. Alas, why are there so few peaceful times in this era?" Naruto exhaled, and Minato looked apologetic. This also served as a reminder to everyone present that they were all villagers of Konoha now, and when they addressed each other, they could not use their real names. Here we go, misoyaki ramen. Uncle Yao brought out bowl after bowl and placed them in front of the 7 people sitting there. Everyone smelled the fragrance and felt a lot of emotions. Everyone had different feelings. Shisui looked at Itachi, Itachi looked at Shisui, and both of them understood what the other wanted to say. Haven't you eaten in a while? It's been a long time indeed. After smiling at each other, the two began to eat noodles. As they were eating, they slowly stopped, chewed the noodles in their mouths, looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. Then, they actually cried. Uncle Yao was a little confused. He looked at his daughter Akaris, who frowned and said, "Dad, did you put the mustard in the wrong place?" Sure enough, a bowl of noodles from my hometown can bring back too many unforgettable memories for a person. Naruto, who was eating noodles, burst into laughter at Konohamaru's words, and with a splash, he was sprayed directly to the ground next to him. Ha ha ha, if nothing else, in Konoha, uncle, I am still very confident about my ramen. Humph, what a kid. In the war years, there were ninjas who went to the battlefield at the age of 6. Really, you treat me like a child, why can't I go to the battlefield? Hashirama saw that this little ghost was so funny, so he came closer to Tobirama and said, "Who is this little ghost? I think it's quite cute." Naruto frowned slightly when he heard this voice. What is this? The 3rd generation also ate with gusto. After all, Ichiraku Ramen was established under his rule. At that time, the 3rd Ninja War had just ended, and the entire Konoha was in dire straits. Uncle Yao looked back and said with a smile, "Okay, young master. They have all been here before, leaving memories with themselves." Uncle Ichiraku Ramen believes that instant ramen is unhealthy, so he uses handmade ramen, carefully selected high-quality ingredients, and the ramen is skewered and boiled together. Especially the soup is made from high-quality bones, so once it was launched, hot Konoha. Sure enough, the curtain was opened overhead, and Konohamaru walked in. "Uncle, let's have a bowl of misoyaki ramen." Uncle Yao spread his hands innocently and said, "I don't have any." Konohamaru banged the table, and said loudly, "Weak? Am I weak? In terms of strength, I am also a genin, and at least an elite genin. More importantly, I can also Naruto Nii. Rasengan, such a superb A-rank ninjutsu." Naruto quickly smiled and waved his hands and said, No, I just choked." 3rd generation covered his head in embarrassment. "That's right, we are still too young." 3rd generation also looked back. Naruto came out to the rescue and said, "Ha ha ha, uncle, your ramen is so delicious. Neither of them has ever eaten such delicious noodles." Saying that, Tobirama pointed at Naruto. Because in her opinion, her father's ramen is just like that, maybe because she eats it every day, so she is already tired of it. Teacher Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, Shikaku, Ding Zayo, Aburame Shio and so on. Udon sniffed and sighed, "We are still too weak, so Hokage-sama doesn't let us go." When Akaris saw that it was Konohamaru coming, he came up and teased, "Oh, who made our young master angry? He is so fierce today." Naruto quickly took out a few pieces of paper and wiped his mouth. Tobirama said depressedly, "How do I know? I obviously have to ask him." Shisui and Itachi nodded quickly when they heard Naruto explain to them. Calamus also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that her father had misplaced the mustard, but she was also very curious. It was puzzling that these two people could find it so delicious that they cried. Obito, Kakashi, Lin. Don't be angry, Master Hokage also considers our age. When Uncle Yao heard that it turned out to be like this, he thought there was something wrong with the noodles. He was very proud and laughed loudly and said, "Oh, that's it. I didn't expect that you guys like to eat my noodles so much." Minato blew a breath of hot air and ate the ramen. He couldn't cry, there were no tears, but the memories of the scenes with Kushina were in his mind, and even the memories of Konoha came to mind. Meng Huang said, Master Hokage rejected his application to fight before setting off, and he is still angry now. While I was eating, I suddenly heard several voices. Konohamaru hummed and said fiercely, "What? You even look down on me?" Konohamaru snorted. In Konoha village, when everyone saw him, even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show it too much. When faced with their own questions, they would choose to remain silent. Because, he is the grandson of the third Hokage. However, after his grandfather died, his status declined a bit, especially after his uncle Sarutobi Asuma also died. The highest level of Konoha no longer had the right to speak to the Sarutobi clan. His status, and became even more depressed. This further strengthened Konohamaru's determination to prove himself and his desire to restore the glory of the Sarutobi clan. Therefore, he submitted an application to go to the battlefield to Tsunade. Who knew, Tsunade tore it off directly, and even sent teacher Ebisu to watch over her strictly. Damn it, that woman. Mo Huang knew who Konohamaru was talking about and comforted him. Konohamaru, forget it, Master Hokage is doing it for your own good. Besides, protecting the village is also an act of fighting. Udon took a sip and agreed, yes, the village's defense force is now vacant. It just so happens that we can protect the village and contribute our own strength. Konohamaru clenched his fists, took a deep breath and said, I understand the principles, but I can't. Speaking of this, everyone present looked at Konohamaru. Konohamaru said very sadly, I know that mother-in-law Tsunade is trying to protect me, isn't it because I am now the only direct descendant of the Sarutobi clan? Oh no, my uncle Asuma's widow, Aunt Kurenai, is in the belly, and an unborn baby. Counting him, there are only 2 people directly involved. However, I am not willing to accept it. I really hate it. I hate that I am not strong enough. I can't even stop brother Naruto from running away. I can't do anything about my uncle Asuma's death. Now, I can't even go to the battlefield. At this point, Konohamaru shed tears. I'm really a waste of the Sarutobi clan. Woohoo. Third generation looked at its grandson and couldn't calm down for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but look at Konohamaru and murmured, Konohamaru, you said Asuma is dead? Hashirama and Tobirama looked at third generation Sarutobi. Although he had transformed into a villager at this moment, the sadness in his heart could not be concealed. Konohamaru was stunned when he was called. He raised his head, with tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, looking at the strange old man in front of him. He nodded doubtfully, Master, you are not from Konoha village, are you? This news, you even know? Third generation's lips trembled slightly, and then he forced out a smile and said, Oh, I have been doing business outside all year round, and I only came back recently. Konohamaru looked at third generation and continued, Do you know my uncle? Third generation recalled everything he had with his son, nodded and said, I have met him a few times. When I was doing business abroad, I encountered robbers. It was Asuma who saved me. Konohamaru nodded. Uncle Yao brought the ramen up and sighed, Young master, eat it. Let him let go of the past. Naruto took out a few banknotes, put them on the table, and said, Uncle, stop looking for them. Everyone, let's go. As he said that, everyone stood up one after another. Third generation glanced at Konohamaru and stood up too. Konohamaru kept looking at the third generation until these people disappeared from sight. Seeing that Konohamaru was still watching, Mo Huang asked doubtfully, Konohamaru, do you know that old man? Konohamaru woke up from his daze and sighed, I don't know him, but he gives me a very familiar feeling. Actually, Konohamaru wanted to say that when he called my name just now, he almost hallucinated and thought it was his grandfather calling him. Walking on the road, third generation asked, Naruto, how did Asuma die? Naruto faced the third generation's question and sighed, he was killed by Haiden, a member of the Ōtsutsuki organization. At that time, he happened to be on a mission with Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Third generation snorted and nodded. He only had 2 sons, and now they are all dead. One Sarutobi Asuma, one Sarutobi Shinosuke. Tobirama patted Sarutobi on the shoulder and said, "Monkey, don't be too sad, people cannot be resurrected after death." Sarutobi smiled slightly and said with emotion, "Hey, who told him to be Hokage's son?" Hashirama sighed, "I understand this kind of pain. In the world of ninjas, you have to face this kind of pain all the time. I really hope that this kind of situation will not happen again." Naruto looked at third generation and thought of Shikamaru, that guy who was so devastated after his teacher died. Naruto knew that feeling, so he came back at the beginning and saved his teacher Jiraiya. Therefore, when he met Shikamaru last time, Naruto also promised Shikamaru, "Asuma, I will help you resurrect, but you have to choose to believe me." Shikamaru believed it. Naruto, who had successfully resurrected Shisui and Itachi, would naturally not let his good brother, former good strategist, and good partner suffer so much in this life. Hashirama suddenly saw the tall Hokage rock statue, pointed at it and said, "Look." Everyone looked back and saw 5 Hokage rock statues carved on them. Hashirama saw himself, his brother, and, his granddaughter Tsunade. Tsuna has really become a Hokage, ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed. Tobirama crossed his arms across his chest and looked at his Hokage rock in the village. His heart was filled with happiness. Unlike his elder brother Hashirama, who is dedicated to peace in the shinobi world, he is dedicated to peace in the village, and the village is everything to him. Therefore, second generation Tobirama is actually a workaholic, which can also be seen from the ninjutsu he founded. There is no workaholic who is not excited when seeing the results of his work. Nigel, how about we go up and take a look?" Hearing this, Zhu Jian nodded and said, "That's exactly what I meant." Third generation and fourth generation also agreed. After all, standing on the Hokage rock and overlooking the entire village is such a wonderful feeling. Naruto looked at the sky, frowned and said, "Wait a moment, wait until the sun goes down and you go up after dark, otherwise the police force will be alerted." Hashirama sighed, and although Tobirama was a little unhappy, he didn't say much. Shisui and Itachi looked at each other, then looked at Naruto and the others and said, "Naruto, everyone Hokage-sama, Shisui and I have a request. Can you agree to it?" Third generation was their former direct superior. Faced with Itachi's question, he was the first to speak. "If there's something wrong, Itachi, please tell me as soon as possible." "You're welcome." Itachi smiled and said, "I want to go to our tribe with Shisui, is that okay?" Hearing this, Tobirama frowned slightly. Hashirama said with a gentle expression, "Go, it's natural." Sarutobi saw that Lord Hashirama had already spoken, so of course he had no objection. Naruto didn't have any objections. He completely believed in the character of Itachi and Shisui. However, for the sake of convenience, we still need to add something. "You guys, raise your arms." With that said, Shisui and Itachi raised their arms, and Naruto stepped forward and marked the Flying Thunder God's mark. "Don't get me wrong, this is for me to find you and for you to join me." Itachi and Shisui nodded. Facing Naruto, they were very magnanimous and at ease. After finishing, Shisui and Itachi bowed to the Hokages, and then went their separate ways to the Uchiha clan land. Uchiha tribe land. Shisui and Itachi approached quietly because they were afraid that someone would be on guard around them. Although they had transformed into civilians, they would still cause unnecessary trouble if they were discovered. As a result, the two people walked very secretly. They are confident that no one will be able to detect anything if they walk in this way. After all, they were all once Konoha Umbu, top-notch ninjas. Finally, the two people came to the dividing line at the gate of the clan. Here, one cordon after another had been pulled up, which meant that something unusual had happened inside this cordon. Uchiha Shisui looked at this familiar clan land and couldn't calm down for a long time. Itachi was also watching, and in his mind, He flashed back to that night when he drew his sword, one after another, ending the lives of the clan members in the village. For some reason, Itachi was suddenly afraid to walk in, because the memories were too heavy and he was afraid that he would fall in. He thought he had let go, but when he really got here, he suddenly became afraid. Shisui pulled him and patted his shoulder. Itachi nodded and followed Shisui in. It seemed particularly weird that they were the only two walking on the huge street. Fortunately, at this time, the village's police force was on the periphery, and through perception, there was no one guarding here. Come to think of it, this is the edge of the village, and few people come here. Itachi walked step by step, and there were signs of the Uchiha clan on the wall. When he reached a place, Itachi stopped and looked up. Shisui hummed in confusion, looked at the telephone pole, frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Itachi looked at the telephone pole and faced Shisui. He did not hide anything and said, "That night, I stood on that telephone pole and looked at the village for a long time. I saw the lights of every house and the swaying lights. Figure, and even saw my brother, Sasuke." Shisui imagined that scene and asked, "Have you been hesitating for a long time?" Itachi nodded, then turned around and left, continuing to walk forward, with Shisui following behind. Itachi continued, "At that time, I thought a lot, but the moment I jumped off the telephone pole, my heart died." Shisui sighed and smiled bitterly, "I really don't know whether I should comfort you or hit you. To be honest, my mood is very complicated now. The former clan disappeared like this. At the time, I actually..." Itachi knew that Shisui was unwilling to give in, and he also knew that Shisui didn't mean to blame him, but was blaming himself. Shisui was thinking that if he had not gone to Danzo, but relied on Shisui's strength and the power of the distinguished heavenly gods to try to resist something, or join forces with Itachi to do something, maybe he could have saved the Uchiha clan. A situation of destruction. Even in the most extreme situation, the Uchiha clan cannot be completely saved, but the Uchiha civilians can be saved, which is better than now. In the entire Uchiha, if Naruto does not resurrect himself and Itachi, Sasuke will be the only one, and this reproduction will become huge problem. As they walked, Itachi unconsciously took Shisui with him to the door of his house. Looking at the door of the house, Itachi turned his head and looked at the wall. On the wall, there was a missing corner on the Uchiha clan's mark. Itachi knew where it came from. At that time, Sasuke was hiding inside. Several people in the village came to question him, thinking that he had killed Shisui. In a rage, he moved his hand and inserted a kunai into the Uchiha clan's mark. "I actually came here. How could I?" Itachi murmured. Shisui said, "Humans, when in a familiar place, they will always relax their mind and follow the body's consciousness, and they will naturally return to the place where they started." Itachi looked at the door of his home. The door was closed. He frowned slightly, but chose to go in. Shisui said, "Do you need me to accompany you in?" Itachi waved his hand and said, "No, I can do that." Shisui nodded, "I'll wait for you outside." Itachi pushed the gate of opening, dust flew everywhere, he waved his hand and stepped forward. At this time, he unlocked the transformation technique and revealed his true face. He came to a bedroom and opened the bedroom door. With the sunlight coming in from the window, Itachi could clearly see the two humanoid marks in the bedroom, which were still somewhat visible because of the blood stains. With just one glance, Itachi's eyes were filled with tears. Due to the emotional fluctuations, Sharingan appeared automatically. Then, Itachi seemed to have lost strength, and with a bang, he fell to his knees directly. He gritted his teeth and knocked his head on the floor. His whole body was shaking and tears kept flowing. It seemed like I was back to that night again, with my trembling hands holding the butcher knife tightly, standing behind my parents. In my ears, Uchiha Fugaku's voice seemed to ring again. "Itachi, finally promise me, Sasuke, I'll leave it to you. Don't be afraid, compared to you, our pain is only a moment. Even if we think differently, we are still proud of you. You are really a kind boy." In an instant, Itachi's inner guilt and self-blame over the years all surged into his heart. Ah! Dad! Mom! I'm sorry. Oh! Itachi raised his hands high, and then hammered the ground fiercely. With a bang, the ground was cracked by the hammer, and Itachi burst into tears. With a buzz, Sharingan evolved directly. Mangekyo Sharingan opens his eyes again. Hearing the noise inside, Shisui thought something had happened to Itachi and rushed in directly. Itachi, what's wrong? Seeing Itachi kneeling on the ground, wailing and crying in pain, and the floor in front of him being hammered to pieces, Shisui showed his sympathy as a friend. He knew that Itachi must be recalling the past and crying with self-blame. Itachi looked at the place where his parents fell and whimpered, "Shisui, I am really not a human being." Shisui comforted, "Itachi, don't blame yourself. If you don't take action at that time, the village will definitely go to war to suppress Uchiha, and more people will die by then. It would be even more troublesome if people from other villages took advantage of the war and emptiness of the village to invade. You are just a victim of that peace, don't blame yourself too much." Itachi wiped away his tears. Perhaps, in his heart, no matter how much he persuaded himself, he could not erase the debt of that Itachi who wiped out the entire clan. "Thank you, Shisui, for being willing to recognize me as your friend." Itachi turned around and Shisui smiled and said, "It's nothing." Shisui, who still wanted to comfort her, suddenly noticed Itachi's eyes. "Itachi, your eyes." After hearing Shisui's words, Itachi noticed his eyes, chakra surged, and found that Mangekyo Sharingan was opened again. Shisui congratulated, "Your strength is back." Itachi nodded and said, "I want to use these new eyes to see the new future of the ninja world." Itachi used the brand new Mangekyo Sharingan and knelt down again at the place where his parents died. After 3 bows and 9 kowtows, he stood up and left with Shisui. After walking out of the house, Itachi looked up at the sky, with the sun shining on his shoulders, as if he were a free man. "Shisui, I suddenly feel that after a person dies once, everything seems to become unimportant." Shisui took a deep breath and said, "I quite agree with you on this point." Itachi looked at Shisui and said, "If there were no things like this, what would you most like to do?" Shisui thought for a while, crossed his arms and said, "There is no trace of Uchiha in Konoha anymore, so I want to find a place where no one knows us, and then live a peaceful life." Itachi smiled slightly, which coincided with his thoughts. "Well, we agreed that after helping Naruto quell the war and bringing peace to the ninja world, you and I will find a place where no one knows us and live in seclusion together." Shisui smiled and said, "It's a deal." Itachi smiled happily. With a snap, a piece of tile fell from the top of the house and landed on the ground, making a crisp sound. Itachi and Shisui were immediately on alert and followed the sound. Above the house, they saw a ninja cat with orange hair on its back and white hair on its belly and limbs, standing there, staring at Itachi with burning eyes. Sharingan. Or Mangekyo Sharingan. How is it possible, the Uchiha clan isn't? Hearing the cat meowing there, Shisui frowned for a moment, groaning secretly, and said, "No, Itachi, this is a ninja cat." Although Shisui and Itachi don't wear cat gear, the Uchiha clan has a very close relationship with cats, and the weapons they use are provided by the cat world. Therefore, when Shisui heard the cat meowing at this frequency, he knew that it was a ninja cat. When the ninja cat heard Shisui calling that person, Itachi, he looked at it for a few seconds and instantly understood, it was that guy, yes, the Itachi who wiped out the clan. Isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? Damn, this guy even caught himself when he was a kid. Slip. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the ninja immediately ran away for fear that he would be silenced. Itachi also seemed to recall this guy. Yes, this look was the cat he caught on a mission he performed after leaving the ninja school. Shisui said sharply, "Itachi, let's go, catch him, don't let him escape." Itachi nodded. Shisui and Itachi attacked directly. Today's Itachi is no longer the child he was back then, not to mention the help of the teleporting Shisui. Shisui directly activates Sharingan and kills the cat in seconds. Seeing this, Itachi stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, Shisui, I know this cat." Shisui stopped throwing the kunai and said in surprise, "Do you know him?" Itachi hummed. Shisui frowned and said, "Its movements are too flexible. If you want to catch it alive, you have to think of a way." Itachi nodded and said, "After dealing with him, I already know that his body moves at high speed based on his beard sensing and balance." Shisui understood and shouted, "Itachi, you understand." So he pulled out a kunai, and Itachi knew what Shisui was going to do, so he also pulled out a kunai, and they both fired at the same time. 6 kunai were shot at the ninja cat, and the ninja cat's whiskers moved slightly, catching the changes in the air. He dodged a few times to avoid the kunai's shots. Snort. I thought my abilities had improved over the years, but I didn't expect that this was it. As a result, before it hit the ground, it heard several clanging sounds, like the sound of metal colliding. What was going on? When he looked up, he found that the kunai he had dodged had actually turned a corner. Ninja was shocked, "What is going on?" With 2 clicks, his left and right beards were cut off directly, and he suddenly lost his sense of balance. The last kunai fell, and Itachi shot another kunai with a clang, directly changing the trajectory, causing the kunai to smash down, directly hitting the ninja cat's head. With a meow, the ninja cat fainted, fell from the house, and fell into Itachi's arms. The ferret took a closer look and saw that, yes, it was this cat. I didn't expect that after so many years, it is still so strong. Shisui sighed, but he had caught it, otherwise he and Itachi would have been exposed if he slipped out. Shisui wondered, looking at the clothes this cat is wearing and the word "Nin" written on it, it should be at Grandma Cat's place in the empty area. Why does it come here? Itachi smiled slightly and said, "It should be to avoid something." When he was a child, this cat would hold a wine bottle and play around in order to escape the unwanted love. Now it seems that he probably escaped for some reason. Why did you come here to the Uchiha tribe? It must be because no one lives anymore and it is a warning area, so you fled here to hide, and you happened to bump into Shisui and yourself. Seeing the cat whiskers slowly falling in the air, Itachi thought of a person, Gastrodia. When we were catching this cat together, Gastrodia almost fell from a height in order to use the whiskers to make medicine. He was only 12 years old. In order to protect himself, he was killed by the masked man, Obito, during that mission. Thinking of this, Itachi took a deep breath and exhaled. Seeing Itachi's appearance, Shisui smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you remember memories related to this cat?" Itachi nodded and said, "Well, when we first became genin, Teacher Minazuki took us on a mission. One mission was to catch it. At that time, my companions were Gastrodia and Shinko." Speaking of this, Itachi suddenly smiled and said, "Those are one of the few happy memories I have." Shisui laughed, patted his shoulder and said, "What should we do next?" Itachi thought for a while and said, "Send it back. Now that it has lost its beard, it is not safe here." Saying that, Itachi opened the eyes of the ninja cat, and then Mangekyo turned. The ninja cat's body trembled slightly, and Itachi's genjutsu exerted it, making it forget to see him and Shisui. As for the beard, Itachi described it as being drunk and accidentally cutting it off by touching a sharp object. After finishing it, Itachi looked at Shisui and said, "Let's go, you just want to accompany me to the empty area, and I can meet my old friends." Shisui knew who Itachi wanted to see, Granny Nico, the person in charge of the Uchiha clan's weapons store. Because Itachi is the son of the clan leader, Fugaku will bring many key things related to the Uchiha clan with him. As the owner of the weapons store used by the Uchiha clan, Grandma Nico has watched Itachi and Sasuke grow up since they were young. The last time Sasuke came to see Grandma Nico to buy weapons, Grandma Cat had even persuaded Sasuke that she really didn't want their brothers to kill each other. Itachi didn't have many old friends in this world. Now that he was resurrected and met this ninja cat, he naturally went to the empty area to see Granny Cat. The tall gatehouse is supported by two thick red pillars that are hugged by two people. On the yellow tiles, there is a large cement plaque with the word "empty area" written on it. Itachi came here with Shisui holding the ninja cat. Really, I haven't been here for a long time. Shisui looked at the gatehouse with a look of reminiscence. Itachi smiled and said, "Today, we are revisiting our old place." With that said, Itachi formed the seal and transformed into a Konoha ninja. Seeing this, Shisui also transformed into a Konoha ninja. On the way here, they had discussed that the reason for returning the ninja cat was that they found the ninja cat passed out on the roadside during patrol and found that his whiskers were broken, so they sent him back. Makes sense. When Itachi and Shisui walked in, there was no one on the street, not even a bird could be seen. It was even emptier than the Uchiha tribe, because this was an empty area, a place where no one lived. Arriving at a doorway similar to an underground parking lot, Itachi stopped and Shisui knew that this was it. The two people walked in and walked through the long passage. It was very dark inside and they could only hear the footsteps of Shisui and Itachi. Shisui sighed, "This place is really unchanged. It's as dark as ever, giving people a depressing feeling." Itachi laughed and said, "You know, when Sasuke came here with his father for the first time, he almost cried. After returning, he hugged me and complained for a long time, saying that he went to a very scary place today." When Shisui heard it, he smiled and said, "Really? Haha, it's so cute." Itachi nodded. At that time, Sasuke was still very young and just sensible. He knew how to pester him all day long, which was indeed very cute. Thinking of this, Itachi also smiled happily. Because of the smiles of the two people, the depressing atmosphere in the passage eased a lot. "Hey, you two, stop." Hearing the sound, Itachi and Shisui turned around and saw two ninja cats appearing behind them at some unknown time. One had an upside-down sign of the word "gone" on its head, and the other had the word "nin" written on its head. Itachi smiled slightly, he knew these two cats, and said, "Hello, long time no see, Denhu, Hina." The two cats were a little surprised when their names were called. They looked at Shisui and Itachi and found that there was no memory of these two people in their minds. Jianhua said warily, "Who are you? Why do you know our names?" Hina sniffed it with her nose and said doubtfully, "I feel like your smell is so familiar." Itachi frowned. Before he came in, he had already changed the attributes of chakra, including Shisui. They were not using ordinary transformation techniques, but transformation techniques that could change the attributes of chakra. Shisui said, "As the weapons provider of the Uchiha clan, as Konoha ninjas, of course we know something about it." Itachi looked at Denhu and Hina and said, "I'm here to return your friends." With that said, Itachi revealed the ninja cat in his arms. Jianhua and Hina took a look and realized that this was not the guy that Granny Cat had been looking for these days. How could he be in the hands of these two people? Itachi said, "We didn't mean any harm, we just found him during patrol and just happened to return him." Jianhua said, "Leave him to us." Itachi shook his head and said, "We want to see Granny Cat. It just so happens that there is a battle in Konoha recently, so we are also thinking of buying some weapons." Denhu bared his teeth and said, "Don't you know that this is a weapons store exclusively for the Uchiha clan?" Itachi nodded and said, "I know, but the Uchiha clan is no longer there, so don't you stop doing business." "You." Jianhua gritted his teeth, but saw that Weasel was motionless. After a few seconds, he had to compromise, "I can take you to see Grandma Cat, but..." Itachi smiled slightly, then took out a bottle of something from his arms, threw it over and said, "Here, as a souvenir, bottled Mushin Polygonum." Meow. Hina rushed over and took away the bottle thrown by Itachi. Shisui smiled slightly. He and Itachi bought this at the market before coming here. For this reason, they even contacted Naruto and asked him for money. Hina smiled and said, thank you for taking care of me. Jianhua said meaningfully, it seems that you know a lot of information. With that said, Jianhua walked in front and turned around and shouted, follow me, I will take you to see Grandma Cat. Following the footsteps of Denhu and Hina, Shisui and Itachi finally met the cat grandmother. Grandma Cat is sitting cross-legged on a carpet, wearing cat paraphernalia and smoking a pipe, surrounded by cats. Stroking the long-lost ninja cat in her arms, Grandma Cat frowned and asked, where did his whiskers go? Itachi said, I don't know, we also found it during patrol and found that it was a ninja cat. We had a corresponding lost record task request, so we sent it back. Grandma Cat said oh, a little confused, because the cat's whiskers are high-quality medicinal materials and are very valuable. However, the Konoha ninja took the initiative to come to her home and bring back the lost cat, so she couldn't say anything more. Thank you for your hard work, both of you. After saying that, Grandma Cat took out some money and handed it over and said, this should be regarded as a thank you for your mission. Itachi waved his hand but did not answer it. Grandma Cat asked doubtfully, huh? What are you two? Seeing this, Weasel took out some money from his pocket and handed it to Granny Cat. Granny Cat asked in confusion, Your Excellency, what is this? Oh, I heard from Jianhua and Hina that you two want to buy weapons for Konoha, right? Itachi shook his head again. Grandma Cat hummed, took a puff of cigarette and stared at Weasel. This man had been sizing her up since he came in. Now, even if she gives him money, he doesn't want it. He doesn't tell him what he's doing when he gives him money. There is weirdness. Suddenly, Itachi kowtowed and knelt down. Grandma Cat was slightly startled, Your Excellency, what is this? Itachi said sincerely, I have always been grateful to you for taking care of me. Grandma Cat was very surprised when she heard this. She looked at Weasel and said, What do you mean by this? Itachi said with a smile, It's not interesting. This little money is some of my thoughts, so I'll treat it as a filial piety to you. Grandma Cat looked at this amount of money. This is not a small amount. She just gave it to her for no reason. She also said that she was taking care of her. Who are you? Grandma Cat smelled it carefully, and then said, You have blocked the original chakra breath. Speaking of this, Grandma Cat said with burning eyes, Who are you? What are you doing here? Itachi stood up, Shisui saw this and stood up too. As soon as Granny Cat's mood changed, all the cats around her immediately gathered around and stood in front of Granny Cat. They stood up, pursed their lips, meowed, and looked at Itachi and Shisui fiercely. Weasel smiled and said, Goodbye, Granny Cat. With that said, Itachi and Shisui turned and left. Just as they were about to leave, the ninja cats tried to attack, but they were stopped by Granny Cat. Granny Cat smoked a cigarette and watched Itachi and Shisui disappear. The smoke from the cigarette seemed to form a veil in front of her eyes, blocking the door to the truth. Shisui and Itachi left the empty area. After I walked out, I found that it was already dark. I looked up at the sky and saw twinkling stars. Shisui sighed, We should go back. Itachi nodded, then rolled up his sleeves, chakra surged, activating the flying thunder god mark that Naruto left under his arm. Shisui saw this and put his hand on Itachi's shoulder. Here, Naruto, who had promised Hashirama and Tobirama that they would be allowed to come to the Hokage Rock to watch after dark, was now accompanying the 4 Hokages on the Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire Konoha village. Naruto felt something in his heart and knew that it was Itachi's mark responding, so he formed a hand seal. With a hum, Shisui and Itachi returned to Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, How is it? How do you feel? Itachi looked at Naruto gratefully and said, Thank you, Naruto, for allowing me to go and see the past with my own eyes. Oh, and by the way, I will find a way to pay you back the money I lent you. Naruto waved his hand generously and said, No, to be honest, you still owe money to the Ōtsutsuki organization. I heard from Sister Konan that the Ōtsutsuki organization has a lot of assets, all of which are in her hands. My money was also given to me by my sister, so I can just take it as I please. Flowers. When Itachi heard this, he suddenly realized, so that's how it is, that means he is really rich. Because the richest man in the Akatsuki organization was Kakuzu. After Kakuzu's death, all the money was transferred to Konan. So Naruto has a huge reserve of money, which is very useful for dealing with war. A stroke of power. You know, war consumes manpower, material resources and financial resources. Shisui looked at the 4 Hokage in front of him and walked over to admire the Konoha village at night together. Third generation Sarutobi saw Shisui coming back and smiled, "You're back." Shisui nodded, and Itachi, hearing that, also came over. Tobirama and Hashirama were still talking about previous events, and the 4th generation was listening. Hashirama laughed and said, "There were very few people present when these things happened. In addition, I died in a hurry. Tobirama also died on the battlefield. Naturally, no one told or recorded these old stories." At this point, Hashirama thought of his other brother, Senju Kawurama. Hashirama frowned and said, "Tobirama, watch your words. It's not easy for Madara either. You know how painful it is to lose your beloved brother. In this case, she should have gone to the battlefield." Tobirama patted 3rd generation on the shoulder and said, "Monkey, don't underestimate yourself. You are the successor I chose. My vision is correct. You have a good sense of the overall situation. To be honest, if I were in your position, facing these things, I may not do better than you do." Itachi nodded. Naruto listened on the side without saying anything. Naruto nodded, patted Itachi's shoulder and said, "It's all in the past. Next, look forward. That's the most important thing." At Naruto's call, everyone present contacted again in the same way as before, and then flew to Thunder God and left Konoha village. When did it open? Itachi saw Shisui sitting there, so he went over and sat down. He found that Hashirama was talking about the battle between the Senju and Uchiha clans, and then talked about how the village was built and what happened in between. The key thing, Tobirama refuted it very unwillingly. The 3rd generation waved, "Itachi, come and sit with us for a while." The 3rd generation stood up, looked at the 2 former subordinates, took a deep breath and said, "The past is the past. I believe that you two will gain a lot of insights when you revisit the old place." Naruto looked at everyone and smiled, all right, let's do it the same way as before. Let's touch each other's chakras and go." Shisui and Itachi, they always keep silent when facing the 2nd generation. If I had known that the masked man was Obito, I would never have sacrificed myself. Facing Naruto's question, Itachi did not hide anything and said, "When I went back home, I was faced with some scenes that brought back memories, so." Not only her, but all the chakras that Naruto was familiar with in Konoha disappeared. The 2nd generation sighed and said, "All the Uchiha I know are like this. For example, Madara loved his brother so much before. But after I killed his brother, he became so angry. He's like a madman. Look at the trouble he left behind. The ninja world is now in turmoil." The 3rd generation Sarutobi praised, "Hashirama-sama and Naidame, you really did your best for the village. Unfortunately, under my governance, you didn't do better, but regressed, and it also led to Minato's unfortunate departure." Thinking of this, Naruto came to the front of everyone and said, "Everyone, have you seen enough? If you have, we will go back." With this in mind, Itachi came to Naruto and confessed, "Naruto, my Mangekyo Sharingan has opened again." Tobirama also stood up and said, "That, Obito, right? Humph, you're an evil Uchiha brat who killed his master, the 4th generation, and his mistress. I'm going to put an end to him myself." He looked towards the village, the lights were twinkling like stars in the night sky. When he used Sage Mode to sense, he found that Hinata was not in the village. Originally, he wanted to go see her, after all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Upon hearing this, Hashirama stood up and said, "Ah, that's enough. I am satisfied to be able to see the present Konoha again. That feeling hurts, it hurts so much." This was a real surprise for Naruto, as he had originally planned to have Shisui use Genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods on Itachi, letting him experience the corresponding pain again to see if he could open it again, but he didn't expect that he actually opened it himself. Therefore, Hashirama could understand Madara's feelings very well, and that was why, when they first met, they quickly became friends based on this consensus. Minato also said, "Third generation, don't blame yourself. I sacrificed myself for the future of the village. Considering the Nine Tails issue and the masked man's identity, I had no choice but to use the Shiki seal." Shisui and Itachi nodded. Indeed they had gained a lot, not just spiritually, like Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan had opened his eyes again. The third generation sighed, while the fourth generation scratched their heads and said, "Obito used to be a very good person, but Rin's death changed him." Minato smiled and said, "I never thought that there were so many secret stories about the founding of the village. I have never seen such information in the history books recorded in the Hokage archives. The Fifth Ninja World War is imminent." Naruto was surprised and said, "Really?" He was only 8 years old, but he was killed by the enemy. When I arrived, I could only hug his body and cry. In the Hidden Rain village, Naruto brought everyone back. As soon as he landed, Nagato's Rain Tiger Jizaijutsu sensed it. Tobirama noticed the rain falling on him and frowned slightly. "Naruto, this is a large-scale sensing ninjutsu, right?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, as long as someone from outside invades, the rain falling on him will be blocked, and the caster will be able to sense it quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato flew over. "Junior brother, you are back." Naruto nodded and said, "Ah, I'm back. Is the village okay?" Nagato smiled and said, "Nothing happened." Naruto smiled slightly. It seemed that Obito was really busy with something. Otherwise, based on his personality, he would definitely come to Amigakure to inquire. Because these days, Naruto has captured a lot of white Zetsu, and when he captured them, Naruto consciously let other white Zetsu find out and let them go back to reveal the information, but Obito and Kabuto didn't move at all, so this proves that they are really busy with something and have no time to pay attention to this. Then I have to hurry up too. As he said that, Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Brother, you go and rest. We will start tomorrow. Tonight, I will keep watch." When Nagato heard this, he was very excited. "Really? Junior brother?" Naruto smiled and nodded. "Mr. Itachi." Hoshigaki Kisame ran over and came to Itachi's side. Itachi smiled slightly. "Kisame, what's wrong?" Kisame scratched his head and said, "I heard from them that you and Naruto left. I don't know where you went. It's been so boring being alone in this strange village for so long." Itachi patted Kisame's shoulder, and Shisui smiled slightly. It seemed that Kisame treated Itachi as a cherished person and a good friend. He was anxious when he found out that Itachi was missing and he was not around. Naruto looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, go get some rest. I will be on guard tonight." Tobirama said, "Naruto, have you forgotten? We are the impure world reincarnation. We don't need to rest. Go to sleep. It's just right for us four Hokage to help you watch over you and talk about the past together." Minato agreed, "Yes, Naruto, you can go and rest. Leave the guarding work to us." Naruto wanted to say something, but then he changed his mind and thought that since the four Hokage were on guard, there was nothing to worry about. Even if Obito came, he would have to run away. So, Naruto took Shisui, Itachi, Kisame, and Nagato and went to rest without any worries. After taking a hot shower, Naruto wiped his hair, thought for a while, and prepared to go to Orochimaru Laboratory. As soon as the gate of opening was opened, he saw senior sister Konan standing at the door. Senior sister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Senior sister Conan smiled and said, "Nothing, I just knew you were back and came to see you." Naruto noticed that senior sister Conan looked a little strange tonight, so he said, "Come in and sit down, senior sister." Conan nodded. Naruto closed the door, poured a glass of water for senior sister Conan, handed it to her and said, "What's wrong, senior sister? You look unhappy." He looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I treat you as my younger brother, my eldest brother, and your older sister. Can I confide in you?" Naruto smiled and said, "Sister, if you have anything in your heart, you can tell me and I can help you solve it." Conan frowned and said, "Izanagi?" Conan became interested, looked at Naruto and said, "Can you tell me about your feelings?" Conan took a deep breath and sighed. "Honestly, what were Nagato and me like in your previous life?" Naruto nodded, then thought about it, and then smiled. "My relationship is going to be divided into two parts. The first part is my first love. I have liked a girl named Sakura since I was a child, but that girl doesn't like me, always liked Sasuke." Conan covered his mouth and chuckled. Naruto nodded, then asked, "Why, senior sister Conan, do you think there is something wrong?" Conan took a sip of water, took a deep breath, and said with a hint of resentment in his eyes, "Naruto, have you ever liked someone?" Conan listened happily and asked with great interest, "What happened next?" "In that case, junior brother's rebirth saved himself and Nagato." Naruto nodded and said, "Yes. So, for this beauty, after returning from rebirth this time, I kissed her forcefully as soon as possible and confessed directly. After all, it was her who took the initiative in the previous life. This time it is me." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Your idea is correct. The power of heaven can indeed only last 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, it can indeed explode to death Obito. But senior sister, that guy has more eyes in his hand than me. He can cast a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, a technique that changes reality. It is very powerful. Madara also used it, called Izanagi. Because for him, he was really happy. When he turned around, Hinata still liked him. This was really a great joy." Sometimes, Naruto himself also thought, why is he so handsome, so attracted to Hyuga? The eldest lady of the Hinata family? Does she have the aura of a protagonist? Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, set ninjutsu in the eyes in advance, and then tamper with the reality of ninjutsu at the cost of losing the light. But Obito also has a lot of Sharingan in his hands, and he is not afraid of losing the light." When Naruto heard this, he was slightly startled. Senior sister Conan wanted to talk to him about relationship issues. Later. Naruto thought for a moment and said happily, "Later, during that mission, we confessed to each other, fell in love, and then got married. She also gave birth to 2 children for me. Where is the child?" Conan opened his mouth slightly, seemingly surprised. Conan showed an envious smile and said, "That's great." Naruto looked at Conan and continued, "Sister, I have finished talking about my emotional experience. Please tell me about yours. What is it that makes you so melancholy?" Naruto smiled calmly, "Of course." Having said this, Naruto himself smiled happily. Conan held the water cup and sighed, "Naruto, are you planning to revive Yahiko tomorrow?" Naruto smiled sincerely and said, "Of course, senior sister Conan, look, I haven't told you everything so far." Then, she said thoughtfully, "Naruto, Nagato believes in you so much, and I heard what you said, but I still can't believe that you actually came from time to time." Conan nodded. She really didn't know this, but seeing that her junior brother was able to express what she had been thinking in one sentence, she must have become more certain about her junior brother's rebirth. "Later, I discovered that no matter how nice I was to her, she always treated me like a good friend, and her love for Sasuke never changed." Naruto looked at Conan seriously and said, "Sister, you and brother Nagato are both dead." Conan looked at Naruto with wide eyes. How did Naruto know this idea? "So, I gave up this relationship later, but when I gave up, I discovered a girl who had always liked me very much. This surprised me because before, I didn't find out at all that she had been with me since she was a child. Starting to like me. Conan bit his lip tightly, shook his head and said, "No, it's just that I have some chaos in my heart." If it were in the past, Naruto might not understand, but now that he has been reborn, he has experienced a period of letting go of his crush on Sakura, and has experienced a loving marriage with Hinata, and has a child. He still has some concerns about love. Definitely have your own opinion. Naruto continued to add, have you ever thought about using all your assets to buy detonating talismans to blow up Obito? She did have such a plan before, but after Naruto appeared, she gave up. Junior brother, my heart is very complicated. Conan looked at Naruto and started talking. Naruto looked at senior sister Conan and asked, why are you so confused, senior sister Conan? Conan took a sip of water. Since she chose to talk, she opened her heart completely. She looked at Naruto and said, you know, junior brother, before, Nagato, Yahiko, I, all experienced wars, and our families were destroyed, so we became successful. They became orphans and came together. Yahiko has always been the eldest among us. He has been taking care of me and Nagato since we met. From the beginning, I treated him as my own brother. However, as the days went by, I began to have some subtle feelings for him. Later, we met Mr. Jiraiya. The teacher taught us ninjutsu and taught us how to survive. Later, after the teacher left, Yahiko advocated the establishment of the Ōtsutsuki organization. I followed him all the time, just like a secretary. Take care of Ōtsutsuki's internal affairs. Watching him keep running forward, that look deeply attracted me, and his idea of founding Ōtsutsuki also deeply moved me. It was at that time that I knew that I fell in love with Yahiko. When Conan said this, the whole person's eyes revealed the light of that kind of love. Naruto could find from Conan's expression at this moment that she should be very happy at that time. But suddenly, senior sister Conan's eyes dimmed, but before I had time to express this love, Yahiko died in a confrontation with Hanzo. It was at that time that Nagato began to go berserk, the power of the samsara I was fully developed, and that was when pain was created, and Nagato began to fall into a state of divine status. Under the temptation of Obito, he frantically collected the power of the tailed beasts. Naruto nodded, he knew this. In his previous life, he was Pain, who was founded by Nagato. When he came to Konoha to find him, the two sides started a war. At that time, Hinata was on the battlefield, violently by Cho himself. After being injured, he completely went berserk. Conan continued, after Yahiko left, I was completely empty. Fortunately, I still had Nagato. At that time, I regarded Nagato as my only relative, so even for what he wanted to do, I have some objections, but Nagato's consciousness is very strong, so I have no choice but to support it. As the days went by, my dependence on Nagato became greater and greater. I was particularly afraid of losing him, so my feelings for Nagato continued to increase, so that later on, I felt that Nagato the life of the door is more important than my own. When Naruto heard this, he subconsciously asked, so, senior sister, you fell in love with Nagato again? Conan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, he nodded and made a mosquito sound, yeah. Naruto thought thoughtfully, suddenly realized, and then asked tentatively, so, senior sister, you are afraid, if I resurrect Yahiko, you don't know what kind of state you will be in when facing Yahiko, right? After being told by Naruto, Conan felt as if the last gauze of his heart had been lifted, and he nodded shyly. A few seconds later, Conan raised his head, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, do you think I am a scumbag? Naruto smiled and said, how can this be considered scum? With that said, Naruto looked at senior sister Conan and asked, so, does senior brother Nagato know that you like him? Have you ever confessed your love to him? Conan shook his head. Naruto clapped his hands and said, isn't this the end? How can this be considered scum? At most, it is your inner self choice. You have not officially confessed your love to Yahiko and Nagato, nor have you officially confessed to them. Anyone who has ever been in love is not a scumbag at all. Hearing what Naruto said, Conan felt as if he had received a glimmer of redemption, and said gratefully, "Really, junior brother, you really think so?" Naruto nodded seriously and said, "That's natural." With that said, Naruto continued to enlighten, "Sister, I think you shouldn't think too much and don't deliberately cover up your own heart. First, you think, if you really love brother Nagato, right, then brother Yahiko appears again, and for you, you will be upset. This is normal. After all, it is your first love. People have first love, those are all deep memories, just like me, when I see Sakura now, I will still be very happy in my heart, but that is not true love. True love is that no matter what kind of person appears, you will never change that love. That is true love. If, because of the appearance of Yahiko, you find that your love for brother Nagato is not deep enough, if so, that proves that your love for senior brother Nagato is not love at all. That's just one kind. In times of crisis, you developed a relationship that is deeper than family affection. It can be called a friend in times of need. Since you are a woman and senior brother Nagato is a man, you are defined as a relationship between a man and a woman. Second, if senior brother Yahiko appears and you find that your love for senior brother Yahiko is unstoppable, then you can love boldly. I believe senior brother Nagato will not feel any discomfort, because you may also know that Nagato senior brother's love and dedication to senior brother Yahiko are deeper than you may be, right? Conan nodded and agreed. This, she was very recognized. From the founding of Nagato, Pain also appeared in the world with the face of Tomiya, which explained that Ian's position in Chanman's heart. Thank you, Naruto, thank you for enlightening me. Looking at Naruto, Conan smiled gratefully. Naruto smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't be afraid to face your heart, and don't cover it up deliberately. Face it directly. When these two people appear in front of you, find out for yourself who you love. That's true love." Conan nodded, then looked at Naruto and said, "Yeah, I understand, junior brother, but you have to promise me one thing, don't tell anyone about this." Naruto smiled and said, "No problem, I'll just pretend that my senior sister didn't come tonight." Conan nodded with satisfaction, then stood up and said, "Okay, I won't disturb your rest anymore, let's go." Naruto stood up and sent Sister Conan away, then walked into the Orochimaru laboratory and pushed the gate of opening. Naruto smiled and said, "Sure enough, Uncle Snake, it's so late and you still can't sleep." Orochimaru smiled, to each other. Naruto came to Orochimaru's experimental table and leaned against it. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "Get ready. Tomorrow, I will resurrect Yahiko." Orochimaru continued the experiment, "Are we going to resurrect others?" Naruto took a deep breath and said, "That's it for now. We'll see what happens later." Orochimaru shook the test tube in his hand a few times. Obito and Kabuto are very quiet these days. Naruto nodded and said thoughtfully, "If my guess is correct, your beloved disciple should have opened the Reincarnation Eye under Obito's training." Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise. He didn't know where Naruto's information came from, but since Naruto said that, there must be a reason for him. "Then what do you plan to do next?" Naruto said, "The strength has been almost accumulated. I estimate that Obito and Kabuto should also be ready to take action. After all, the coalition forces of the 5 major countries will be assembled soon according to the day." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Naruto, I'm so lucky that I chose to stand with you. Otherwise, where would I have seen these scenery?" Naruto smiled knowingly and said, "Mutual success, Uncle Snake. You are the #1 technological productivity in the ninja world." Naruto is very aware of Orochimaru's power. After all, he only discovered after becoming Hokage that Orochimaru has contributed so much to Konoha's technology. No wonder, in the past, 3rd generation turned a blind eye, and there were reasons for feelings. At that time, Naruto understood what the thick black science of politics was. Therefore, after rebirth, Naruto must take Orochimaru under his command. The next day, in the morning, the four Hokages continued to talk about the mountains at the Amigakure Tower. Uchiha Shisui, Itachi and Kisame, under the leadership of Killer Bee, went to train the members of Amigakure. In the laboratory, there were only Orochimaru, Nagato, Naruto, and senior sister Konan. Oh, by the way, there was also the sealed white Zetsu that Naruto had captured early in the morning. Nagato was very excited. Yahiko's body was well preserved by him, but there were many holes in the body, which were made when he made pain. This is a small problem, and the 6 paths reincarnation technique can cover it. Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Brother, are you ready?" Nagato said excitedly, "It has been prepared for a long time." Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Let's get started." Nagato's chakra has been accumulated for a long time, and then he directly seals 6 paths reincarnation innate technique. With a chirping sound, golden light covered Yahiko's body. On Nagato's side, his hair slowly began to change from red to white. Nagato stared at Yahiko and shouted angrily, "Ah!" This kind of shouting is due to the continuous resurrecting of other people, which has caused Nagato's reincarnation power to weaken, and the consumption of his own body life is also very heavy. Nagato yelled out to cheer himself up. Konan was behind him, his eyes full of worry, but he was afraid of affecting Nagato, so he didn't speak. Naruto was also a little worried. Nagato's eyes were firm and he stared at Yahiko, clenching his teeth and bleeding from his nose. "Light, Yahiko, come back." Nagato's inner will was extremely firm, the vitality disappearing from his body, and the pain of his soul slowly weakening, could not overwhelm him. This was the person he thought about day and night. No matter what, he would bring him back to this world again. Sure enough, Yahiko's body began to change, and the gaps and holes in his body began to slowly recover. Finally, Yahiko's resurrection was completed. Nagato's hands relaxed, his whole body was weak again, and he was breathing heavily. Naruto was already ready to directly pick up Nagato and put it into the runes that Orochimaru had already carved. Uncle Snake. Clear. Orochimaru's seal, the art of reincarnation. Naruto also put his hands into the runes, a large amount of chakra poured in, green light emerged, Baizetsu whimpered in pain, and Nagato continued to recover. A few minutes later, Orochimaru and Naruto stood up at the same time, wiping sweat from their foreheads. Nagato can be considered stable. Just when Nagato entered the runes and regained his vitality, Naruto and Orochimaru could sense at the same time that Nagato's soul dissipated too quickly. In other words, one dissipates too quickly, and the other replenishes too slowly. If Naruto hadn't increased the input of chakra, Nagato might not be able to pull him back. From this point of view, there is a certain risk for one person to resurrect others in a short period of time. Here, Konan squatted next to Yahiko and kept shouting. Yahiko slowly opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him clearly. He smiled and said, "Konan." Nagato then let go of Yahiko and apologized, "I'm sorry, I'm so excited." Konan squatted aside, tears already flowing uncontrollably, this picture, this scene, the two men in front of him. Yahiko saw Naruto and Orochimaru and frowned, "Who are these two people? Huh? Why does he have your Rinnegan?" Nagato burst into tears with excitement. Yahiko was strangled by the neck. He patted Nagato and tried to pull away. However, he had just revived and his body's muscle control was not very stable yet, so he couldn't use any strength at all. Here, Nagato ignored his recent recovery and crawled to Yahiko's side, holding his face and saying, "Ha ha ha, Yahiko, it's me, Nagato." "Ha ha ha, Yahiko, you are alive, you are alive." Naruto noted the changes. Yahiko smiled again and said happily, "Nagato? It's really you, how could I do that?" Nagato stood up, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I'm taking Yahiko to my room, just in time to tell him what happened before he was resurrected." Naruto stepped forward and said, "Hello, senior brother Yahiko, this is our first meeting. Hello. Yahiko gasped for air and coughed, you almost strangled me to death. What did you do? Conan helped Yahiko up, then came over and helped Nagato. Nagato looked over with concern and said, go to the room and I will tell you slowly. Just as he was wondering, Nagato gave Yahiko a bear hug and held him directly in his arms. Conan chuckled. You, don't do this, I'm going to be strangled to death by you. Nagato said awkwardly, Yahiko, we'll talk about this later. You have just been resurrected, and you don't understand many things yet. Yahiko subconsciously touched his body and found that there were no wounds on his body. No, he died in Nagato's hands voluntarily. Why didn't he say there were no wounds and he was still alive and well? When Yahiko heard that he was a disciple of Mr. Jiraiya, he immediately felt good about it and said with a smile, ha ha ha, it turns out he is a junior brother, so good. Junior brother, are you interested in joining my Ōtsutsuki organization? Naruto looked at this scene with a smile. Conan said angrily, don't be so stubborn, you've never been out of breath. Naruto nodded. That's right, the familiar Yahiko is back again. When he sees a good ninja, he will pull him into the organization. Seeing this picture, Naruto smiled knowingly. This reality is not much better than the eye of the moon. Nagato smiled and said, I'm fine, just support Yahiko. Naruto nodded and said, yeah, let's go. When Yahiko heard this, he was resurrected. Orochimaru sighed and said, Naruto, excuse me, I have to take a rest. As he said that, Conan stood between the two people, supported them, and walked slowly forward. He raised his head blankly and looked around, where is this? I'm not. Taking a closer look, Yahiko was stunned. Nagato, why do you only have one samsara eye left, and why did your right eye turn into a normal pair of eyes? Yahiko looked at the room full of experimental equipment and wondered, what exactly happened? What's going on? My feelings are still dead, but you resurrected me? Nagato looked back at Naruto and said with a smile, well, it's a long story. I'll tell you later. Let me introduce you first. This is Uzumaki Naruto, our junior brother and teacher Jiraiya. Disciple. After Yahiko was resurrected, Nagato became energetic. Looking forward to the stars, looking forward to the moon, and finally looking forward to the person I miss day and night. Nagato looked at Yahiko and smiled silly. Conan supported the two people. Yahiko looked at Nagato and said with some fear, Conan, is this guy sick? Forget it, you should find another room for me, looking at him like this, I'm afraid my butt will hurt. Conan chuckled, and Nagato was unhappy for a moment, what are you thinking? Who do you think I am? I'm just happy, do you understand? Yahiko pouted and said, I didn't see it. Turning around, walking down the corridor, they came to Nagato's room. Conan helped the two people go in, closed the door, and the three of them had a good chat about what had happened since Yahiko left. Here, Naruto also stretched his muscles. After all, he was very tired after consuming a lot of chakra. Humph. I know how to abuse my chakra all day long. Hearing this voice, Naruto smiled slightly and his mind went to the seal of 9 tails. Looking at the door in front of him, Naruto frowned and said, I said, Jiu Xiao Xiao, are you out of your mind? When there was a seal in the past, you hit the door every day. Now it's better. I've unlocked it for you. You still have it? I keep the door ajar every day, tell me if there is something wrong with your brain. You take care of me. 9 Tails suddenly raised his head and scratched his neck. Naruto rolled his eyes at it, okay, just be stubborn. Suddenly thinking of something, Naruto opened the door and walked in. 9 Tails looked up and said, did you ask for my permission when you came in? Do you have a sense of boundaries? Naruto pointed at 9 Tails and said, I really want to give you 2 big mouths. When I sealed you before, you called me in every day and wanted to eat me. Now, I come in and ask me if I have any sense of boundaries. Saying that, Naruto was so angry that he kicked the door open. Nine Tails glared and said, "What are you doing, kid? Why are you kicking my door? Believe it or not, I will deal with you." Naruto rolled his eyes at him and said, "You understand, you are still living in my belly. As a landlord, I can't kick my own door." Suddenly, Minato turned his nose and sneezed twice in a row. "Ah, cut. Ah, cut." Nine Tails looked at the boy Naruto in front of him and frowned slightly. He had watched Naruto grow up since he was a child. As for the person who knows him best, Nine Tails is the one who knows him best. Naruto waved his hand and said, "My father can conquer it. As his son, I won't be that bad. Besides, it's not like you haven't seen the memory time I gave you, the Yin half body, and I was the same person in my previous life. He fought together." Nine Tails snorted coldly and said, "If you need anything, just ask me for help." Naruto looked at Nine Tails and said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Naruto said arrogantly, "Then why don't you just reach out and come?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Yin and Yang combine, you should know how to do it." After finishing laughing, Naruto looked at Nine Tails and said, "Compared to the things I have experienced, how much hatred do you think your body can have?" Nine Tails said angrily, "It's not like I didn't pay the rent. How do you calculate the use of my chakra? Think about it for yourself, how many times you have used it and how much you have used it. Every time you resurrect a person, I will save half a day to give it to you." Nine Tails nodded and said, "This is natural, but you have a way to extract Nine Tails from your fourth generation body. No, if you really have nothing to do, get out of here." From that moment on, Nine Tails could conclude that Naruto was different from everyone else. He really regarded tailed beasts as friends and treated them as his human companions. Therefore, Nine Tails chose to interrupt the mutual transformation and no longer absorb Naruto's chakra, and an unlimited supply of your own chakra for Naruto to use. Nine Tails opened his eyes instantly, looked at Naruto, and then grinned. After all, when Nine Tails and Naruto were really close to each other in their previous life, they watched Naruto work so hard and recklessly in rescuing other tailed beasts. Naruto seemed to have heard some big joke. He smiled disdainfully at first, then trembled, then burst out laughing, looking up to the sky and laughing loudly. Naruto snorted coldly and said, "My father has half of your body sealed inside his body. Don't you want to talk to me about this matter?" Nine Tails was still immersed in the memories of Hashirama. That big hand held him like a kitten. Thinking of this, Nine Tails felt a little irritable. The four Hokages were sitting in a row, and they had been chatting since last night, and they couldn't finish the topic. "Okay, tell me, what do you want to do?" Nine Tails chuckled and said, "That's the Yin half. Aren't you afraid that the extreme hatred will swallow you up?" Nine Tails has already recognized the fact that Naruto traveled from the future. After all, the real picture and the aura of Sage of Six Paths cannot be faked. Its current attitude is entirely because it has not experienced those things with Naruto. Nine Tails looked at Naruto and said with a meaningful smile, "What? What do you want to do?" Tobirama frowned and said, "The reincarnated body of the dirty soil should not have any physical discomfort. Why is it sneezing?" However, at this moment, it seemed that it couldn't understand Naruto. Nine Tails had his eyes closed, but suddenly he seemed to think of something bad and said, "I saw it, so what?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "I've shown you the future. You should understand that the greater my power, the greater my control over the future. In the previous life, you and I were able to defeat the seven-tailed beasts, plus 8 tails is also on our side. If you confuse the sealed half of my father's body, your strength will be greatly increased, and my strength will also make a qualitative leap." Hidden in the rain, above the tower. Naruto nodded, knowing that this was Nine Tails' usual temper. He looked at it and said, "I resurrected my dad, you should have seen it. Eat me." When Nine Tails mentioned this, Naruto immediately said carelessly, "Ha ha ha, oh, Nine Tails, old man, who among us is following who?" Don't care about these details, since you have raised your voice, you must be lonely and want to find someone. Let me chat. Naruto smiled and said, ha ha ha, this is my 9 trumpets. Minato scratched his head and said, I don't know, my nose suddenly felt sore too. Seeing Naruto's disdainful smile, Nine Tails said angrily, kid, don't worry, I've lived for a lot longer. The hatred of ninjas is engraved in my chakra, and the yin half is even stronger. Nine Tails lay down again and snorted coldly, don't be so narcissistic, okay? I'm not lonely, and I don't want to chat with you. Nine Tails stopped talking. Naruto saw that he wanted to have a good chat with Nine Tails about this matter, so he went directly back to his room, lay down first, and just took a rest. After all, he resurrected Yahiko and consumed a lot of his chakra. I just happened to take this opportunity to have a good chat with Nine Tails. While Naruto was communicating with Nine Tails, his good brother Sasuke was also communicating with the tailed beasts, but his communication seemed a bit rough. Listen up, you tailed beasts, you'd better be obedient, otherwise, I'll kill you one by one. Sasuke used his Samsara eye to watch everything in Geto statue. Son Goku said angrily, you guy. Sasuke glanced over, and in an instant, Son Goku's eyes were in the state of Samsara eyes, and he was completely absorbed. The other 6 tailed beasts were shocked when they saw this. With just one glance, they froze Son Goku. Obito clapped his hands on the side and said, Sasuke, your learning ability is really strong. Sasuke sneered, what should we do next? There was a hissing sound, Sasuke frowned slightly, and Kabuto walked out of the darkness. Is he going to be a part of this process too? It was obvious that Sasuke was not very happy about Kabuto's appearance. Kabuto smiled and said, don't mind, Sasuke, I'm just here to give you something. With that said, Kabuto directly formed a seal and summoned 7 coffins. The coffin boards fell down, revealing 7 people inside. It turns out that the Jinchuriki who are 7-tailed beasts were all reincarnated by Kabuto. Obito, I delivered what you asked for. Kabuto smiled evilly, Obito nodded and said, very good. Sasuke looked at these people and looked at Obito with some confusion, what are these people for? Obito smiled slightly, then walked into the dark room and took out a package of things. With the sound of his swaying as he walked, Sasuke knew that there was a lot of metal inside. Throwing it in front of Kabuto, Obito said, let's start. Kabuto smiled slightly and said, aren't you here to help? Obito picked up the surgical gloves and said, let's go together, Sasuke, you come and watch, I will teach you. As he spoke, Kabuto controlled 7 Jinchuriki to stand in a row. Sasuke walked over and opened the zipper of the metal bag. He saw that it was indeed metal inside. He picked up one, which was almost 30 centimeters long and as thick as 2 fingers. The broken metal stick looked at Obito and said, what is this? Obito was looking for a scalpel and said, activate the chakra and sense the metal rod. Sasuke glanced at the 7-tailed beasts in the Geto statue again. His current connection with the Geto statue was taught to him by Obito. Sasuke was weighing it in his heart and found that so far, Obito had not played any tricks and was really here. Let yourself constantly control your power and become stronger. Sasuke snorted, how dare you order me, he stood up and said, do you still want me to do such rough work? Sasuke frowned slightly and said, do you want to use chakra to control these Jinchuriki? Obito said, sealing a tailed beast into a human body is a very dangerous thing in itself. If you look at Naruto and these people, you will understand that the mortality rate is very high. Obito said, because the iron rod is an important instrument for receiving chakra. If you place it in a conspicuous position, it will be easily discovered by others, so you can formulate cracking tactics. After hearing this, Sasuke injected chakra into the metal rod. As a result, he was surprised to find that the metal rod could actually absorb chakra. Sasuke didn't say anything. After stuffing his pocket, Sasuke frowned slightly, I'm a woman anyway, why do I have to install an iron rod in this part? Kabuto controlled the first Jinchuriki, who was Wooden Golem, to lie on the operating table made of stones in front of her, and tore off the clothes on her chest to reveal her snow-white skin. After the sealing is completed, I will teach you how to use the Samsara Eye to contact those black rods to control these Jinchuriki, as well as the tailed beasts in Jinchuriki's bodies. You have the patience to learn from me. We, the Uchiha clan, can control them just by using these eyes. When Sasuke heard this, he thought thoughtfully. This means that the flaw of these Jinchuriki is the iron rod. Only by pulling out the iron rod can they be defeated. Otherwise, these people are reincarnated bodies of filthy soil and cannot be immunized to death at all. It cannot be destroyed. Therefore, transplanting tailed beasts into the body can use their power. That is done by people who have no control over things. We, the Uchiha clan, don't want it. Obito nodded and said, "No, I want it, you want it." Obito, "No, I'm just teaching you ninjutsu." Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Obito looked at Sasuke and said, "Next, I will help you how to seal the tailed beasts into the bodies of these Jinchuriki one by one. It may take a long time." As he spoke, Kabuto's tail began to writhe, and a big snake emerged from under his pants, then swam to Sasuke's side, passed through the strap of the metal bag and brought it to Kabuto's side. Sasuke was slightly stunned and said, "It wasn't sealed into my body, why is it sealed into these people's bodies now?" Kabuto sighed and said, "It's true." Although his identity is no longer a secret, Obito still likes to wear a mask. Obito looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, next, we will seal the seven-tailed beasts in the Geto statue into the bodies of these Jinchuriki one by one. Because under the mask, it gives him a sense of control that is hidden in the dark and cannot be discovered." The corners of Obito's mouth twitched. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth, but Sasuke couldn't detect this smile under the mask. "So, now it's your turn." Obito picked up the knife and made a cut, then Kabuto picked up a metal rod and placed it on Wooden Golem's chest. Obito and Kabuto worked together, one after another, to install the iron rods on all 7 Jinchuriki. Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong?" Sasuke-kun is still sympathetic to her. Then, after Kabuto handed over the reincarnation control of the 7 Jinchuriki to Obito, Kabuto walked away very wisely, because Obito didn't want him to see what happened next. Like Madara back then, when she fought Hashirama, she used Mangekyo Sharingan to control 9 tails. Sasuke snorted and said, "I'm just expressing my opinion." Thinking of this, Sasuke felt relieved, looked at Obito and said, "Then, come on. Don't compare me to that loser, I'm not him." Sasuke said arrogantly. Hearing Obito compare himself with his ancestor Uchiha Madara, Sasuke's heart swelled. Madara's reputation is unknown in the ninja world. "Sasuke, bring that piece of metal." Sasuke frowned slightly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?"
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.